As search efforts reach the one-week mark for missing Hawkins County 5-year-old Summer Wells, newly obtained court documents show the child's father has had a troubled past. Thanks for joining us at 6. I'm Sarah Diamond.
And I'm Josh Smith. Good evening. Family members reported Summer missing around 6:30 p.m. 1 week ago tonight, June 15th. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation issued an endangered child alert a few hours later, and then the next day upgraded it to the most serious statewide Amber Alert.
TBI says in the last week they've received more than 220 tips, worked with more than 80 agencies from 6 states, and covered 3,000 acres, much of which has been rugged mountainous terrain. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel joins us now live from TBI's media post in Sullivan County.
Ansley, you got these court documents related to Summer's father, Donald Wells. What did they show you?
Josh and Sarah, Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson has told us that Summer's father, Donald Wells, does have a criminal past. Today, in some court documents obtained by News Channel 11, we learned that Summer's mother, Candus, actually filed an order of protection against him. On October 14th of 2020, the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office was dispatched to the Wells home on Benton Hill Road for a domestic assault situation. Bly told officers that Donald Wells came home drunk and saw someone else in the house and believed that Bly was cheating on him. Wells allegedly argued with the person and pushed Bly down, injuring her left knee. Wells was arrested and charged with domestic assault, possession of a handgun while under the influence, and unlawful possession of a weapon. Bly filed an order of protection against Wells the following day, writing, quote, "I am afraid of being hurt. He is abusive physically and mentally toward me. I am afraid for my children and myself." 4 days later, on the date of the hearing, Bly asked for those charges to be dismissed. On April 21st of 2021, Wells pled guilty to possession of a handgun while under the influence and turned the weapon over to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office.
Bon appetit. What's up, everyone?
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. We're still getting rolling. I'm taking my sweet, sweet time this morning. Had a beautiful little walk downtown with Lugs. By walk downtown, I mean we kind of just have to look out the window to be downtown. And we're gonna
you went to Starbucks?
Go to Starbucks? What was that?
No, I said so you went to the mailbox?
Basically. Ran down to the grocery store. Rode the tram. We have streetcars, and it's really cool.
I want to ride the tram. That sounds so cool.
It's so fun. It's free for another month, actually. They when I moved here, there was no fare for any of the public transit because of COVID.
Oh.
Tucson waived the fees for everything, so you just have to you can just get on. Just get on. Hello, Murk. Or hello, Rock. I said hello, Murk. Good lord. It's not a good omen. Well, we have a rather grim topic today, don't we?
That's what I'm seeing.
Kind of by request. Again, this is something that we watched pop off yesterday. Alright, let's kick over to the live screen official. And if you got him, smoke him. I'm gonna go ahead and get a little toasty this morning, because, again, it's a pretty grim topic. But something we were all talking about. And, here, while I grab a puff, we'll just kind of, for anybody who's piling in and isn't familiar with the Summer Wells case, we'll get you caught up real quick with some relevant news stories. Again, the worst part about this story is really the parents. Let's see here. Here's an interview with the parents. Let's just give you a good little taste of what I'm about to kind of go off on.
A lot. I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here. Me and my mother and her were planting flowers. And
oh, good Lord.
We went in after we got done washing our hands, and
this is Candus Wells, the mother of Summer Wells, a missing 5-year-old out of Tennessee.
She wanted to go back over and see her brother.
She's still missing, by the way.
Okay, and I walked her all the way over to the porch.
Yeah, poor Summer.
And I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer, I'll be back. And within 2 minutes I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks around here or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes and even the coyotes that are around here. Well, whoever has my daughter, I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound.
Just go to the FBI, the police, and clear it up. I mean, I don't know, it seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never seen this truck, and I've never heard of it until just recently. But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. I mean, if you're not a suspect, at least
what
come
up,
forward
Erica?
and
Hop on in
say
here.
what you've seen. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her
Van conversation, I believe.
She tried to
Fortune
shave
3
her
Chase
head.
says, I believe the I think the grandmother and mother know
I
where
think you
she
can
is for
see
sure. I
in
think they
some
all
of
know
the
where she is
pictures.
for sure.
And it was getting
Yeah, I
out of
do.
control.
They're talking
so
about her in the
she-
past tense in this
we
interview
decided
right
to
now.
shave her head off
Yeah,
and let it go
I
back
realized
long,
that whenever I
and
started
she
doing
shaved
some
her
research
head
on it because I hadn't
to-
done anything with this case just simply because
so she wouldn't
fucking
feel
Brian
bad.
Laundrie.
Yep. Same.
And so
But it
when I
didn't bother
started to
at
kind
this
of
point.
research it a little
Well,
bit,
we
I was
knew-
like, why are they talking about her in the past tense?
Yeah. There's a lot. They're constantly talking about Summer in the past tense. I kind of have a theory of my own, but I'll save that for a second. I thought it was really important to start today with Candus Wells and her recollection of what happened, because this is really where it all started. She's the person that called the police initially. She's the person who was there when the daughter went missing, and she's the person who's ad nauseum, much like Don Wells, been in front of the fucking cameras.
Yeah.
Which is Van conversation. I absolutely am getting your messages. Sorry, I was just grabbing a puff. By the way, I am paying attention to chat this morning. Just getting around a little slow. Again, wanted to kind of just get the details on the stream from the news, and just so all of our variables are kind of laid out black and white before I move forward with speculation, because I have a very particular train of thought on this one, and I'm very interested to hear what everyone else has to say. because we watched yesterday Don Wells and Candus fight on fucking Molly Golightly's channel, but I'm gonna grab another puff real quick. I'm gonna hit play on this real fast, and we're gonna come back.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and yeah, speculation, Van. Again, like we'll speculate a bit, but it's because again I agree with you, Van. Oh, he's also the one who created the billboard, says Van. Oh shit, we'll get into that here in just a second. I'm excited to hear about that. Whoa, Van,
I knew
There's
right
like
away that
so
she
much
had
going on. Like me and Alley Cats were like, we need 3 days to like cover it. So
Yeah, this is going to be one of those kind of long form. We get into the details of it, I think. And again, there's enough.
already.
There was enough interest from Erica and Allie in particular that I couldn't stop thinking about it after the stream, and I kind of that's what like I said yesterday on the stream. Trigger warning for the rest of the week. We're going to be getting into things like familial trafficking, SA, all of the words that YouTube probably doesn't want us fucking saying. But we're going to get into it today. So again, I'm going to play on this real quick and just get warmed up, baby. Still kind of preheating the oven.
No rush. Alley Cats will be in a couple too. She's running a little behind, but she'll be here.
Hell yeah.
They have to go through their, I forget the word.
Investigation.
They have to do one step at a time, I guess, but I'm sorry that they had to spend so many man hours in these woods and everything. I've seen them limping and everything else, and I feel for them. But I just wish there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses, and then if they're not willing,
Just Pink.
get a search warrant or
Hunter did
something.
not
There's
go
just
back
no
to
way
the
you can
house.
search every single house, in the eastern United States or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
But I wish there was a way.
I have a whole page on him. He's a whole nother story.
Or persons that's doing that out of love, and trying to get information and trying to get her found. And we thank them from the bottom of our hearts.
That means a lot.
And we thank everybody who's trying so hard and praying so hard. And she's an awesome young lady, and we just want her back. But, there's always going to be haters.
Right on, Van. Yeah.
It's always going to be that way in this world. And
If you
we just
can,
wanna
hop
focus
in our
on the
Discord. If somebody doesn't mind dropping the Discord link, I don't know if Van
Christian
has
people that
a.
are trying to help us and praying for us and praying
Here,
for
Auntie, that's
Summer.
all you.
And we thank them from
I
the bottom
gotcha.
of our hearts. And
Thank
that's
you.
the kind of
You guys
people
are the
we
best.
try to relate with and socialize with. So we don't know anything about, no red truck, or we hardly know many of our neighbors. I mean, because we just try to be around good
Yeah,
people.
I was Just Pink. I was up till like 4 a.m. So I hear you.
Yeah, I was up pretty late too, just kind
We
of
got some real good neighbors.
honestly trying to
Good
not
folks everywhere.
get too wrapped up in honestly anger at
The
Don
most
Wells.
important thing is to bring Summer home safe.
Uh,
I'm sorry that you feel this way about us, but we love our children.
I'll just
with
leave that.
everything we
I'll leave it
have.
for now. We'll do Dawn. We'll do
We never
Candus.
went without.
Yeah.
Then we can do the town.
Till
I got
Summer's daddy and
shit on the
all that.
sheriff.
I'm gonna
Always
pull up
provided for
a,
us and has
a
worked as
text
much as he
on the
could
screen here
and can.
so
and
we
still
can,
is. And I'm sorry that you
build a
guys feel
timeline.
that way, but that's my baby.
We have a
and
plethora of
nobody would ever treat
information.
her like that.
Yeah.
As long as
Hey, Curly.
I
What
was
up, Carly? Hop up in here, baby.
ever.
She loves to dance. She would always want me. She says, "Daddy, hold my hand so I can twirl." And she would just like to twirl and twirl and twirl till my arm got tired, But I put out there that
Oh, our favorite Aussie is in here.
one of
Aw.
Summer's favorite songs.
Hell
Well,
yeah.
I don't know if there's another one, so I shouldn't say that. But
One of our favorite Aussies for sure.
here we
I
go.
didn't know we have a few.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. My bad.
Song
Well-
No,
from,
Barney's also
YouTube.
from
It
Australia.
was called
Oh,
House.
shoot. I'm so sorry.
My
Yeah,
House.
but Goth Angel Barney, you guys are in our
Sung that a lot
top
of times when I
5 for
play it on
show.
TV.
I mean, all Australians are my favorite Australians. I really just love Australians a lot.
and all that, like all young girls do.
We're gonna have to butter him up so we can take a trip.
Frozen. She loved to be there.
Right.
So, what date did she technically go missing?
I think she really loved to be in church.
My notebook.
Because
that's I'm just gonna start there.
You can't explain what that love is, but you feel
You know.
it. And you know it.
I believe, but I just don't want to misspeak.
And she loved everybody in that church.
Do, do, do.
She loves.
Yeah, Goth Angel, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah. Tear that apart.
It's just so strange to talk about your daughter in past tense if you don't know where she is.
Even Jameson said yesterday that in his professional opinion and his experience, it is typically indicative of guilt.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, so I was correct. It's June 15th.
Any woman that was professional.
This year.
Okay. Yeah, she looked up to those kind of women.
I just wanted to get a text timeline kind of started here on the screen.
She looked up to them.
Mm-hmm. Anybody with any questions, we can kind of, again, a timeline may not seem relevant now, but it certainly was something I should have been doing from the jump with Brian Laundrie. So.
Next thing you know, the stick would come up. Just whop them, and it'd be like, Summer, don't do that.
So in the beginning, he was like hell-bent, thinking that it was a coworker of his that he fired.
Yeah. She'd put him in line.
But now he's like, I don't know.
It kind of dips into self-obsession, and I'm wondering, again, if,
enjoy dirt.
Didn't he, or doesn't he have a really choppy past?
Yes, I have all those deets whenever y'all are ready.
Yes,
That's actually, I want to, while we kind of have a freeze frame on old Don Wells himself right here.
This man is kind of a monster.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm doing this. Oh, word van conversation. Hey, well, I appreciate your input, and thank you so much. Again, I'll have to maybe try to reach out to whoever 423 Chase is. Hey, no worries, Goth Angel Tarot. I do. Let's see here. Hold on. If you don't mind, Erica, go ahead and give us his priors, because here's what pisses me off about this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Are his priors.
Yeah.
All right. So his priors from 1990 to 2001.
Holy shit.
I know. He has attempted aggravated assault, intervening with public service, burglary, and drug charges, and that's in Arkansas.
Whoa.
Of course it is.
Of course.
2006 to 2007 in Arkansas. He also has burglary and drugs. He did 11 months in jail, 2 days of probation, and 96 hours of community service after that. And he also is charged with, he wasn't supposed to have a gun because he's a felon. So he had a gun in his glove box, so they got him for that, which he blames on Candus's mom for telling on him.
Oh, shit.
Bizarre as hell. He also, so he has a felony conviction in Utah for, what does that say? Sorry, I wrote it so small.
Oh, no, you're good. Again, thank you so much for doing some background research for me. That's, for us, again, you guys are the fucking best.
All right. So, 1996, he has in Utah forgery, burglary, theft. He has burglary multiple times, just so you know.
Whoa.
Domestic assault, possession of a gun, and sexual assault.
I hate this piece of shit already. Mm-hmm. All right. This is just up to 2001, right?
Yes.
Holy shit. So
that's not even including when he was a kid.
Yeah.
No, I didn't find that.
Oh.
So when I was doing a little bit of research, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I definitely want to be corrected because this is some pretty serious shit, right?
Yeah.
I found an interview with his sister.
Oh, God, I hate that.
Yeah. Well, both of his sisters. Or at least 2 of them. I don't know if he has more because, like I said, this was I touched it. I wanted really badly just to let everyone else kind of tell me what happened or what is happening. But when I found these interviews with his sisters, one of his sisters said that when she was 5 years old, he was 12 at the time. How do I put this in a term where YouTube isn't going to freak out?
You're fine. Just roll with it.
He spent years sexually assaulting her.
Yeah.
Years. And so she told on him, and his dad threatened to leave her mom because this is her stepbrother. I want to be sure of that.
Yep.
Oh,
no, you're
shit.
because I have a bunch of stuff on that. Yep. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I right though, Erica? I just want to make sure I'm right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what I had read. And again, this
He
guy
never. There's no charges because he never got in trouble. His dad covered up for him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
These familial connections, man. He's from some sketchy shit.
I'm wondering if something happened to Don as a kid, which is sad.
I would almost guarantee it. I would almost guarantee he comes from a cycle of abuse. I mean, right?
Well, yeah, his mom had a husband, his stepdad, whenever he was younger, that also had gone to prison for sexually abusing minors.
Oh my god!
And then Don's oldest son also.
Yeah.
Has as I say on a girlfriend.
Yeah.
They're trying to say it's more, what's the thing with the age? Like he was 19, she was 17.
She was 14.
Oh.
Yeah, she was 14 and he was 19 and yeah, it's statutory.
That's it. Thank you, Justin.
According to them, everybody was fine with it until she ended up pregnant.
Right. Either way, it's still predatory. Like I have a 16-year-old daughter, and if she was like, "Oh, I'm dating a 13-year-old," I'd be like, "What?" Like that? Like
no, ma'am, you're not.
No. Okay, hold on. What was that? I see here.
I mean, if someone was like 17 and a half and they're gonna date an 18-year-old, I might let it slide.
I mean, to kind of
high school, then okay.
Yeah,
you're both still in high school.
Well, just speak for Jameson. Jameson, the defense attorney. If you guys are new to the channel, he's a frequent Murky. He's one of our main Murkies. He's spent 44 years in defense. He defended sex criminals, and he spent a lot of time defending people who were like 19, being charged with the sexual assault of a 17-year-old that they were dating. You know what I mean? And so I think there's definitely lines, but I got a feeling there's some weird familial shit going on in Don Wells' home as a child.
So most recently, John had like a order of protection put on him by Candus in October 2020.
Yeah.
It's a long story. I don't know if you guys want to know the details, but she ended up going in and dropping it. And that's pretty much where shit hits the fan. Like that's where for me, was where this story starts. As far as I can see.
Yeah.
It's like her friend let a guy move in. He was in Utah with his family, John as in he. He wanted to move everybody out there, and then he found out the guy was staying there, this guy named Jose, and then he went there, and they all fought, and it was a shit show.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yikes.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
So, charges in Tennessee. You didn't already
I have
go.
Much information.
Oh no, you're good. So we've made it to 2001 with his charges, right?
2007.
Made it to 2007 with his charges. Is that so? What does he accrue after that? Do you have anything up to like current? Because I know he's caught 2 DUIs since Summer went missing.
Yeah, 2 DUIs, drug possession, possession of a firearm that he wasn't supposed to have, and that's all I have written down. There could be more. I did him last, and I was like half asleep. Let me see.
Okay. See, everybody's like, yeah. So we watched the Molly Golightly video yesterday where he says he has 7 alibis and she doesn't have one, and that Candus is going down for it.
What the fuck?
What do you guys make of that?
I have 7 alibis and Candus doesn't have one.
So, what I make of that, by like listening to all of his friggin' interviews, he's just trying to make her look like she's going down. Like, I don't think that she did anything, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah, I really don't. I think it's either all him or somebody took her. I don't think mom had anything to do with it.
This brings me to, I want to bring up the grandma while we're early in. Grandis, right? So they're all named Candus.
Yeah.
So who we refer to in this game as Grandis, right? Candus's mother.
Mm-hmm.
Had a daughter go missing in a very similar way.
Yep, 12 years ago.
Yeah.
12 years ago. Now,
Same month, too, I think it was August, never mind.
Now, now I can't get over that connection. Maybe it's a tragic coincidence that Grandis didn't just lose a daughter, but lost a granddaughter in a very similar kind of way. But I gotta say, Grandis's actions speak just as fucking guilty as these weird-ass inebriated interviews.
Well, she doesn't like Dawn. Never did.
How could you?
Like,
yeah, gee,
I guess it was real bad.
How could you? Seems like a prime dime piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like just a real piece of shit. Real piece of work.
Debbie's comment. Yeah, he says he's at work, but he also tells the story, Deb, of giving the guy he fired a ride, and then going back to the house to get his truck, and then going back to clean up the work site, and then going back. But he overgives information. Like if you were like,
he overshares.
You know, did you go to work today? Yes, I did. But he was like, I went to work. I tried to clean up. I didn't do a very good job. Like he overshares, and in my past of shady characters that I've been around with, people that overshare, in my opinion, are lying.
Now, my question to that is, Don has been in trouble with the law many, many times, and so at this point, he knows how the interview process works. Mm-hmm. Do you think that maybe he overshared instinctually? Like, oh, I've been here before, I've done this before, let me tell you just everything right on the table because you're going to ask it anyway, you know?
The oversharing to me, if I could just interject real quick, vibes to me like two things at the same time. Low IQ, which oversharing is indicative of kind of low IQ. You try your best to relate to the people around you verbally. It's just something that happens, right? Another one that I think is going on is he's a prime dime piece of shit and he's hiding stuff. So
yeah, because our brain, right? If you think about it, like even when we're trying to lie, like it still has all that info up there.
He's oversharing like a kid whose hand you caught in a cookie jar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, he'll tell a story like a fucking 6-year-old, like a shitty story. Like I was, and then Damon, and then and then he pushed me down, and it's like, dude, what the fuck are you even talking about anymore? And it's, you know, it to me that's indicative of it's low IQ working with his internal sense of guilt. And again, he's got a crazy past, so I don't know if that's from the past or with Summer's situation, but I think it's those two things. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah.
Oh no, you're fine. I just wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's not an instinctual thing. I always find it fascinating whenever people lie in the new ways that because I can't fucking lie for shit. You're gonna know when I'm lying because I'll start giggling.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a certain amount, like when people pop in with I was an NFL player and shit, like I'm a disgraced kicker or some shit. That's like no, totally. And I think it is instinctual though. Like I think that what I kind of mean by it's these two things in tandem, like the low IQ part of it, that's going to be just a subconscious thing he does at this point in his life. Like he just, when he meets somebody, he's one of those people that just talks.
Yeah, like I could definitely see him being one of those people that if he went on my tour, he'd tell me his whole life story before we even started.
Yeah, and it sounds
like, wouldn't be able to get him to shut up.
It sounds like he did some cocaine on a live stream the other night, and cocaine also makes you very chatty.
Yeah, I can show you that YouTube link if you want.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, I think he's.
I'm
I
up.
also posted the full interview with Dawn's sister in the VC text chat. If anybody wants to watch it, it's an hour and a half. So
Whoa.
Yeah, Alex Katz has all the deets on that one. I gave her
yeah,
that.
it's a lot.
Okay. Well,
It's a lot. This motherfucker went into an interview later and was like, "Well, we both had a hand in that. She was 5.
she,
You're garbage. She was 5 years old," and he's like, "Well, I was just curious about girls, and I didn't know how girls were back then," like insinuating that she was just curious, and then blamed him for
She's
doing something
5.
wrong. She was 5.
She's 5 years old. He's a piece of shit. I see. That's every time he's like in a game. Well, there's something that Candus was screaming at him during the Molly Go Lightly interview, where she's like, "You're sucking your own dick. You're in here just trying to suck your own dick," and I'm like, he really is. He really is in here just sucking his own dick. Like he's just trying desperately to get.
Like he had an affair on her once. I'm like, who the hell would mess with him?
But who would sleep
Apparently
with
a
either
girl
of
named
them?
Candace. I bet the other girl's name was Candace too.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
well,
all seem to
they
be
do that on
named
purpose.
Candace and Dawn.
Yeah.
Alley Cat was telling me they do that on purpose for like the law. Okay, so he's related. His family's related to the sheriff, by the way, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
I think is such a conflict of interest, but
It really is.
Yeah.
but yeah, I guess they call it. I think she said it was hollows or wallows. Alley Cat was telling me, and thank you, Justin. So they will like. It'll be like Candace, Don Jr., like etc. to confuse the law because they're running the town. They're like the delinquents, if you will.
Okay.
And like it's
That makes sense though.
Yeah, I mean I've never heard of that, but I also don't live in an area that I think that would
I
come
know a
up.
couple families like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Justin and I know what's up. We live in that area.
Yeah.
well, actually, they met in Arkansas.
Yeah.
No, go fucking figure.
Yeah, it's what I was about to say. Like, I'm pretty sure they're from Arkansas.
I wonder which part.
My fingers are crossed southern Arkansas, like the swampy part, but I
I hope so.
got a feeling they're gonna say closer to the Ozarks than we're comfortable
Damn
with.
it.
I got a
It's gonna be
feeling.
like it's gonna be like Huntsville.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like she's from Michigan. She ran away from home, joined the circus. Candace.
The circus. Whoa, what is she?
Yeah, she
Fucking
did. She
from
was
the?
Carney.
She's
She's
from
a carny.
1910. What the? Oh, so much makes sense about this and how they would have a. Okay, I
Right?
can't even with this story
Okay.
already.
I
Keep
can't
going.
even.
I
So
can't.
she does her own thing, does the circus life.
Candace was a carny.
Yeah.
Dawn was working out in Arkansas. She knew Dawn's sisters, the stepsisters stepdaughters from the carny. They introduced, and then he left his then wife and went with her, and they moved to Tennessee. But
Damn it. Do you know where?
Hold on, let me see. I might have written it down.
Now I'm just fucking curious for my own morbid curiosity.
But I saw Arkansas, and I was like, oh, come on.
Oh, great. Yeah. It never fails. So, like, shitty people, especially these bump fucks, always have connections to Arkansas.
Always. It's always. And he does kind of look like that piece of shit that, in my opinion, is the person who's guilty for the West Memphis 3 case, the stepfather.
Yeah, and he looks like the guy that they accused of killing Donna Wells.
Yeah, yeah, dude. Okay.
Not Donna Wells. I'm an asshole.
Wait, Don.
You
Wait,
know what
I was
I'm
about to say. Yeah, wait. Yes, but yes, I know you're talking about.
Yeah.
Fucking Arkansas. They okay. How do you
I can't pronounce this.
How do you hit that? How do you
Spell it
hit
out for
that
me, babe.
ring toss and leave with a
Arkadelphia?
girlfriend?
Oh, yeah, Arkadelphia.
Okay.
Hey, win, Merc. It is south.
Oh, thank God. Oof.
Thank goodness.
Look, guys, you can pretty much draw a line in the middle of Arkansas, and it's two different things going on there.
It really is.
The
Yeah.
southern half, you got rednecks. The top half, you got hillbillies.
You can draw a line
Yeah.
just between, like, BB and Cabot.
Yeah. Now, if you're not from the area, I realize that you might not know the difference between a hillbilly and a redneck, but there's a difference.
Yeah.
There's a difference. and they don't really get along. They don't really fucking.
On one side of the line, you have The Hills Have Eyes, and on the other side of the line, you have
Monster Truck Swamp People.
Yes, yeah, okay, that's good.
Monster Truck Swamp People, boy. Real northern Florida shit. You know what I'm saying? Some real. If you're from northern Florida, you know what I'm talking about. Some real northern Florida shit goes down in southern Arkansas. Like, it just drips all the way up there. You occasionally get someone talking some French ass shit, and you're like, where the fuck am I?
Yeah.
You mean Little Florida?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly what it is down there. It's so weird. But on my side, of course, you have The Hills Have Eyes, and it's just, it's...
We're from Hillbilly Town, you know.
We are.
Big straw hats, big crooked noses, big long beards. Basically photos of my ancestors creeping it in the woods, you know.
Same.
Yeah. You know, portraits of our ancestors. The old hillbilly from the Mountain Dew bottle, shit like that. That's what we got going on up there.
Together in a bar that they call a tavern.
Yeah. It's like, oh. But, you know.
Anyway, back to this.
So this is some southern Arkansas fucking carny. I'm just going to say it, trash. This is some fucking southern Arkansas carny trash.
This is some trash shit.
Who hits the ring toss game and leaves with a mistress? With fucking no top teeth.
Why does that make me laugh so hard?
This guy's life. What a piece of shit. Like, you are a piece of shit. I do not.
Yeah, and he was given so many opportunities to change. He did go to prison for 2 years, got out, and the fucking day he got out, his family was all excited about it. He sexually assaulted his sister again.
Of fucking course he did. Got all loaded.
He did get in trouble for his sister.
Huh?
He did get in trouble for his sister?
Oh, he did?
Oh, I thought you said he did 2 years.
No, he just.
Oh, no, he went to prison for something else.
Yeah, no, it was for other shit. Man, and in Arkansas, you'll always see some trash like that get in trouble for some stupid shit like credit card fraud. You're like, the fuck? You're such a piece of shit in every other aspect of your life. How is that what you went to prison for?
And it's usually like a hot check or some stupid shit.
Something
and I'm like,
stupid.
the person does meth.
Yeah, they literally, like, you know, like, look, their cousin is the bailiff. Their grandma knows the judge personally. And it's like, that judge knows exactly what kind of piece of shit. And he's like, all right, well, here's where I draw the line. Credit card fraud. Like, hot checks.
In that town, I forget his name, but the constable in that town got charged with drug trafficking.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And then Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, he arrested, like, he did a huge drug bust when he first, like, won the election to be sheriff.
So that's how this dude got away with shit for his whole life. He's from a place with a constable. I should explain, Eric, I don't know if you know how this works in Arkansas, but we have unincorporated communities and areas, right, that aren't full-on townships yet. And it is very easy to become a constable. Special guests could give us the details on what it takes to become a constable. In Arkansas, it doesn't take a fucking lot. I don't believe it's it might be an elected position, but I don't even think you need more than, like, there's not an
official election. It's just, hey, I'm going to be the constable, okay? And everyone is just like, whatever.
Yeah, and then you run unopposed, and then you become the constable. And so,
there's
like,
one in Bush. There's one in Bush, Arkansas.
Yeah, there's and like Yell and shit too. Like, there's all like these little unincorporated areas have like, you might have a constable, but again, that's just a crazy fuck with guns.
Yeah, it really is.
Like, it normally is just a crazy fuck with guns in Arkansas. Like, that's normally
usually a fat guy with a really big mustache.
Yeah, when I hear constable, I'm like, oh, so this is a racist community. When I leave, like, I get the fuck out of Dodge, you know, like, so. Just so you know, like, that's I didn't realize that the area he was in, like, the constable got busted for drug running, and that fucking makes sense, Erica.
So the sheriff, who's related to the Wells family, when he got, like, and he ran unopposed, so, like,
no way.
I was like, okay, because the other guy stepped down and nobody else went on, so you know. So little Ronnie Larson hops in there, and he's like, we're on drugs. We're going to give them 4 months to clean their shit up. And, of course, that doesn't happen. And he arrests, like, 39 people in a drug ring. And I want to say 15 or 16 of them are his fucking family.
Oh, shit.
Whoa.
Names, and I'm like, wait a minute, Lawson, wait a minute. And then I went like back to the family history. I did it with Alley Cats, and it was insane. Like, so
the Lawson and the Wells are intertwined.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, but we think that like he threw them under the bus, like maybe so he could be like, look, I'm doing good, and like
he cleaned it up by bringing in the trashy branch of his family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
That's a great idea. I should do that.
Yeah, that's a hella good idea. Anyway, yeah. I'll stash that one.
If everyone's like, oh, Ronnie Lawson's such a great guy, they might not be looking at children trafficking or... There's 90 kids right now just in Tennessee who are missing.
Holy shit. See, there's a trafficking issue. And I think it's familiar. I think there's people giving their kids up for drugs.
But it's a big number. That's a big number.
This brings me back to that fucking house in Springfield.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Erica. I just got excited.
Oh, sorry, honey.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got excited and I started yelling. I'm medicated. Yeah. I'm sorry.
They recovered 150 other kids, and there's still 90 outstanding missing children, if that makes sense. 150. 2 of them were in another state, and the rest of them were recovered. I'm like, what
the shit?
The fuck? Tennessee.
See, yeah, there's something. Look, just a correlation here. When something like cocaine goes from 600 an ounce to 1600 an ounce, normally a lot of other things also spike in price. And then you see people, I know in like the lower rung of the drug game, when dope prices go up, you'll see people bringing their fucking lawn mowers. You'll see people bringing their TVs, their grandmama's TVs, bringing black boxes to steal cable from the 90s. And it's like, bitch, that's not even how cable works anymore. And they're like, well, what can I get for it?
On that note, didn't Don try and sell his oldest son for meth?
That's what I had heard yesterday. Was that he had caught for trying to get sell his 2 boys. I thought he caught 2 different familial trafficking situations.
That is absolute.
Yeah. Then in an interview about a month ago with I can't remember who it is, but I'll find it. He was like, oh, do you think that someone's like kidnapped Summer and sold her for drugs to the drug dealer? And he goes, no. He goes, I've never even heard of that. People do that. I wonder how much you get for a kid. I was like, are you fucking serious right now?
Are you fucking...
Yeah. Let me,
He fucking knows exactly how much you could get for a kid because you fucking... Ooh, I hate this piece of shit, dude.
Who is the guy that Laura hates? Laura from Molly's page. Whoever that guy is, Chris something, that's where he says.
Yeah, Chris something. And also he hates that fucker too, I guess now. Don does.
Yeah, but this was previously in his own words.
Wow, so that's why he hates him, is because he said some shit on his fucking
stream. He's like, I've never heard of that. People do that? Oh my god. I've never heard of such a thing. In the same breath, he goes, wow, I wonder how much a kid would go for that. Like how much.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go take a shower. Like I just saw that shit.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, after kind of just the end of the stream yesterday, where it's like, kind of had the just running you through how common sometimes, Erica, like familial trafficking can be, and then you pulling up statistics. I was like, man. Fuck.
Yeah, Christy, you're right, by the way. Summer's mom actually had 2 previous children, 2 older kids. Andrew, I think her name was Candus.
Yeah,
they named their babies Candus with a U.S.
And she turned them over, and she had them adopted out.
Well, the boy got taken away, and she gave the girl away.
Yeah.
According to the article I read, I don't know.
Something like that. And that poor girl, I think her name is Candus, has been so harassed since this happened.
Candus has 6 biological kids, and then Donna has 2, so together they have 8. But she now only has 3 out of 6. Like, that's a problem.
I know they gotta fix the fucking spelling of that name. That's not how you spell Candace. That's not. In no fucking place on planet Earth is that a name.
Candus.
Like that is how my actual last name got changed the way it did. Illiteracy. Okay? There's quit. That's not something to be prideful of. Again, and she also, like, just touching on, like, she gave a baby away. She ran away from home. She's talked about how she said on the stream with Molly Go Lightly that her sister was a bitch. The one that
I think
fucking
she's talking
disappeared.
to Laura.
Oh, she's talking to Laura was a bitch? Oh, it sounded
I
like she was
rewatched
straight
it.
up.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
rewatched it. I'm pretty sure, and only because she has a huge, like, bigger than 8x10 picture of her sister and his ex-husband hanging in her living room. It's like the only in her home, honestly.
Yeah, that place looked pretty trashed.
Yeah, but I'm not going to judge them on that. Like,
Yeah.
if you're poor, you're poor. Like, I that's just where I stand with it.
Well, it doesn't mean you gotta leave. You doesn't mean you gotta live like you're on cocaine.
Right?
Yeah, that's another story, you know.
That's more my thing when I say like it looked fucking tore the fuck up. It looked like two people have been doing cocaine and fighting in that space.
I guess that's common in that area, though. They just kind of...
Yeah, oh, it is. As somebody who's also worked maintenance, like it is something you see. Like it's, you know, this is... It, in the complex I worked at, to be honest with you, it's only one of the two white families that's gonna be like that.
The baby girl's room, Summer's room, is what really disturbed me because
It's trash.
you have to go. There's like it looks like a bar, and you have to go around it into like a crawl space down these tiny stairs, right?
What?
Then you have Dawn's bed and Dawn's TV right there, and then her room, and it's a cement fucking basement with like a utility shelf in it, and that's it.
See, there's something to say about their actual...
Why are they down there? Why is she alone down there with Dad? Like, I don't...
He doesn't care or prioritize. You see, something's going on there too. I think you're right.
The boys' room, you go upstairs, the boys' room, right when you walk in, it's very nice. It has a huge Confederate flag. That's the only thing I really thought was kind of like, okay. But the beds were made. It was nice. Things were neat. It looked much better, in my opinion. Right, Arianthe? Girly?
Then yeah, it sounds like they're hiding some stuff going on in that basement area. Dawn doesn't seem like
there's a door down there that you can just go out the back, like I don't know.
Yeah, like you could just hop. That's why.
I'm
And
not loving
I
it.
almost guarantee it's because the boys said they had the DHS up their ass about the boys is the only reason those boys had anything set up. You know what I mean? I almost guarantee it. Like, because they knew that shit was coming. Wasn't there going to be like the kids were going to get taken away the next day?
Yeah, it's really strange because their room is the only room that to me looks somewhat acceptable, and the rest of the house is like in the yard is not. And I'm like, why would that be? Like
DHS is why.
That house is trashed.
Yeah, is for that's
Not trash in the sense of like there's trash everywhere, but trashed in the sense of like everything is so dirty and cluttered
and fucked up. I noticed a bunch of shit just like it had been fucking hit. Like they just.
This is just very trailer trash kind of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's shit in the front yard.
Yeah.
There's a couch on the front porch.
Poor dude's got a water line wrapped around the goddamn side of the house. Boy, if winter hits too hard, that shit's gonna freeze and bust.
There's like cats and dogs everywhere.
Of course, yeah, that's a common theme. Everybody who lives like that for some reason has like 15 dogs and 8 cats, and they're all inside.
Well, and that's another example, in my opinion, of his low priority for other life. Like, he acts like they're idiots, and he hesitates and, like, avoids saying that he'd shoot them, but you can tell he's about to fucking say it. Like, he definitely seems like somebody who, it's him, sucking his own dick.
It's everybody else's fault too. Like if you listen to his videos, it's Candus's fault. It's Candus's mom's fault. It's my sister's fault. It's the law's fault. It's the guy at work's fault. I'm like, wow.
It's never him.
It's never him. It's never him.
It's like typical drug addict behavior. Like it's not ever your fault.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's fair to say, but in my experience with my own self, that's what I got of it.
I think it also makes sense that he would act this way coming from like a smaller, well, he's from Arkadelphia, but he's also from like, you know, the trashy side of the Lawson clan. So he's got, you know, a certain amount of privilege probably. And I bet after, you know, the roundup of the Welleses in Arkadelphia or whatever, and him moving out to Tennessee, I bet you he's constantly been the kind of motherfucker that has to explain how cool he is and the connections he used to have. I bet you he tells every dealer the kind of shit he used to get. And, you know, like I kind of have like, you know what I mean? You almost read his character type because he puts so much info out there. And it reads like exactly like what you guys are saying, like narcissist, but like I think there's some strange redneck privilege behind that. Yeah. Debbie says the psychopath blames everyone but themselves for their mistakes. Yeah. I mean,
he loves to use religion too.
Of course he does.
Oh, he was doing that on the Molly Go Lightly thing where he's like, I just hope Jesus. That's why I don't remember dates.
He's so fucking weird. He was like he was just talking about religion and, you know, God's taking care of her now, blah, blah, blah. And then like they were asking about a pickup truck or something. And out of nowhere, he goes, well, I always knew something really bad was going to happen to Summer. And I think she did too. And I'm like, what? So nobody was even asking him about Summer. Like, that's just a weird fucking thing to say.
Yeah. Sunbeam says they always talk about their church. What is the name of their church again? I forget. But I'll tell you right now, they probably get a bunch of charity from that church. That's probably why they bring it up all the time.
So the church held a vigil for Summer, and Summer went, the two little boys, a neighbor, and the pastor. That's it. John didn't even go.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. See, that's why
So, like, where is everybody at?
Fucking hiding unless they're coked up and it's a camera inconvenient for them, something they can do in their living room. Man,
in my experience with meth heads, and I was raised by one. Sorry, Mom, I'm gonna call you out. I know she listens every once in a while. Sorry, Mom, gonna call you out.
We learned from you. We learned from you.
We learned a lot.
I hope you're doing better. I hope you're doing better.
We love you.
She is. She really is.
Yeah.
In my experience with meth heads, Jesus is at the bottom of every one of those bags. So when you were like, he likes to weigh on religion, of course he fucking does.
Yeah. It's something you see, dope heads do frequently. Again, call out Papa Murk. Again, everyone knows I've kind of talked about his background. He'd tell you if you met him in person. He's, again, shout out. I hope you're doing good. Last time I talked to him, he's flying straight. So, but yeah, there's been Jesus at the bottom of that bag a few times. There's been, and it's like,
I'm the name of the church if you want to know.
Yeah. And, there's a lot of cool shit in religion, but if you're using that as an excuse to confirm your biases,
you're doing it wrong.
You're doing it wrong. If you're using it to doomsay, it's also not what the majority of the book is about. So, ugh.
Okay.
So the church that they go to is the Kingsport Seventh-day Adventist Church. I don't know anything about that, but
they're Seventh-day Adventists.
7-day Advents.
Yep.
Well, what's that? Tell me.
The Branch Davidians were technically Seventh-day Advents. The Waco Church people were technically they were an offshoot of Seventh-day Adventists initially, before it went full on David Koresh is the Messiah mode, or whatever he claimed he was.
Right.
Oh, I was wrong. She's not from Michigan. She's from Wisconsin, and she went over to Michigan and joined the circus.
So we got some Avery clan blood. We got some Wisconsin shit. We got some of that. Oh, I don't know. There is Steven didn't do nothing. He's a good boy. She wouldn't. Candus wouldn't do nothing there. Fucking, that's a whole different breed of carny. Holy shit.
She has a domestic abuse charge on her too from 2003.
That tracks.
So
I'm surprised there's not a whole lot more on
right?
there.
When I first started to look into this, and mind you, I have not done a lot of research. When I first started to look into it, my initial reaction was to kind of feel sorry for her because she just seemed so off. Like she might have something wrong with her. not, I don't like saying that. Like, she might have an issue, right?
Cognitive.
Yeah, like my initial reaction was like, is she autistic? Is she, does she have some sort of disability? Because she just comes off as very, like, she doesn't realize the magnitude of the situation, if that makes sense.
I mean, I'll be honest. Illiterate with hookworm is what I got, but maybe
Yeah,
I'm fucking
yeah,
cruel.
kind of.
Maybe
Hey,
I'm
put
mean.
that away, mister.
You know, yeah.
You better not.
I'm
Yes.
telling.
Look, as somebody who considers himself a connoisseur, a sommelier of the different variations of hillbilly and redneck, if you will, again, takes one to know one, baby. I used to sound like Joe Exotic when I was a kid.
He really did.
Yeah, like, hey, you guys want to go see some tigers? Like, I was definitely, so she vibes to me like Wisconsin tracks for the build. I won't lie to you if I'm going to be honest. She vibes like 60 something IQ, maybe some hookworm, and just some drugs.
That's what I initially thought, right? Like Christy just said, like the mind of a little kid. I initially thought that, but boy, there's another side to that bitch.
Oh, you think she got some conniving energy to her? You think maybe she had something to do with that sister going missing? You think that was Grandis?
I kind of think so. So there's a recorded phone call, and I can't remember who it was with because I'm terrible. But she's crying, and she's talking about how the cops came and got Dawn, and they were taking him to Boston, and she's just hyperventilating, screaming, crying, so upset. She faked it. It was fake.
Yeah. Sunbeam chat real quick said, so people are sympathetic to them. No, I don't think they are. I heard 2 townspeople talking to a reporter, and they said, we've been trying to be respectful and like not talk about all that happens up at their house, but they just won't shut the fuck up and stay off of YouTube. So like, what's the point in protecting them now?
What's the point? They keep putting it out there that they're fucking
so
trash.
I don't think they're sympathetic. I don't know. What would you say, Mark?
I think that the churches, the Seventh-day Adventist branch they go to is sympathetic to them, and that's why they like them. I think that the people that are sympathetic to them, that's what they like. I think they like pity. I think they know how to grovel. I think they abuse charity resources.
So like my grandmother.
Yes, like family I've had. I've seen this kind of behavior where it's like, what are they really doing with their time? They're getting blowed out in their fucking living room and fighting. Now, what do they want people to think they're doing? Being productive members of society and fucking theists. But they're not. They're not.
Now, I have heard that there are people that do feel for them in town that are helping them fix their house up. But yeah, like my grandmother. My grandma purposefully and forcefully gave me an eating disorder and then went to church and told people how she was just so scared for me.
Oh yeah.
And she got money and she got all kinds of stuff. She always had new shit, but she wouldn't even pay for my fucking care afterwards. You know?
Exactly.
I dropped a link in the YouTube chat. It's the call between Candus Wells and a woman named Mary. And she's just absolutely hysterical, talking about how the cartel's going to get Dawn and they're taking him to Boston and blah, 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 blah. And she's just hysterical. And it was all bullshit. It was a lie.
Wow.
Hunter, sorry, my brain is all over the place, yeah. But Hunter mentioned to that Chris guy, that detective guy, that Dawn calls her every 2 hours all day through work to see where she is. And he called her on that day and he could hear him through the phone saying, when are you going to come home? Where are you at?
Yeah.
I just popped into my head.
Where did you link that, Ariane? Did you say the voice?
In the YouTube chat.
Oh, shit.
I don't hear from my spouse all damn day. He's working.
If my husband called me all day, I would eventually just block his number and say, talk to you when you're home.
Yeah, hey, bitch, I'll be home, okay?
Listen, I got kids and shit. I'll see you when you get here.
On my last job, it was I worked basically from home, so it's if I get a call more than once in a row, I'm like, there's a fucking emergency. It better be on fire.
Yeah. If you listen to her, she's she's losing it. And, you know, you don't think that she has the mental capacity to be like this, but she did. And that was the phone call that I was like, this bitch is just shady.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna hit play on this for a second and grab a.
Almost like a master manipulator.
Yeah.
Really? Well, okay. So here's the thing. I have kind of a theory on that. So I think you can be a manipulator, but not necessarily be of high IQ.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah, absolutely.
Like how you survive.
I agree.
yeah, like I don't know, just raised enough kids at this point. You know, it's like the first thing little boys learn how to do is, you know, pee straight up into the air. The first thing little girls learn how to do is cry to get you to do what they want. It's just what I've noticed. It's just what I've noticed. It's just what I've noticed. And it's a survival thing. You're craftier. You're smarter. It's an instinctual thing. It's a survival thing. It's fucking, you got to. You know what I mean? Like, you're what keeps the species moving forward.
Yeah,
so, like,
I think the odd thing here for me was she showed more emotion in this bullshit phone call than she has at all for her daughter missing.
Really?
Yeah.
I agree because I've watched a shitload of interviews and
yeah, she has almost no emotion.
She doesn't shake, she doesn't pause, she doesn't look sad, she doesn't look down. She's just talking about it.
Everybody shows grief in their own way. You know, there are some people who don't know how to handle their emotions, and so they tend to shut down. But she's awfully fucking talkative for somebody who could potentially be, you know, shut down. I use that loosely.
Whenever anybody asks her, like, oh, is there anything you want to say that, like, I haven't asked you or touched on? She goes, nope.
I just remembered those meetings this afternoon.
Oh,
So I'm gonna
yeah.
have to,
1 second. Sorry.
Oh, he's in trouble.
What?
I'm gonna have to get lunch. Do you want street taco?
He's probably not. There's no telling what he's
I was
doing.
gonna run.
I love Lux. I
Is
haven't
that
seen
okay?
her in a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because I want tacos and I just want just text me what you want.
I'm just watching him.
Just like
Creeping.
But yeah, so I found it really interesting that she showed more emotion in this recorded phone call than she ever has in any interview that I've ever seen.
She did some crazy, like, drunk ass fake crying on Molly's channel too, and that's why he just ignored her. So he's like, see what I have to deal with? She was
It
like,
was just really forced though. And I feel like it was kind of a replica of what she's doing in this phone call. Because clearly she's capable of faking crying. She made this entire phone call up. I mean, some people speculate that Don made it up and he put her up to it, but you can't pull off something like that if you two aren't capable of coming up with something like this.
Well, here's my question about this. Like, okay, so 80 grand from a cartel. That's what they fucking... She's saying Don does... So Don talks big even in his own fucking head. Is that what you think is going on? Like,
well, I don't know if it's necessarily that or if she was just trying to swindle some money out of Mary. You know, we need 80 grand to pay off the cartel or they're going to kill me. You know, they're going to kill him. Because that's kind of the way that it came off.
gotcha.
Was that she was trying to sob and cry until she offered money, you know?
I do think it's weird that he has drugs after his kid goes missing and they seem that impoverished. I know it's easy to get drugs, but like cocaine?
It's easy to get drugs, but like cocaine that's a rich man's drug.
Cocaine, it's up in price right now. In particular, like there's no
It's
fucking...
expensive.
If he's sitting on as much as it sounds like he's sitting on, how are you gonna go? I don't know. I'm gonna play on this. I'm sorry. Lux is grabbing tacos. It's not a fucking. I'm not in trouble.
Oh, dang it!
Yeah, it's a.
Wait, bring her back. I want tacos.
Oh,
I was like, why?
She's probably already on that train.
In the chat. I'm like, I'm so confused. Now I get it. Somebody who has good hearing.
Yeah, yeah, tacos. Damn straight. They heard me talk about some fucking straight up steak, just cilantro, yo. That's my taco order. I don't like the. I like my onion cooked. I don't want the fresh chopped onion. Anyway, I'm gonna hit play on this real quick.
TMI.
just so I can hear her business. Like what? I want to hear her candor when she thinks she's on the phone trying to game some money.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to this.
What's going on, Candus?
They just took Donnie away.
Who did?
The police.
They did? How come?
I don't know. They wouldn't tell me the reason why. But they're flying him out to Boston, Massachusetts.
They're flying him off to Boston?
Yeah.
Really? Oh my gosh, Candus. They didn't tell you why?
No.
So what they do? They just knocked on the door and came in and cuffed him and took him?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
I'm so sorry, Candus. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I wish they would have told you the reason why.
They didn't tell me anything. They just said they had to take him. Because of the Jeannie Satter did.
Whoa.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, Candus, I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry,
Like how you can tell in her
Candus.
tone, she's like, this is bullshit.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
She sure
honey.
rolled with it, though.
I feel so bad
Keeping her
for
talking.
you. I
Uh-huh.
wish I was there. I wish I could hold you, Candus. I wish I...
He's never given me the kisses wrong. Ever. He's always been the greatest father.
Right? Oh my gosh, Candus, I'm so sorry.
So when this was, how do we know this was fake? Because he was at work or some shit.
He never got arrested.
So
This
so
was
you
bullshit.
don't
The
think
cops
that
never
they're
came
just
and
gonna
got him.
take
He never
for
went to
maybe a couple
Boston.
of
He was in the
days and
background.
release him?
Oh, I thought that she
No,
said
I don't
that
think so.
he
You
got
don't think
taken
so?
by gang members.
Dude, Boston don't want his ass.
Well,
We don't want him.
No, they don't.
Yeah, I can't think of a gambling debt even that could accrue a trip
you
to
know,
Boston.
I don't know, Candus.
No.
I don't know. You know, they might just take him maybe for a couple of hours. Maybe they're just taking him to question him or something. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
it is the cops then, like you said.
Why would I take all the way to Boston?
What?
But why would I take him all the way to Boston? This is the question, you know?
I don't know. Boston? I don't know. He don't have any ties in Boston that I know of, right?
He used to hit the comedy circuit.
Yeah, not that I know of.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, the only places he's ever been is like
Federal. That's all I know. Federal.
federal.
This bitch gives me really heavy Casey Anthony vibes. I'm telling you.
He's
Yeah,
feeding
I
her
don't know,
things to
Candace.
say.
Uh-huh. You can hear him in
Oh
the
my
background.
goodness. Yeah, I don't
He
know.
just said to
what's
her,
going on.
federal.
Oh, what I know. I have nobody now.
Bitch, they ain't taking you
my
to
gosh,
fucking
I know.
like
When's your mom- is
Quantico
your
or a
mom
federal
coming
facility.
No.
She's not.
From the Capitol. That's all I know.
Wow. Wow, that is just crazy, Candace. That is just crazy. Wow.
Mark your face.
I'm really sorry.
I can't
to hear
even
that,
with
Candace.
this hoe. Like,
God.
I couldn't imagine
I
having her
can't
calling.
believe that they didn't. I don't know. That they didn't say something to you. You know what I mean? And then so they said that they were going to take him to Boston. Are you sure they didn't say
Did she
Utah?
say he got arrested on Jan 6 storming the Capitol? Did she say
Marcus.
that shit?
Oh, right. So do
He
you
had a
know
Confederate
anything about
flag
that?
hanging. I don't know.
I don't know.
Wow.
She's hard to understand.
It's
Because
some.
she's just
Well,
so
did
hysterical,
Donnie
you
ever come
know?
into some money that you knew about
No,
or
well-
anything?
And then it, like,
Knowing
all
a-
of a sudden transfers over into the cartel.
Knowing about her accent now that it's like Wisconsin Carney by way of Arkansas, Tennessee Carney makes a lot of sense now. Where I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
you're kind of like a Colby Jack cheese of fucking trash. Like you know what I mean? You're kind of a solid blend of a few different vernaculars.
One of those fiesta blends.
Yeah, and then you melt that shit down with a good old hot shot of dope and opiates, I assume, and then you get this.
Let this be a lesson to you guys. Don't do drugs.
Yeah, your speech is important.
It is.
Take care of your voice the best you can.
You can make money off your voice.
Yeah. Arianthi is a professional voice actress, King. If you're a new viewer, Tales of Arise, Genshin Impact. I pull up your fucking credits. I'm like, all right.
My Hero Academia. Boom.
All kinds of stuff.
I love when people pop in. Who's that talking? I love the voice. I get it with you and Erica both. I'm like, yes.
I love it. Erica should be a voice actress too.
Yeah.
Oh dear Lord.
It doesn't pay shit. I'm sorry, it doesn't. Yeah, the entertainment industry does not pay shit.
I would want to be on Bob's Burgers.
Do it.
Ooh, that's actually a perfect fucking.
Maybe I can do the new Marshmallow.
Yeah, that's a perfect gig. All right, I'm gonna hit play on more of this fucking hillbilly.
Yeah, well, do you see how it
nonsense.
quickly has changed into, well, maybe it's ties with the cartel and now we need money?
Yeah, like she's
How fucking random it just kind of goes from the police came and got him to the cartel and money.
See, I got a feeling he started a fight and was like, call who you can for some Skrilla. And she ended up on the phone with this lady, her sister or whatever. And he was like, all right, now tell her this and that. I'm in fucking jail. I need bond money or whatever. Or it might be
And
federal.
I'm in jail. I need bond money. The cartel's coming to get me. I owe him 80 grand. What the fuck?
Yeah. And they're just probably, doing
I
line
think he's
after line.
manipulating her. I
Yeah.
really do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
she's just not able to see through it. That's the nicest way I can put it.
Oh, I don't. I think she does. I think
Really?
I think they're the same level of piece of shit.
Gotcha. They're folie à deux. They're both fucking nuts.
Yeah.
They're in this together.
Like, that's his peanut butter to her jelly, you know?
Nah. Oh man, what an unfortunate sandwich. You could only market this as a crustable.
She was talking mad shit about like why she's not friends with Hunter's mom, Allie, and stuff. And she was like, yeah, she likes chicks with dicks, and like was like the way she was talking, I was just like, I don't want you to be my friend. Like,
No, that's probably why she's not your fucking friend anymore.
I was shocked. Like,
Yeah, nobody wants to hang out with the crass, toothless Carney. Like, that's dude's stepmom. That's, oh my god.
Yeah.
that shit's private.
Oh,
You know,
yeah, it's just private.
whatever you like, but that shit's private, man.
Yeah.
But let's just take a second to recognize that in an interview where she's talking about the disappearance of her daughter, she has to say a term like chicks with dicks.
So wait, does that imply Dawn was getting lit with the former baby mama ex-wife and doing some freak shit?
I don't know.
I think he's
No,
putting on
she's talking about Allie, who is
Hunter's mom.
the boy that was there.
Yeah.
His mom, the lady.
Yeah, like Dawn's ex, right?
No, Dawn
Oh.
never dated Allie.
Oh, wait. So wait, why the fuck did they have...
They had a huge falling out.
Who the fuck is Hunter? I thought Hunter was one of their sons.
No, he's just like the neighborhood kid.
Oh.
Friends, they had a falling out. He randomly called her and was like, "What are you doing?" At 8 in the morning.
Like Sunbeam, that's
Chilling at the hospital waiting for my mom. And he's like, "Want to come over?" And she's like, "Is it okay with
This
your mom?"
kid's like 15, by the way, and he called her to be like, hey, want to come over? Like,
Yeah, it's fucking weird. It's fucking
that's
weird.
really weird.
Really weird. That whole neighborhood's weird. Again, that story that Don told on Molly Go Lightly about where he's obviously talking about being like a drug dealer's house, where he stops and sees a kid outside and then just goes in the people's house.
Clearly.
And he's like, oh, look at how good of a person I am. It's like, dude, no, that's sketch as fuck.
So then like the guy that Allie was dating, the Jose guy, who they said was like gay, sometimes he like whatever, what like sexual orientation.
Oh, so she was Allie's like just a liberal cat, and they're fucking some prime dime trash.
Yeah.
She and
that's why she really like chicks with dicks.
Mm-hmm.
He can't live here or whatever, and they got in a fight, and Jose moved in with Candus while Don was in Arkansas. No, I'm sorry, Utah. And then that's why they were beefing, because she's like, you stole my man. Like, it was like that kind of stuff.
Man, I like how...
But I thought she liked chicks with... I'm so confused.
I don't know. That's just what she said. I don't know.
She stole my man, but she likes chicks with dicks.
She probably had a conversation with this fucking hick that was like, you know, hey, maybe you shouldn't be homophobic out loud. And she was like, you like chicks with dicks. Like, you know what I mean? Like...
yeah, but then he ended up living with her.
Yeah, but I mean, it sounds like... well, he might just be a normal dude. Like, he might just be a dude. I mean... in a normal cis relationship, they're just liberal next to some prime dime conservative garbage. You know what I mean? Like
garbage.
Once all that fight went down and Don pushed Grandma Candus to the ground and like hurt her knee, he got arrested while he was in jail. Grandis took Jose and drove him to North Carolina and dropped him off somewhere. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Do we know where Jose is now? Like, now I'm concerned.
And now, yeah, we need to check on Jose. You okay, BB? And
she's like, we don't know where he is.
I got a feeling he's got an unusual amount of information on this situation. I got a feeling they were all doing dope together. Jose's gonna
come out later and be like, listen, they're all fucked up on meth. They definitely sell each other to the sex trade, and we're gonna be like, oh.
Like, how did Jose end up scoring a ride from Grandis? He had a baggie. They both went, will you give me a ride to North Carolina? And she's like, fuck it, yeah.
Or he just shook it at her like a bag of cat treats.
Yeah.
When Don was leaving Utah, he got pulled over because he was like speeding. Told the cop, you know, my wife's having an affair, I gotta get home. Cop was cool with it, according to Don. Okay. And he gets home, they all get in a big fight, and then Candus is like, no, Jose's hooking up with my mom.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Not me.
I was waiting for that. I was like, yep, I knew it. I knew he was fucking Grandis. I knew Jose was fucking Grandis. You don't score a ride to North Carolina without fucking getting dirty with it. Like,
it's in the book of the road.
It's in the book of the road.
So I don't know what's the truth out of all that fucking shit show, but take it for what it is.
Most of that plus some is the fucking truth. I almost guarantee it. Like, I know some hick ass circles where it's like, a Hispanic person or Latino person shows up, slings some dick, has a hookup on some drugs, bounces the fuck out once things get real line dance levels of honky tonk. You know what I'm saying? Like. And keep in mind, when we're talking like honky levels of honky tonk, the mistress who turned into the baby mama / stepmom wasn't just Don scraping the bottom of the barrel. That barrel was at a rodeo, and he found a clown. And he found a clown.
And its name was methamphetamine.
She left home to join the circus.
I mean... I probably would too if I had her mom.
I don't know, circus seems rough.
Her mom's a fucking nightmare.
Curly, that's something that I kind of grappled with too. So Summer's mom said that she got a piece of candy from Grandma and she went inside to go play with her brothers. Was it a piece of candy or was it something to make her go to sleep and shit went haywire and she died?
That's something I thought about yesterday early on, was like, oh, well, this kid probably got a hold of their shit, or they went to cook some dope and she just got a hold of, like, maybe the candy thing is a lie, and it's a Freudian slip, and what they meant was she did get a hold of something.
And this was some straight up fucking Casey Anthony shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grandma did get OxyContin for her knee surgery that day.
She did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
she could have, taken a whole bunch, or they could have just, like Arianthe says, I've been drugged by fucking older doped up members of my family.
I've been drugged by my family before.
Yeah, I've been drugged by older. And you could unintentionally probably fucking kill a kid doing that.
You could definitely kill a kid by accident, you know? I mean, I feel like if you're drugging your kid.
Well, if someone has a heart condition or something that no one knows about because they don't take that kid to the doctor like they should.
Yeah.
Well, Grandma says Candus went downstairs, didn't see her, and immediately started screaming in hysterics. So she was either A, acting, or B, saw something.
Or B, that little baby was dead. And
Yeah,
then,
saw her baby. Something. Because that doesn't make sense to me. Like, if I'm looking in my yard, I'm looking in the closet, I'm looking all around, the first spot I look and I don't see one of my kids, I'm not going to scream.
I'm not going to start screaming. I'm going to think his little ass went outside or something. You know, I'm going to go out there and be like, hey, get your ass in here.
Yeah,
like, I'm not going to walk downstairs to the one place where his brother said he was, not see him there and scream.
I think the whole problem with this whole story, though, is not one single fucking person is reliable.
No, not a single one. And that's
nobody.
the hardest part.
Hunter 100% has some cognitive issues as well because his grandmother was like correcting him.
Really?
And she wasn't even there, but yeah, he's like, oh, the FBI took my phone for 2 months. And she's like, it's been a month, bro. So, like...
I mean, but to a kid, though, it feels like 2 months.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, if you listen to him talk, I'm kind of like,
Like, it's pretty obvious that he has some, you know, whatever.
They could all have hookworm.
Jesus.
I'm just saying, it's a problem in the South for the impoverished. It really is. It lowers IQs. It rots teeth. It makes people act irrationally. Like, was it hookworm?
Hey, Merk. Hey, take the chat off your screen real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Send it to me in a private message, darling.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I just saw that.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, don't dox yourself, baby.
Don't dox yourself, my love.
Yeah, send it to, get in the Discord, Anthony. We've been looking for you. Hey, I'm running late today too, though, Tony. Alright, I can throw this back up now. Boom. Alright, I'm gonna hit play on this and grab a rip real quick, and I want to hear more of how this progresses, because I'm hoping there's more slips where we can kind of maybe hear Homeboy in the background, or the implication of him in the background feeding her information, because again, there was like a cadence, and then she's like, federal. You know what I mean? Like, bitch, that's not from your fucking mind.
Yeah, like she was like, oh yeah, federal.
That's I couldn't figure that shit out, bro. Do you need to pay to send a comment every time? That's the part I couldn't figure out. Anthony, no, Discord's free. Discord's 100% free. There's no paywall behind Discord. Hopefully somebody can help you out. Yeah.
Let me see if I can get the link real quick.
Oh, you live out in the sticks of Oklahoma. Oh, word. He feels safe as shit. Yeah, word. Sometimes I do too. Sorry, I wanted to read that and make sure we got... Because Anthony is a winner of the merch lottery, guys. And again, we are $11 away from completing the next round of the merch lottery. Every time we hit a $50 goal, we draw a new name, and that person gets to pick any merch they want out of the merch store. And we send it to you once that money rolls in from YouTube, baby. So, just... yeah, $11 more, baby. All your super chats go to that. Minimum of $1 super chat. But... I'm gonna hit play on this, grab a Ripski real quick. Holy shit. I fucking hope we catch more fucking slips.
$80,000. I don't know.
Wow. My goodness. Yeah, that's just really crazy, Cat.
I'm
gonna put subtitles on. Get it a little bigger for the...
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy, Candus. I don't understand what's going on, because if they're going to extradite him to Boston, I just don't know why they would do that, you know? Unless...
It's because it's a lie. You can hear it in her voice. It's fucking hilarious.
Wow. Yeah. Huh?
Fucking shout out to Mary for holding it down, though.
I was about to say, I gotta pause again, because anybody who's been in a drug addiction, I know I've been on both sides of this conversation where I'm convinced the person believes me, but the person who's talking not only doesn't believe me, you can tell in their tone they don't believe me.
Yeah.
Like it's fucking obvious to everybody they don't fucking believe
They're like,
you.
oh,
Yeah.
really? Wow.
Yeah. Waking up crying than she did about her missing daughter. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I mean, well,
Yeah.
the sons also had a weird priority upstairs. I think she knew that she had to prioritize the well-being of her sons because DHS was involved, and they weren't involved over summer yet. Is what it sounds like to me. I haven't read anything about where they were. Were they also going to take summer? Anybody know?
That's an Erica question.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure, I thought I heard it was just for, like, all the DHS trouble or whatever that they were in was, or CPS was just for the boys.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was for all the kids.
Oh, it's for all the kids. Okay.
Sorry.
So, wow. Yeah, she's just a primetime piece of shit. All right. Ripsky.
Sorry about that. My kid just called me. She's
The
like,
drug
"Can I go to the
cartel,
club
is that what you
today?"
said?
Hey, you're good. I ordered tacos earlier.
I love her. I need to go to homework club too.
Yeah.
I got a house full of nerds.
Same.
Yeah.
Well, if he's messed up in
That's all right, I'll
drugs,
take it.
Candus,
Damn straight.
that's not your fault, okay?
Suck being a sports parent.
That's not your fault, Candus.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay?
None of my kids play sports, but
And
Shit's
there's-
expensive,
There's
takes
not
time.
a lot you can do about that, you know?
If
There's
talking
not,
shit was
you
a
know,
sport, my
I-
kid would be.
I mean, you can talk shit from the stand. I know that for a fact.
Candace, you know.
Some of these
But-
parents
Some
beat.
bad shit.
Over here, they take that shit so seriously, and
Yeah.
they will
You know.
take you down to the ground.
No, we'll build a tight stand-up set with all of our kids one day. Yeah, I think there is a sport for them,
Dude.
and it is the sport of talking shit at stand-up comedy. I guarantee our
My
kids could probably
kid.
crush some fucking crowd work.
So while we're paused for a second, let me just tell you what happened yesterday. So I took him to the doctor to get his COVID vaccine, right? He was really excited about it. He was kind of nervous, whatever. So he gets his vaccine. We're walking out. And as we're walking out, a woman is standing there talking to one of the nurses that's in there. And she's talking about how her fiance just never does anything that she needs, and just telling a story that I wasn't even paying attention to. Well, Caden heard it. And we walked out, and he goes, "Mom, did you hear that?" And I was like, "No." And he kind of briefly ran through it a little bit. And he's like, "What a jerk. How freaking lazy. Like, he didn't even do..." And it was so funny. And I was like, "Son, I'm glad you're going to be a great boyfriend one day. But can you get the hell about her business?"
Oh, I need to get the stories. Marshall, my son is already dropping some straight fire. Like, I guess making baby mama's family just like stop. Like, just everybody goes silent. Like, did he just say that?
Well, Derek told Caden in the car one day, he goes, "You are driving me absolutely up the wall right now." And Caden goes, "Well, I'm sorry you decided to have kids." And I was like, "Oh, shit." And Derek looked at me because he was like, "That's you.
That's
You ever wonder where you are in that child?" Because he looks just like his dad. "That's you." And I was like, "Yeah, and I'm kind of proud of it. But, like, dude, stop running your mouth."
Yeah. That's yeah, you're the one that you wanted this. That's hilarious. This is
My youngest.
Every once in a while, man, he'll hit you with that, "Well, I didn't ask to be born. You brought me here, and I didn't even want to be here."
That I've been in a straight up mushroom trip, hit my parents with that, both of them at different times, and they both hit me back with the, "What? We didn't plan on you." Like, oh, shit.
My youngest is the same exact way. I took her out like to the store the other day, and I can't parallel park for shit. So I tried it. I couldn't do it. I just quietly like pulled out, went out to the parking lot, parked, went in the store, came home. Later on that night in our family group chat, she sends me a YouTube video that says, "This is how you parallel park."
Oh, shit.
I'm like, "Are you fucking serious?" Everyone's like, "What is she talking about?" And I'm like, "I didn't even know she noticed." But yeah, it's literally directions for an idiot, like how to parallel park. And she thought it was hilarious. She's like, "Here you go." I'm like, okay.
There's nothing in this world, man, more humbling than getting just fucking roasted by your kid.
Oh.
She's sad.
Like, you think you're the parent, and I guess technically you are, but sometimes my children will roast the fuck out of me, and I'm just like, well, fuck me then.
I was hella shocked because I didn't even know she noticed.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah.
And they do that shit. They just come out of nowhere, spitting fire at you, and you're just like,
So now they don't make
yeah.
fun of me.
It genuinely leaves me speechless sometimes because I'm like, oh my god.
Like, way to blow up my spot, kid.
Like,
and like you can't be mad because it's funny.
I
it was
remember
funny.
being in your position, but now I'm old enough. I've also remember changing your ass, you little big-headed bastard.
Right? They're walking away all fucking proud of themselves. The
Yeah.
only thing you can do is just flip them the bird before they look back. You know?
Yeah, like,
You had to go
ooh.
home and like look that up because I mean, how many kids YouTube history has like someone parallel parking in it?
Right?
She was like, I'll show this bitch.
I like your kids. I love your kids. Your kids make me happy.
Oh,
Seriously, you're famous to them.
Aw.
Oh, man. Okay. Wrap back around to this nonsense.
Come back. So Curly says that maybe there's a portal in the home and she just walked through it, kind of like Stranger Things. According to Candus and Dawn, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, or there's he's okay, what drives me nuts about when Dawn talks about this shit is he gives an implication like he knows what vehicle it was, like he knows what kind of like it was a truck or whatever. And I know he knows more than he's fucking letting on, and I got a feeling they fucking had a debt or something and paid it off with that fucking kid.
They lived like on 11 acres of land. How did no one else notice this truck that pulled in?
Yeah.
The dogs didn't bark.
Right. Nobody said anything about dogs barking, nothing like that. Just mom went downstairs and screamed.
And the kids didn't see shit because rest assured they got interviewed.
Which makes me think again it was only him that came in and out that day.
Out the back door in her room, dude.
Yeah, because that's closest to his little area.
Right out the woods.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he had a couple cars there. Like, he had the guy's car that he was driving around with, and things just weren't right. And he said that his coworker was on meth all day, and he's like, normal people can't be around that. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, because he's superhuman. That's right.
Yeah, no, he might have got geetered out.
Hit the thumbs up.
Oh yeah, hit that thumbs up, gang. If you're a new viewer, do you think that maybe he got geetered up at work with this dude, uncharacteristically so, like hella geetered, went home, did something very tragic to Summer, and then absconded out of the back?
No, I don't think. I think Summer was taken out the back, and that's why the kids didn't see anything. But I also think it's why the dogs didn't bark because they knew who it was coming in. Yeah. I think Candus and Grandma fucked around, fucked up. I think they accidentally or purposefully killed Summer. I don't know why they would purposefully do it. Accidentally killed Summer and had him come in and help cover it up. That's what I think.
Well, first Candus said that they were outside planting flowers with Grandma and Summer. And then she got a piece of candy and went in the house. Then she said, well, I went inside Mom's trailer for a little bit, wrapped her knee brace, and then said, well, I'm going home.
Yeah.
Which is it? Like, are they in there getting high? Fucking, like, I don't think she has her time frame right.
No, I don't think so either. Because at one point she was like, I was gone for 2 seconds. I walked in, said, hey, watch your sister. I was gone for 2 seconds. I turned back around and she was gone. I asked where Summer was. They said she was downstairs playing. I went downstairs and she wasn't there.
And John has repeatedly said, I told her from day one to watch that baby, and she didn't do it. He's like literally blaming her for not watching her.
Okay, so maybe them in tandem. Maybe he was like, I still got the weird. Because I don't think necessarily cartel, but I do think familial trafficking still, and I think the two of them are probably in on it together.
Perhaps, yeah, but I feel like if anything did happen to Summer, and I'm really hoping it didn't. I hope that it's trafficking, and I hope they find that baby. But if something did happen to her, he seems awfully angry at Candus. Like, how the fuck are you gonna put us in this situation? Kind of angry, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. In Sunbeam, yes, the cops said that Summer's trail ended at the end of the driveway, implying that she was in a vehicle. So, you know, I don't think she wandered out the back all the way to the end of the driveway naturally, and then somebody took her from the road. I just don't think that happened. I don't think that happened. There's too many. It's so weird they're using past tense like this.
That's why I think.
Yeah, I loved her, and she was my baby, and she loved, and we used to. It's consistent throughout.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but like if my kid's missing, I'm never gonna talk about them in the past tense.
No.
Because I don't know. If I don't know, then I don't know, and I'm not gonna convince myself that they're dead.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
No, hell no. There's, I don't know, the lack of hope, the lack of, again, not knowing her fucking birthday, the Seventh-day Adventist, like, obfuscation, like, using that to fucking skate away from a fucking answer is gross. He does a lot of, I don't know, there's something up with him. Grandis, I can't get over that either, that she is present in the disappearance of two different young women.
Yeah, it was
like, that's a hell of a fucking coincidence.
Less than 3 miles from her home is where her daughter just 12 years ago.
That's a hell of a fucking coincidence. Like, she
was going to meet her cousin at a bar, and she pulled into a truck stop, probably to pick up drugs, who knows, and then the car was just, and she was never seen again, and then they said the car got put back there. So I don't know. Yeah, let me check again. Because what I heard was then the car showed up after.
When did she leave out for North Carolina with Jose? Was that all well before all of this?
It was like October 2020.
Okay.
So during COVID, right? I'm trying to think.
Okay. And then she comes back. Summer goes missing. Then she disappears again. Right? Like 2 weeks?
Grandma, yeah.
Grandis does?
No, John says, I don't know where she went. She just wanted to get away from the drama and not have a part in it. But her daughter-in-law, her son-in-law, so Candace's sister's husband said that she called her and told her to come to Wisconsin because the brother found out Summer was missing and had a heart attack, and they were dealing with that.
So she was potentially in Wisconsin for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's where she supposedly was. And John says differently, but...
And she left out, like, the day of.
No, this is like 2 weeks after Summer went missing. She headed over to Wisconsin to help out with her son-in-law. He had a heart attack, which he says is due to Summer missing.
Okay, so like end of June. Okay. While I fill this out, I'm going to hit play on this real quick.
And I just, oh my gosh, I just don't know. I don't know what to tell you, Candace. Do you think he had something to do with Summer's disappearance?
In my heart, I don't.
In your heart, you don't?
No.
That's because you love him, Candace. He's your husband. You know? But, you know, I just don't know, Candace. I mean, I hate to, I don't want to say, you know, he had anything to do with it, you know, but you never know, you know,
Don't say 20 children, the mafia, cartel, and children network.
Hello, Cassandra. Welcome back.
Wow.
And they're mad at him. They're very mad at him. Man, he said 20 children, the mafia, and they're mad at him.
Yeah.
Do you think the sister ran away like Candus did?
I don't know, Candus. That's just great.
Very possible.
I don't know
I think her sister's name was Rose.
I'm really
wasn't
sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
You feel really
Rosemarie.
Yeah.
And they have an age progressed photo out of her because she'd be 31 today.
Interesting. Maybe she ran off.
She might have. I mean,
She was
yeah.
older, wasn't she?
I believe so. Well, yeah, I don't know.
Says
I don't want to misspeak on that.
I don't either.
officials found Rose Marie Blythe's vehicle 5 days later in a parking lot used by truckers to park their tractor trailers. A release from the FBI confirms. The parking lot is located around 30 miles from Rose Marie's residence, according to the release. The Charlie Project mentions that the lot where the vehicle was found is normally used by semi-truck drivers to park tractor trailers, and there was no sign of foul play. Rosemary Blythe left
kids
home with little money and no credit or debit cards, according to the report. Rosemary Blythe and her husband reportedly had troubled relationships, and 3 weeks after her disappearance, he filed for divorce. Damn.
Jeez,
I didn't know she was that old. I thought she was.
Well, that fucking solves that.
Yeah, I thought that was a whole different situation. I thought she was a young kid going missing from the home, much like Summer did.
I thought she was a teenager.
Yeah, under Grandis' care.
He filed for divorce and sought a court order to prevent her from returning and taking their 2 children away from him.
What the fuck?
Prior to her disappearance, police had made at least 1 house call to address a domestic dispute. During the visit, her husband accused her of slapping him, and she accused him of putting her in a headlock and banging her head on the ground. Okay.
Yeah, that solves that. Okay, so we know what happened to Rose. It's just unfortunately we haven't found her.
Damn. People have really bad luck or something.
Yeah, oddly enough.
Yeah. That's oof.
So where the hell?
Maybe it is. Maybe it's 2 families of fucking kind of hillbilly gang related fucking people like that. You know what I mean? Like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, Christy. She sent me on Facebook the Rosemary Bly, St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin, missing persons age, right? White, female, 21 years old, 5 feet tall, 110 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes.
Oh my god, she was tiny.
Yeah. She had 2 red cherries on her right ankle as a tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
She had pierced ears. And let's see, Bly was last seen leaving her residence in St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin, en route to Cushing, Wisconsin.
So she's younger than Candus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I see the resemblance to when she smiled. They got cheekbones when they got normal teeth. Yeah. So she didn't run away or nothing. She, I think, her husband maybe had something to do with that, or again, like.
Allegedly.
I think her husband might have allegedly had something to do. Don't come for me, Jameson. Don't at me, Jameson. Your auntie's got my back.
I got you. I've just been in trouble with Jameson enough to know to say allegedly.
They allegedly did.
Jameson, where you at?
Yeah, oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to play on this.
Bad for you, Candus.
Thank you.
So your mom don't plan on coming back, huh?
No.
Oh god. It's just great.
I want to hear the interview with the sister next, if that's what everybody else wants.
Yeah, it's an hour and a half.
Yeah. We can throw it on.
Skip right.
Oh my goodness
Let's see if I
sakes.
can find
That's
some.
great.
Oh, she's so sweet.
She is. Look at that, guys. She brought me tacos.
Love you. I wish my dog would bring me tacos, but she's just laying like a lazy ass.
Right? After you guys mentioned it, I asked Derek to bring me tacos, and he said you don't want me to touch your food.
Because
That's
of
fair.
what came out today on YouTube?
Very fair.
Sucks, but okay.
Right, yeah, you don't watch them. I don't know. I was seeing something today, and I don't know. It was saying
these people.
It was showing messages between two people, and so I don't know if that's the reason or not. You know, I want my kids back.
You don't want your kids back. Don't
Candus,
lie.
I'm sure you're going to get your kids back. If you didn't have anything to do with this, and Donnie did, you will get your kids back, Candus. Okay, don't worry about that.
I'm curious to see if Dr. Phil offered them rehab or whatever. I mean, he paid for their teeth.
They will help you, Candus. They will find a safe place for you.
I would address drug abuse before fucking teeth.
Yeah.
That's just me. But he has an obsession with teeth anyway. He's weird.
Yeah. Stanody says she sounds how I sounded when I couldn't beat a final boss in a video game as a child. Yeah.
Right?
Inconsolable.
Yeah.
Oh, last year in June. My bad.
I know you don't, Candus, and that's why I'm saying. You know, don't try not to worry about it because you will. You'll get your kids back.
Boom.
I hope Alley Cats comes soon because I love her whole Wells gang theory.
Back, okay?
You know, last house on the lot. Fucking.
Yeah.
I never heard of anything like that. But I also don't live in a small town.
I guess you're not, are you?
Oh, I do.
Things can get kooky in a small town.
Yep.
Real
backwoods. Is there like a family that's like the family or?
Normally,
you need to calm down and I don't know.
So there's like your degenerate family and then the Holy Rollers.
Just sit there and calm down,
and then
Candus, you know.
Just the rest.
Try not. I know.
Yeah, there's people in between and they all pick a side.
Okay.
It's like high school, but we're all old.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like we don't let our kids play with those kids, and those kids aren't allowed to play with those kids.
Yeah.
And be friends with those kids. Yeah.
Cassandra, I think it was after she got all her teeth
He didn't
pulled.
say anything to me.
I know Molly Golightly's was. I don't know what the date on this video is.
September 2nd is when it was posted to this YouTube channel, but I don't know when it was recorded.
I mean, I did read about that, about him owing
I
money
think she's
to
always
people,
medicated.
but I
To answer that
just
question.
thought it was just
opiates all day.
you know?
Like, I calls it like I sees it.
Yep. We saw the size of your pupils, man. Eric and I both. We know what's going on there.
Yep. Him too.
Him too, yeah. We hear your slurs, sir.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, everyone's like, he's so drunk. I'm like, no. He's so opiate high right now.
Yeah.
Like, you can tell the difference.
When you vocal fry because you're on like a bunch of methadone, you're like, you vocal fry because you're on.
I mean, I'm sure of it, you know. And,
you know what I'm talking about? Like he's kind of doing that a little bit.
Because your boys are safe,
Well,
you
I
know.
do.
And try not to worry about Summer because she's
Sunbeam,
out there.
no,
I
I've
believe
never
she's
watched
still out
Ozarks.
there, okay?
I haven't seen all of it. I've seen the first couple episodes.
I don't know. I wish I knew. Candus, I wish I knew what she was.
Because Cassandra, they couldn't prove that she gave a twisted tea to the kid. She says he found an empty bottle on the ground or something, and that she bought the twisted tea for Grandma.
Your boys, okay? Because they're safe right now. Your boys are good where they're
I do
at.
like that you said the cops are crooked though, because they are related to the Wells.
Yeah, the Lawsons.
You know, so
They don't
try
like
not
the
to
Wells
worry
either. It
about
sounds
that,
like,
okay?
or like at least the sheriff doesn't anymore.
It probably makes them look bad.
Yeah.
They flew to Boston and quit his cell phone and they're beating him. They're beating Donnie up.
Little slow, but similar warring families taking kids and shit. Yeah, Sunbeam. Yeah, could be.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I got a feeling if it wasn't voluntary on their part, they wouldn't talk the way they're talking.
I don't think they're gonna beat him up, Candus.
I think they should beat him up. I hope this fake.
100%. I'm sorry, Jameson, but I'm not.
I'm not sorry at all. I hope this fake cartel whoops his ass sideways.
Right?
Barbecues his ass flat.
I'll bet you 10 to 1 they're just.
No, I don't think so, Christy. I agree with you.
And release me.
I hope not.
They ain't getting them boys back.
Huh?
I mean,
I don't think they are.
I'll bet you they do. I'll bet you they're just gonna pull him in and talk to him about the rumors that are going on around.
Sunbeam, they are acting like they're in a reality show for myth hits. They really are.
No, that don't make sense, does it? But they could
don't know a lot
have
about
just
math.
been saying that. You know,
Ari Anthony and I probably know a lot. Between the two of us.
Probably way more than we should. I've never done it, but boy, I sure sound like I have.
You know, the thing about that
because
drug.
I know too much.
Yeah, the thing about most drugs is you don't actually have to do them to feel the effects of them if you're related to the person.
Yeah.
And that's something they don't
If that ain't
advertise.
fucking truth.
Yeah, that's something they don't advertise.
If they do beat him up or something, he can press charges, Candus.
Oh, for sure.
Doing that to him.
Sunbeam.
If you listen to it,
The FBI is probably watching their every
I don't
move.
think they will.
They better
Candus.
be.
I really don't think they will.
I don't know about
Because
the town
that's
police.
against the law. They can't
Sounds
do
like
that,
another
and
fucking
I
Northport
think they know
Yeah.
that.
dumbass.
Yeah.
You know,
But don't worry, they're on the war on drugs
Yeah.
over there.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Fucking. But I looked up the records on that, and like,
But
Yeah.
really,
I
Candus,
forget where I put
really
it, but
do
there's a
think that they
shitload of
probably
drug
just pulled
charges.
him
The drug
in
charges is higher than
for probably
burglary,
a few
kidnapping,
hours,
anything in
and
that
I'll
state.
bet you 10
Yeah.
to 1
That's
they'll probably
wild.
end up
Oh.
releasing him
Cassandra says, "I
tomorrow.
think they're getting away with it right in our face." It could
Yeah.
it could be that town's taking a policy of let them burn out. They're all gonna OD anyway.
Oh, but like,
I
why
think
aren't
they
they
were just
getting
saying
them?
that, Candus.
Why sacrifice a fucking child
I
in
think they
that
were just telling you
mentality?
that, you know, or telling Donnie that to scare him. So I really do think they're just gonna pull him in for a few hours and release him.
I hope we end up with some federal heroes behind this shit.
So try not to worry about it too much. Okay?
Kind of freaks me out, and it kind of brings me back to this, like, this Springfield human meat trade crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's always the most random fucking people that are like, oh yeah, we buy human meat. You know?
By the way, we buy human meat. That it's
It's an organic human meat processing plant. It's just a shack in the fucking Ozarks.
I just got my Bones coffee from Amazon.
Oh hell yeah!
I've never tried it.
I don't know. You know,
Yeah,
I just
salty
have no
siren.
clue, Candus.
It's a little thing.
I think they're just going to pull him in for a few hours and then release him, Candus. I really do.
Debbie, I think drinking would be the least of their issues.
Try not to think of other things, okay? Just
Yeah.
keep it in mind.
This is some pain pill, methadone,
Release him, okay?
methamphetamine.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw him doing coke on a live today. Or
Yeah.
white something. Could have been fentanyl, could have been anything, but it was white something.
It was probably a fucking pixie stick, and he's like, yeah, it's cocaine.
It's real good. It's just some
Although he
baking
wasn't very
soda.
sober, so I'm more apt to say it was a downer.
Oh.
Because he was like kind of not like not.
He probably crushed up just a pill. Then it's probably just a methadone or some shit.
Yeah, it's probably a Tylenol.
He's like, it's just some Dr. Scholl's. It's just, it's just some foot powder, baby.
Got athlete's foot in my nose holes.
Yeah, what up, Stan Odie? This is like the Averys had babies with the whites of West Virginia and moved to Tennessee. I know you had read that, but I can't get that out of my head. That's exactly what it is. But it's also like that offspring joined the fucking circus.
Oh my god, that Avery thing fucked me up. I was like, he's guilty, he's not, he's guilty, he's not.
Oh yeah.
I was losing it.
I still don't know where I stand with Stephen Avery.
You know, I don't either. And oh, Oh man,
They won't talk to me at all.
It's a really tough one.
Oh, okay.
Because it feels like a drowning
Well, I guess
Mona,
the
like a
best
whole
thing for
town
you to
fucking
do-
hated the dude, but you know.
yeah, it does.
Yeah. All right. So for
But don't be a dick.
my quick little lunch break, we want to
As
watch
such
the
efforts reach the one
the interview with the sister. So what's the sister's name?
Oops.
Isn't it Mary?
Yeah, nah.
Am I wrong about
Mary's-
that? If it's fucking Candus. Like Candus 8. Like
Hold on.
Isn't it Melissa? No, Mary Howard. Her name's Mary Howard.
Interview with Mary Howard. Donwell's Rumors Explained live interview with Mary Howard. Let me see if she's done any that aren't going to
Nope, her name's Teresa.
Oh.
So close, Arianthe. So close.
Damn it!
What's her last name?
I don't know, but her name is Teresa.
Oh shoot.
I'm gonna put Teresa Wells. No.
No.
It's a stepsister.
There was one that was like Mary Howard, but I think that's a lady who does interviews.
I'm just kind of like moving through this stream with his sister, and I'm trying to pick out names, and I've got Mary, I've got Teresa, I've got Melissa, I've got what's your name?
That's man, yo, Molly go like Aunt Molly didn't copyright strike us.
No, because she said at the end, she's like, you guys can stream it, I don't care.
Yeah, she's
Well,
straight
that was
up.
nice of her.
Yeah. Because
Teresa Avery White.
straight up went into a request a check, and I'm pretty sure she had to manually say like, yeah, it's cool. So shout out Molly if you're watching this again. I'm pretty sure you saw the last one. Love you, lady. Is it the Summer Wells case? Donwell's stepsister speaks out.
Yeah. I posted it in the VC text chat.
Okay. You say in the text chat?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I got the same business. Where's my cursor? Why aren't you visible?
Janine?
Oh, hell, I don't know. I hope she'll say it. That's my hope.
Alright, with this Discord.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Janine. Wow, I dropped the ball on the sister.
You think true crime? You think Unmasked will be cool with this?
I don't know who that is.
I don't know.
Monetized channel. Let me check out their channel real quick before we move too far in. Well, I don't know. Let's try it. I'll keep the stream short enough today that I can pull it if I have to. And I'll just keep it visible during the break.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Flip out the break part?
What was that?
Like if you go to strike, can you just clip the break part out?
I'm pretty sure. It should give me an automatic choice to do it because I'm keeping things so, you know. I'm following Proto.
Yeah.
I'm following Proto.
I'm being careful.
Where's this hoe?
Dan Odie, Teresa Avery White. Wait, what?
Oh, he made it up.
I'm like, yeah, I would die
My
if they
name
were,
is now Teresa Avery White.
if they were all related.
Holy fuck. The massive conspiracy.
That ooh, I can't even. Could you imagine if it was just one big hillbilly fucking shit show tree? All right, I'm going to turn the beats up because this is transformative. Would you guys like to be left on mic?
Oh, you can shut us down. It's okay.
Yeah, I can take a quick break and listen.
Right on, right on. Well, we'll be right back, gang.
Okay, hi everyone. Okay, I think I'm back now, and I've got the lovely Mary on the phone. I want to make sure that you guys can hear her. So Mary, can you say something just to check and see if they can hear you okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear her perfectly. Hi, Mary.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
I want to make sure that the people that are watching can hear you, and then everybody is saying yes, so sounds perfect. Yes. So we're very thankful that Mary has taken the time to come on and talk to us a little bit about, growing up with Dawn and, any insight that she has into, obviously the whole goal of all of this has always been to let's, do what we can to help find Summer and squash the rumors that we can, why we are still looking for her. And then she's also going to give us an update on what she knows that's happening recently. I am way louder than anybody else, but that's typical Sassy. I am typically just louder than everybody else. I will try to tone it down a little bit. This is new for me doing it this way, so I will turn my volume down. Let's see if that works for you guys. Or I'll turn my voice down because I get a little loud and rambunctious. I apologize. Okay. So Mary, do you want to tell us your relationship with Dawn and how you two know each other and growing up with Dawn?
Well, like I told Melissa, I think her name is, I told her that I actually met Dawn when I was probably about 4 years old, probably. And how this came about was my mom answered a babysitting ad for Donnie's parents. And so she started babysitting Donnie and his two sisters when they were, probably 3 and 4 years old, 2, 3, and 4. So that's how this all came about. And then as the months or years went on, probably about a year or so later, my mom and Donnie's dad started seeing each other. So, and then they didn't get married until I was probably about 11.
Oh, okay. So they dated for quite a while.
Right. Well, they were actually both still married in the very first. They were seeing each other. And then they both got divorced probably 4 or 5 years later. And so it escalated, from there and went on. So
how many children were are your siblings? How many kids did your mom have? And then how many children did Dawn's dad bring into the family?
Okay, my mom had 6 children, and then Dawn has 3, which is Donnie, Sonia, and Heidi.
Okay. And then you guys were all young at the same time? Was there anybody that was older and already grown and leaving?
Well, yeah, my older sisters and brother. I have my oldest sister, Debbie. She was out and married and on her own by the time Donnie's dad and my mom got married. And then also my older brother, which is 1 year younger than Debbie, he was pretty much out on his own also. So it was just 4 of my mom's kids and then 3 of my stepdad's kids. So.
Okay. And what's the age difference between you and Dawn?
Between me and Donnie, we are about a month apart, I believe. My birthday is in October and his is in November of 64.
Oh, okay. So how was it when you guys combined families? How was it growing up?
It was really hard at first. because there was a lot of kids. And when my mom and dad first got married and got together, they bought a little trailer, and it was just a little 2-bedroom. So it was kind of hard because in the 1-bedroom was my mom and dad's, and then they had my little sister Jeannie in with them in a crib pretty much, or a little bed. And then the 2nd bedroom we had 2 sets of bunk beds in. And then the rest of the kids just slept on the front room floor and like the couch and chairs because there was a lot of kids and not enough room really. So, but it was kind of hard when we first started getting together and growing up. So there was a lot of kids in the house.
A lot of kids in a small place. So was there a big like outdoors? Were you guys like able to like go out and do a lot of things, like outdoorsy things?
Oh yeah, we were always outside playing. Yeah.
So, how was your relationship with Dawn and Dawn's siblings?
Actually, it was pretty good because, like I said, you know, we knew them before they got together. Actually, got together, started living together, and got married. You know, we knew because we had grown up with them from about the age of 4 or 5. You know, so. It wasn't too bad because we knew each other, you know. So
you guys were all friends. Did you guys go to like the same schools?
Yes, actually we did when we were younger. When my mom first started babysitting Donnie and his 2 sisters, we all went pretty much to the same elementary except for the older kids on my mom's side. So.
How was the relationship like with like the exes? Because you were saying that like both your parents were married at the time when they first met. So like was your dad like around and then was his mom around?
Well, no, not really. I mean, I hate to say it, but Donnie's mom was. She did do a lot of drugs, a lot of cocaine and stuff back when kids were little. I remember my stepdad telling us that his wife, you know, Donnie's mom, had done she took a lot of pills, I guess, back then, but that was back in the 70s, so I don't know, you know, I just know that a lot of doctors prescribed a lot of pills to women back then, you know, like Valium and, you know, all that other stuff. So, and then my dad, my mom and dad's marriage was rocky from the time I was small. I mean, I really didn't even know my real dad until I was about 10 years old. I mean, I just kind of knew that he was a man that came home every once in a while, you know?
So Dawn's dad was like your dad?
Yes, yeah. Dawn's dad, he's been a lot better of a father to me than my real dad ever was.
And he still lives close to you, correct? Not in Tennessee by Donnie.
Yeah. My mom and dad live just maybe 15 minutes from me. So
that's good. That's the same as my parents. Like to keep tabs on him, you know.
How was Don as a child growing up? Was he typically a good boy, or was he a boy that liked to get in trouble, play in the mud, or?
Well, he did get into a lot of trouble when he was younger. He was pretty mischief. Like for instance, when he was 5 years old, I believe, him and his sister was out in the barn playing with matches, and he burnt my dad's barn down. Horses died, cattle died, chickens died, goats died in that fire. It was a big fire.
Wow.
Was it like he was just playing with fire like by there, or?
I think they were just in the barn playing with matches. Of course, there's a lot of hay and stuff in there, and it just caught fire. So.
Goodness.
That was pretty bad. I remember when that happened.
Do you remember like teenage years, like how that was?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, Donnie was pretty much always around, through the teenage years. When he hit about 15 years old or so, he started getting into trouble. He started stealing from like stores and stuff like that, getting into trouble, always going. Of course, he couldn't go to jail at the age of 15 or 16, 17 years old, but we had a place down here in Roy, Utah. It was called Mowita, and that's where they would take unruly teenage kids, and they would put them in there for a couple weeks, a couple of months, however long it took to try and get them on the right track. So.
And then how old was Don when he got married the first time? You don't have to say his ex-wife's name or them, but or his children.
I'm trying to think when he got married. It probably would have had to have been about 84, 85 when he got married. Because his oldest son, little Donnie, I believe he was born the same year as my son was, which was in 86. So.
And then were you close to him at that time still, like when he had his two oldest children?
Actually, him and his ex-wife, they used to come over to me and my ex-husband's house all the time when his two oldest kids were little. Yeah, they were always coming over to our house and visit him at least 3 times a week or so.
So you were close with your niece and nephew?
Oh yeah, yep. And, I mean, pretty much everybody in the family we were always stopping by their house wherever they lived. They were always at my mom's house, we were always over there and helping them, trying to help them out with the kids.
Okay, so as he got older, then there's been a lot of speculation about the two older children. And I'm hoping that maybe you'll be able to clear any of it up. If it's not something that you can talk about, by all means, just say I don't know or I can't answer that. There's been a lot of rumors that he tried to sell his two older children at one point.
Right. Now, it wasn't the two oldest children. It was his oldest son, and what had happened is his ex-wife had came to my mom's house with the two kids, and I think little Donnie, his oldest, was only about 2 years old at the time, I think. And anyway, she came in and said that she had just caught Donnie downtown trying to sell his oldest son for drugs.
And he was 2 at the time.
Yeah, his little boy was about 2 years old at the time. But he was into a lot of drugs at that time, so.
Okay, and obviously that didn't happen. So was there any help that was given after that to? Because the other rumor is that the two older children were seen in very bad conditions with, the stuff on social media kind of gets out of control sometimes, that there's maggots in their diapers and.
Right. When they were growing up, the house was their homes that they lived in, which was many. They were always really messy. The kids, I always tried, when the kids were babies and stuff, I always tried going over there. And every time I would pass their house or anything, just going to the store or doing whatever, I would stop in to check on them. I would pretty much just stop in so I could bathe them and dress them in clean clothes and change their diapers and feed them. And because I really don't think that Donnie's ex-wife really knew how to take care of children. She said that she had had kids before that, like 5 or 6 children before that, but they all got taken from her.
Oh.
So and then when she had the 2 kids with Donnie, she wasn't a very good housekeeper. She, I don't think she really even knew how to keep house, or she didn't know how to cook. She didn't know how to take care of the babies after they were born. I would go over there and little Donnie would be laying in the crib with his bottle propped up at 2 weeks old. And it's like, no, dude, you can't do that. You have to hold them, when you feed them and stuff. She wouldn't really listen, she just went on and done her own thing.
Was she very young?
No, actually, she's about probably 10 years older than Donnie. She's probably about 65 by now.
Oh, okay. So did those kids, the 2 older children of Dawn's, was there a lot of like CPS? I don't know if it's called CPS where you are, but like, Family Protective Services, Child Protective Services. Was there anything like that?
Oh yeah, we always tried calling CPS and stuff because everybody in the family, we always felt so sorry for the kids, But CPS, it's just like they would never do anything. I don't understand. But there was one time that they did make Donnie's ex-wife take like a parenting class or something. They were trying to teach her how to cook and keep house and parent and stuff, because they did come to a point to where they were going to take them once, but she had to agree to take these parenting classes and stuff.
What about Donnie? He didn't have to take the parenting classes?
I don't think so. I don't think they made him take them. I just know that his ex-wife ended up having to. I think she only took a couple of classes, and then, if they ever came to try and take the kids or check up on them, they would just leave and move somewhere else, and then we wouldn't know where they would go, or we wouldn't hear from them for like a couple of months or so. And then all of a sudden they would start coming around again, and it's like, well, where you guys been? Where do you live? So.
And how are the kids?
The kids were just, like I said, everybody in the family felt really bad. We wanted to do everything we could, to help them. And even me and my ex-husband even tried adopting Donnie's little girl. Her name is Margie, and we tried adopting her when she was about 3 years old. And what it was they needed money really bad, and we didn't agree with the way they were raising their kids. And I talked to my husband and I said, well, let's try and offer him some money and adopt Margie, and they were going to do it and everything. Donnie was all for it, but they had come over one night to sign the papers, and Donnie's ex-wife wanted to keep coming over and seeing Margie, and she wanted to take her and stuff. And I told her, I said, no. I said, if we adopt her, she is going to be ours. You have no contact with her at all. And she didn't want to do that, so it pretty much fell through.
Did you witness any abuse, like any heavy hand abuse or any form of abuse in the home when you were a child or as an adult with his children?
No, nothing. Not really like him hitting them or anything. I never seen any of that, but just the kids were dirty, they didn't have, always had dirty clothes on, always a dirty diaper, I don't know so much as to where maggots were in the diapers. I never really seen that.
Okay.
But they were, they were dirty. The kids were dirty, and they were living in, just yucky conditions.
Did you see as they got, as the as Donnie and his wife got older and the children got older, did you see a change at all?
Not really, no. I mean, you know, like when the kids started getting older and stuff, because their kids were kind of around my kids' age. I think like I said, little Donnie was my son's age, and Margie was a little younger than that. But as they grew and stuff, you know, I would always like go over there and offer her clothes for the kids, you know, from my kids, you know, hand me down, so they would have, you know, well, better clothes than they did have.
So how did it go when they split? How did the children do then?
Well, it was kind of hard because when they split up, you know, Donnie went his way and she went the other way, and she took the kids with her. Donnie didn't have the kids. I remember that she would take off to like Arkansas and Tennessee and Kentucky. She would always constantly move around. You know, I would go to my mom's and ask her if she's heard from her or anything like that. There was one time when I can't remember where she was living or where the kids were, but my mom had got a call from the state, wherever she was, and they were telling her that the kids had been going to school and they had lice and they had scabies. And so I guess when they found out that the kids were, you know, with all this stuff going on, apparently they went to take the kids home, and she was living in an abandoned home with like no walls or something. And I think they were living there for a couple of months or something. But I had asked Donnie once if she had been homeless or anything, and he said, yeah, that she was homeless when he met her. So, you know, and even to this day,
But I mean, they did take Hunter's phone.
Could be an old video that they just posted that day.
She's homeless right
How
now.
does that work?
Shelter.
Like,
it could be, but if that video's on your phone, they could look at the date.
You know, every once in a while,
even if
she'll
you
go to
change
my
it, they could look
mom's
at
and I'll
it.
see her at my
We're back,
mom's
gang.
every once in a while, but...
Hello.
How is your
How about your niece and
delicious.
nephew?
Delicious.
Them two, now, little Donnie,
I wish I could eat steak.
Oh, this is
he lives down here in Ogden.
I won't. Downtown, so sometimes I do miss the slummier hole in the wall places, but this place is about as close as you can get to like downtown tacos. You know what I mean?
Where she's living right
Oh, but no, I feel like a fully stuffed tick now. That was some really good food.
Yeah.
That sounds. I was just eating Milk Duds, so I bet your lunch was better than mine.
No, hell yeah. That's hey, Milk Duds can be a really good time.
Yeah, I mean, it made my teeth stick together. I was trying to talk to Erica, and I'm like, nah.
So I've learned a lot from this interview. Like about their background, about Dawn's childhood. Sorry to kind of derail. I know I probably came in the middle of a conversation you guys were having, but there's a whole lot of fucking I kind of sympathize with from, is it Melissa here? That's the
Mary.
Mary? Oh, okay.
Mary Howard.
Is that the name of the sister for sure?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Mary.
Okay, it is Mary. Okay. Well, man, the impoverished nature of everything, like the way that, I don't know, I have a lot more insight into like their kind of pattern too. Like they move around, like they're taking any hole in the wall they can take and cramming these kids in them.
Yeah.
Don's a true blue piece of shit going back to his youth. He's a drugged out fucking thief.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, I noticed in his records throughout, the consistency was theft.
See, and he'll catch a habitual offender charge at some point and do more than 2 years. But anyway, what were you guys talking about? I'm sorry. I had you guys deafened.
Oh, no, you're okay. You're okay. We were just discussing, like, the timeline of how things happened or what could it. We were speculating, like Nancy Grace smoking a cigarette on a dark lazy boy.
Oh, no, good, because I have the beginnings of a timeline here.
Yeah, the thing that's hard, like Justin and Arianthe and I, we have all these like theories that could be. However, we don't believe anybody, and like everyone's story is so vastly different. Like Candus,
everyone's lying about something somewhere. That's why I think they all know something.
Yeah. Like not even remotely close. So I can't even say for sure Don was at work or Don was seen at home, or like I can't even wrap my head around my theory because like I can't get you know what I'm saying?
We can't even get a good basic story. We can't even be like, okay, so this definitely happened, and this definitely happened, and this definitely happened.
Yep.
Because as far as we get is, we know that Candus took her mom to an appointment, and we know that she went and picked up her prescriptions, and we know that she went and got Hunter and took him home. That's it. That's all we know.
Yeah.
Her mom had surgery that morning.
Oh, was it surgery?
Yeah, and so she didn't think that. Like, she was like, oh, we'll go do whatever because it's going to be a while. But then she called her and she's like, oh, you're done already? I think it was laparoscopic, you know?
Yeah.
That's how the day starts, essentially.
Good Lord.
Mom has a procedure done. Supposedly Summer went with her. According to Hunter, Summer was with her. But this child has... I don't know. There's like Erica was talking about, there's the TikTok of them playing in the water.
How it just doesn't seem likely that... Yeah.
And then there's this whole business, right? So Hunter says, oh, Candus put the swimsuit on Summer at my house before we left. Because we didn't know we were going swimming. Then Candus tells that reporter guy, oh, I put it on her that morning because it was hot out, and I just figured it was something light to wear. But then you see the video of her swimming, and she's in a fucking sundress, no bathing suit in sight.
Yeah.
What is going on? Like, none of it makes sense to me, and I'm actually getting pissed off.
Yeah, they're all lying. They're all lying about something familial is happening. Like something...
So
Grandis has a hookup to fucking trade kids or something.
Right, so I was scrolling through Twitter while we were on break. That's a scary place, and I'm just gonna say that a lot of people have speculated that a 15-year-old Hunter is in a relationship with Candus.
Yep, and when she was asked about it, she goes, are you out of your mind? He's like one of my kids. That's how every kid I meet is.
What?
The fuck?
That's the first time I've ever seen her get defensive, though, mind you.
So, do you think it is fully odd? Do they both are inappropriate with children?
I don't know. I feel like Hunter would be like a canary.
Don and Candus.
I don't think he would if he thought he would get in trouble too. He's a 15-year-old kid, you know?
What do you guys think in the chat?
Like, my kid's 11, and that child won't tell you shit if he thinks he's gonna get in trouble.
Well, I think that Dawn's preying on Summer while she's preying on boys.
So, something that I mentioned earlier, and I hate bringing this up because this story was fucking horrific, but like 7-8 years ago in Arkansas, there was this story of a girl's boyfriend babysitting her daughter. Okay, while girlfriend was at work, mom was at work, he sexually assaulted her.
Ooh.
To the point of destroying her from the inside. And she eventually died, and he tried to hide her body in a trash bag in the dumpster. But also he had called the police and was like, my little girl's missing, after he threw in the fucking dumpster. And if they're both fucking child inappropriate, and they both are aware of both of their bullshit, Candus knew. Candus knew that he wasn't appropriate with little girls. She knew that.
Yeah.
There's no way she didn't know that. Both sisters that talk about this say that they have talked to Candus about it, and Candus just seemed to not care. Do you think that maybe that is a possibility and she helped him cover it up?
And
Because
100
like Erica was saying, he was already there whenever the police got there after they were called to come whenever Summer was missing.
Yep, and it only took 45 minutes to get there, but his job was super far away. I forget the town, and that's why he carpooled with so-and-so, his ex-employee. And I'm like, wait a minute, super far away, like, okay, but you were already there when the cops showed up. Like,
yeah.
Something's wrong.
So what the fuck is okay?
And he really brags about the fact that Summer slept with him every night from the time she was born. Every night.
He really does bring that up a lot.
A lot.
A lot.
And I was telling Arianti that, like, I have 3 girls. When they were, like, sick, if they wanted to come in my bed, I would have my husband sleep on the couch. Like, not really even realizing, like, why.
There's space more than anything logistically. It's like, get your big ass out of here, dumb male line. Like, yeah, no. Like, I've been there too.
Now get out, yeah.
Yeah, I've been there too. Like, totally.
I mean, it could be because, like, my oldest is biologically somebody else's, so maybe, I don't know, but for whatever reason, you know, I just was like, But now thinking about it, like, is co-sleeping common? Like, I don't know.
I mean, my kids climb in bed with me every once in a while, and it's just me and my husband, you know.
I think instance to instance.
If they don't feel good, or if they're scared of the dark, or if there's something in the middle of the night, they come jump in bed, and we're just both dumb to it. I wake up, and I'm like, oh shit, there's a kid here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, is it possible it's not a big deal?
Oh, I don't care.
I mean,
no, I meant,
To my husband, it's not a big deal. They're both boys, though, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I always would, and even before I would tell him to get out, like, he'd be like, I'll sleep on the couch, she can sleep in here. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just something that's ingrained in us. I don't really know. I never thought about it till this very moment.
With my my niece, you know, my mother and I had her when she was an infant, and she had to have breathing treatments and stuff. And there was a whole lot of co-sleeping with her. I mean, she was also just, you know, turned out similar to me as kind of my princess. So, I mean, like, that's, I don't know, it's my baby girl. So, I mean, if she wants, and I've definitely woken up and she's just in bed. But again, when you give her breathing treatments on your chest every 4, you know what I mean, through the night, because I would take the night shift. So, you know, for me, it was kind of like you know what I mean? Like, I don't even think about it. But it's not even something I think to brag about. Like,
yeah, definitely not a thing where I'm like, you know, my child has slept in bed with me every single night from the moment he was born, and now he's missing, and I have a history of sexual assault. You know what I don't I don't get it.
Yeah, it's the way Donnie talks about it. It's what Sunbeam just said, extremely common, but we were talking about Donnie here. Yeah, it's something that, like, again, I in my experience, common, and I've done it. No problem with it. I think that, you know, you slowly build that rhythm with that kid with bedtime in my family, man. And you know, we had, like, my sister's youngest little who was born going through some health stuff and didn't really like to be held. And you know, she put herself to sleep. She just get up and go to bed in her own bed her whole life. Like, from the moment she could walk on, she just go to bed.
My oldest is like that. She's like, peace. And I'm like, okay.
All right.
Hayden will just jump up and walk off. I'm like, where are you going? He's like, bed? It's 10 o'clock. I'm like, oh, okay.
All right.
Good night.
Yeah. But she, from like even if she was like upset, you could kind of hold her. She'd get her hugs out and her smooches and like her good nights, and then she just kind of go to bed. Like, or even if she was upset, you'd just be like, hey, you should probably go to bed. And she just pat, you hear pads of her feet hitting the ground, pat, go to bed. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it just depends on the kid too, I think. Like, you know. Yeah. Under the jail. Yeah, I definitely have a particular, like, I can't get over my loathing of these two people. And normally I'm a little more Jameson than that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what draws me to this case more than a lot of other things that have been on the radar. It's like, boy, do I fucking hate And what for? You know what I mean? Let's say his daughter was still around. I'd still think he's a piece of shit.
Oh yeah.
Like let's just say he just half lit wandered into the fucking Discord. I wouldn't like him.
No,
I wouldn't like him.
ban him. I'm sorry.
He's someone I'd bounce because he's too problematic. Fucking addict getting that kind of loaded on fucking screen and shit. Dude, no, I don't.
Just talk about himself.
Just talking about just suck his own dick, you know.
Still sleeping too. So I guess it's not that odd to me, but like,
yeah,
you guys.
I don't think it's weird to not want to co-sleep either.
Exactly. If you don't want to, it's not weird. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things you don't even think to talk about. I don't know why the fuck you would brag about it. Like,
yeah, I guess
I've
that's
never
where
really
I
given
am.
it that much thought.
yeah, and I have no way at looking at any of his statements now without like the I fucking hate you, you piece of shit bias. Like you gutter trash bias. Like.
Yeah, I was raised by my grandparents, and my grandmother judged the shit out of me for letting my children lay in bed with me.
So I've seen grandmothers give it for breastfeeding where it's like, really? You let that thing cling on you like that?
Yep,
You're
she
not a
used to
fucking
do that
cow,
too.
dude.
She's like, well, don't you just want to walk away and not have a leash? And I'm like, no.
Yeah. It's and that's, you know, it's individual for the person, for the situation. There's also people like when my son was born, we had a California king bed, baby. I could fucking sprawl out and have 3 other kids in the bed. Not even fucking not even know.
That's what I got, and I got the dogs and everything else. So.
Yeah, like like it's like I don't even fucking know what's in the I'm out. I'm a parent, so I'm out.
My oldest doesn't climb in bed with me anymore, thankfully, unless he's really, really sick. Then he's like, Mom, can I lay in your floor? And I'm like, yeah, go, I guess. But my little one, he's really creepy about it. Like, he'll sneak up and he'll slowly start at the end of the bed and then get under the covers at the end of the bed and work his way up. And it's not until he's about waist high that you're like, oh shit, what the
Good lord. Yeah.
They come in, they stand next to my side of the bed. They don't turn a light on. They don't say anything. And then I wake up and they're staring at me. They scare the shit out of me. And I'm like, please announce your presence.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least let me know, like tap on me or something and speak, little one. Because if I wake up and you're just standing there staring at me, I'm going to think you're a goblin or demon and I'm going to punch you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's Mrs. Shoemister says, I never talked much about it because my doctor's risk of SIDS and family members would give me shit about it, but when my kids were babies, we all slept better. Yeah, together. That's
I did that with the baby.
Yeah, so it's not weird to do it. It's weird to fucking talk about it.
I guess so, yeah.
Like it's weird to bring it up unwarranted.
Almost brag about it. That's what it feels like he's doing.
Like I'm such a good parent. She slept in my bed every night. Like, bitch, look, that's just why are number one with people who are already talking to you like they're on your side, why are you doing that? Why are you exhibiting that behavior?
Why are you bragging and like you have a history of sexual assault on little girls? Why would you tell anybody that?
He doesn't trust himself, and you can tell by the way he talks about himself. Constantly trying to push a narrative about himself, even to people who are like, yeah, we know, we get it. You love Jesus, you're a good parent, whatever, you're a hardworking dude. Like, even Molly was like, all right, I get it, I respect you. Like, and he still just kept sucking his own fucking dick. Like, I don't.
Nom, nom, nom.
He's like, who are you? And she's like, I'm nobody. And like, that's what he wanted her to say.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, I'm no, but yeah, she's like, I'm no, you're the guy I'm talking to, what's going on? You know what I mean? And his bloated sense of self is interesting. He must, that's why I kind of think the cocaine thing might be happening. Like maybe they were involved in trading Summer for an undisclosed amount of something. Again, I say cocaine just because of his actions. Like he's acting like somebody who hasn't done cocaine in 10 years and got a hold of a bunch. Like,
I don't know. I mean, he tried to sell his sons for drugs. Who's to say he wouldn't sell Summer for drugs, you know?
Very true. I hope his fucking heart gives out, honestly. I do not like that guy. And I cannot shake that feeling. And normally I try to stay unbiased on like parents in a situation and how they react, but even Jameson was like, what the fuck? You know?
When Jameson says what the fuck, I'm like, okay, so I can judge him?
Yeah. And I'm going off the rails on it because he's complicit in silence at best. You know what I mean? Like, you fucking know something and you're not fucking saying something. I think
they all know something. That's what's so fucking frustrating is they all know something.
They
do. Or else somebody, you'd be able to say, you'd be able to look at someone and be like, oh, they're at least reliable because they've stuck to their story.
Yeah. And I would love for Don Wells' drunk ass to come in here so I could talk shit for 2 minutes and bounce him out. I'll be honest.
Yes.
That's probably the one person that you'll see me get like that about. I really don't like that guy. I had nothing nice to say to him. I don't like the way he flounces through life. We were talking yesterday about Astro World, right? And the Travis Scott situation. And Chief kind of brought up a sentiment that I can't get out of my head like a mantra, right? You can't be the wild card and make the big daddy moves at the same time. Like, dude is a shit father.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, much like Travis Scott is a fine performer, fine rapper, I'm sure he can make beats and shit too. You're bad at coordinating an event. You shouldn't be making big daddy moves when you're the same guy that catches charges for inciting a riot. So, this guy, shit fucking parent, wild card, piece of shit, thief. There's nothing I could say about him that I'm sure a judge hasn't already fucking said to him. You know what I mean? Like, he's one of those, like, I'm not even waste my fucking breath because I know a judge has already said it to you and you didn't fucking listen.
So I can't get over that. Like, when Chris McDonough asked him, have you ever heard of any kids being traded for drugs? And Don's like, no. I would be interested to see if one would even do something like that. What the actual fuck are you saying?
What?
Yeah.
I
can't get over it.
Another reason I think cocaine, he's like, no fucking filter crackhead shit. Like, jumps right into, this dude will jump right into fucking, it's like when OJ wrote that fucking book from jail, that fucking, I didn't do it, but if I did, you know? And it's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And where's your defense attorney? Not that you even deserve one or would listen to that motherfucker. I think Jameson was like, probably wouldn't even take that fucking case. Like, no, this dude's just garbage. There's no way to actually defend him. He's so incapable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ari Anthony reminds me, all you guys out there, we're $11 away from our $1 minimum super chat lottery raffle, merch raffle. And hit that like, share, and subscribe. It really helps the algorithm. And if you have a social media platform where you talk about this kind of stuff or you participate in the show and want to share it, please share it to your social media. I love it. I love seeing new people roll in because they saw a link shared on their friend's page. Shit is dope. But back to hating on Don Wells, this fucking hick-ass motherfucker.
What if Don sold Summer to Jose?
See, that's okay. And I didn't want to go there earlier because I was waiting for somebody to say Jose maybe has some fucking actual cartel or gang relations.
Grandma dipped out and dropped him off. Grandma dipped out for questioning. Something's weird.
Yeah, maybe they fucking did, and I still can't get over the shaving her head right before she disappears. Like, I can't, like, that seems like they went out of their way to fucking change the appearance of this kid.
Yeah, I mean, Mom claims, she wanted to look like me and her brothers, which they had short hair, but then Don, ever so slightly, puts his hand on her shoulder and says, no, remember, you shaved your hair so she wouldn't feel bad about herself. Two totally different stories. Which the fuck is it?
What the fuck?
I'm getting, like, it's all bullshit.
How do you fuck up that bad?
And how do you find the truth in the middle when they're both, like, fucking different reasons for doing something? You know what I mean? Like, where's the fucking truth? Oh, thank you, Sunbeam. We are now at $9 until we hit the super chat.
so exciting.
Lottery raffle. I'm fucking pumped.
I love these raffles.
Oh, I love this shit so much.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, 2 more from Erica, lady. $7, yo. $7.
Holla, holla.
$7 left.
Come on, guys. Only $1 to enter. Come on.
You gotta play to win. Man. Yeah, it's like cigarette inducing for me, this dude's behavior. Like,
yep.
It makes me have to fucking smoke more. Like he does this. We just should go back to an interview with him. That Molly Go Lightly one was fucking crazy. Again, the end of it was like genuinely like a gut punch. Oh shit, Candus answers questions for Unmasked, huh?
Do it.
See
Let me catch her in some more lies.
No, unfortunately. All right. So we asked.
Okay, yeah, this is about her shaved head. Here, I'll read it actually because it's in text. The question is: there is a lot of speculation regarding Summer's shaved head. And she responds, she wanted her head shaved because I shaved mine, and her brother's because it gets hot and we're tomboys and I'm not a girly girl.
Which is not true because I've seen pictures of her before with super long hair and she actually doesn't look half bad.
No, she was definitely a girl. Yeah. She continued, she liked it. She liked it too. She felt free, doesn't like her hair brushed. Please help bring my baby back home. She has missed very much. Prayer emoji. As much as we can.
Told you she didn't like her hair brushed.
Yeah. Are you allowed to look for her yet? Not yet that I know of. So they're not actually allowed to go looking. Did they check the swimming hole? I don't know. What do you think happened? I believe someone snuck up on her and grabbed her out of my yard. That's what I feel. That's oh shit, we're at $6 from Arianthe. Oh shit. Got $6 left in the rabbit. Got $1 from Arianthe, yo.
I couldn't stand it being at an odd number.
Oh shit.
Said that there's a lot of speculation.
So see.
I think they're just watching them.
She's only so smart. She can only spin so much of a narrative herself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Christy, I was thinking the same thing. Christy said that she had lice. I was thinking the same thing.
See, I kind of thought that maybe to pass some DHS stuff, you know?
Yeah.
But lice likes clean hair.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you just cover that kid's head in mayonnaise. That's the old get-out trick my mom would use. You just go get a big old tub of mayonnaise.
I only ever had lice one time in the 1st grade, and that's what happened to me.
Yeah. Oh, my sister caught it a few times. My sister was the lice kid a couple of times. It was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, it really is not a big deal in my eyes.
Yeah, it happens.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, you
any grade school child has had head lice, so...
Yeah. Ask all the way up to Quantico and ask how easy it is to contain my sister. So, like, yeah, she gonna get lice, dude. it's like the least of the problems. You can cover her in mayonnaise, she'll be fine. It costs the taxpayers nothing. This is just my mom gotta pay like $4 for that big tub of mayo. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, fuck. What up, Chief? Look, I also thought too maybe it was a mishap, but the kind of like coordinated story, like we all shaved our heads, believable but weird. Like, were they maybe again, like, I can't get over, was it Erica or was it Allie who were saying maybe they were trying to sell or trade or traffic Summer as a boy, as one of the as one of the two boys. Because, you know, again, according to Interpol, like, young boy or girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin, that's like what gets trafficked. That's what the traffickers are looking for. That's what they'll tell people who lose their blonde haired, blue eyed kids.
I wonder what that statistic is. How many children go missing as a whole, and then how many are blonde hair, blue-eyed?
Yeah. I got a feeling in Tennessee we're going to see an unusual number of them.
Yeah.
And maybe that's because Tennessee is pretty white, but
perhaps
it could.
Well, you said it was Interpol statistics, so we're talking about a worldwide group here.
I'm talking about worldwide statistics. That's one. What was the girl that went missing from the UK on the cruise?
She was blonde hair, blue-eyed.
That's specifically what they were saying, like why Interpol thought she was trafficked.
Huh.
Like that was the only thread they even had to go on, was her appearance.
Damn.
So,
people love the Marians, apparently, dude. I don't know.
They do, and I've heard people bring up like witchcraft stuff to it, like people are look, in Africa, an albino person's hand, I guess, fetches a fucking big price to a witch, right? That's the legend I've always heard.
Huh. That's interesting.
You know what I'm saying? That to certain like sub-Saharan sects of like types of witchcraft, that shit fetches a fair price. Now, I really doubt that there's cartels trafficking humans to tribal leaders all the way in Africa. But just as an example of like how strange culturally things can be, one thing we know about the Hispanic cartels, well, the northern Mexican cartels, is they've been participating in occult activity, which is weird. They've been cutting faces off. They've been doing weird stuff. And I don't know anything about what specifically they're practicing and what they, would consider what, like when it comes to value in the occult. So who knows what that, like, these kids are going somewhere, you know what I mean? Like that demographic is wanted by somebody.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say that as a practicing witch, I don't use people's body parts.
No, I've never met one that does.
No, me either. That's crazy.
That's not something a witch that uses body parts would tell you.
No, I used to have a guitar that had a nut that I hand filed at a human bone. So I think me as a musician has used more body parts for their craft than any witch I've ever known. So
yeah, you're probably right.
yeah, like I don't, and shit was straight up cheaper than actual ivory at the time. Like,
I mean, I've met plenty of women that use their menstrual blood, but like
that's different. That's different. Use their menstrual blood or like eat their placenta and shit. That's, I don't know, I'm sure that's going back to druidic shit. But yeah,
I mean, okay.
when we're talking about the cost of an albino's hand,
that's really frightening.
You know
Chris
what I mean?
brought up Cleo. Yeah, Cleo is blonde hair, blue eyed.
Yeah.
Hey Mark, check out that link I put in the chat real quick. It's got some stats if you wanna.
Jeez.
Sorry about that.
Let's see. Watch it be like it's fucking the cutest of babies. Asian babies get taken the most.
No.
150 missing children recovered in Tennessee by the TBI. Are you fucking kidding me?
And there's another 90 still missing.
150 of 240 children identified as missing in Tennessee, ranging from the ages of 3 to 17. So they were sold into fucking sex trafficking.
Yep.
So it's a sex trafficking ring there that's massive.
Yep.
And
I think that's why the sheriff's not doing shit.
And they want as young as they possibly fucking can.
I guarantee you he has a hand in it. He's diverting attention. Oh, look at me getting all the drug people, blah, 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 while he's backdoor dealing kids. I don't know why I feel that way, but I do.
Yeah.
I agree, yeah.
Let me hit play on one of these interviews real quick. Hold on.
I don't know that man at all, so I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, you're good. Hey, this is I got a feeling there. I mean, look, something high up has to be involved. And normally when you have like drugs, maybe they don't know about the human element of it. Maybe they don't know about the trafficking. Maybe they are aware of it, but that's not what they have their hand in. They have their hand in this or that, and that's why they're letting it happen. Either way, it's fucking repugnant. and gross, and it has to be someone high up letting it happen. I don't know if it's a high up, someone gone rogue, or...
Oh, I don't think there's anything rogue about it. I think this is just the way our system has worked, and I think this is the way that shit has just worked.
Yeah.
And now that we have so much technology and easy ways to figure that out, you know.
They arrested 11 men from the ages of 24 to 74 by doing a decoy website, and they found all 11 of these guys in Tennessee.
So there's people in Tennessee. There's a whole underground of people in Tennessee who are hella into buying prostitutes online and shit, underage prostitutes online, and they're holed up there.
And they found at least 11 that, whoever narked on them or whatever, but...
Yeah.
74? So you're telling me a 74-year-old wants a 3-year-old? I want to vomit.
That's,
I hope because of its location, it's not involved in anything international, because I can't help but think about, why
can't we just
or in the dark web and shit like that? How, maybe some of these drug dealers are getting their drugs through Pirate Bay.
Man, you say that, but it's these little tiny podunk towns, places that people will never think to look, that are trafficking human meat. You know what I mean?
Missouri, yeah, we covered that. That's true. You're right about that, where it's the fuck is happening up here?
Maybe they just steal the kids, and then whatever happens to them happens. They divvy them up. Some of them go here, some of them go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. I don't know, this is just a thing that people talked about, but what about that Wayfair fucking controversy?
See, that's why I can't help but think about the dark web and means people have to digitally not just get drugs but traffic humans now.
Yeah.
What if there's somebody with that kind of fucking connection operating out of Tennessee or somewhere close? Definitely somewhere coastal is what would probably make the most sense, right? Somewhere on the East Coast if you're doing something like that.
Tennessee seems really easy to me. I've been through Tennessee and to Tennessee on many, many occasions, and sometimes there are just hours where you don't see anything.
Yeah, well, let's say you've ingratiated yourself with local law enforcement because you become the new what's it called? The old fucking place you could buy drugs on the dark web.
I don't remember.
It had a name. Dread Pirate Roberts ran it. But maybe there was a
Silk
big
Road?
Silk Road. Maybe he was an early Silk Road kind of cat, and now he's a fucking full-on kingpin and straight up trafficking or some shit. I can't help but be conspiratorial about this situation because I do think owed somebody money for drugs, and I think there's a massive issue in that state and internationally with. It has to be connected internationally. You don't get that kind of enough drugs to be fucking smuggling humans on the side. You know what I mean? You don't.
Yeah.
You're in heavy, and if it's cartel related, there's a hell of a lot of people in between the cartel and whoever the fuck Don's meeting.
The Druids are not a dead religion as much as people want to believe that it is.
Yeah.
I know many, many, many Druids.
Yeah, it's as far as I know, it has a period of history that is unwritten and has been passed down word to mouth, but still very much lives on and thrives in Great Britain. There's been resurgences technically on the books, but as far as I'm concerned, it never truly went away. There's always
I don't think it ever died. I think it just kind of went underground.
Well, it showed up in America during pioneer times. It was word to mouth, and
yeah.
I have living relatives that have crazy old Irish pioneer great grandma fucking sounding stories. You know what I'm saying? Where it's oh shit, what are you talking about? Some old world stories.
So we should probably work on the timeline a little bit more too.
It's just hard to work on the timeline because everybody's story is different.
Yeah, it's the timeline is genuinely polluted with bullshit.
So Candus said,
it's driving me crazy though.
Yeah, it's fucking me up. So Candus said that she got up that morning and she took her mom to an appointment at the hospital. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that is when her and Summer were sitting in the car, and then either Hunter called or she called Hunter to see, or no, he called her. Yeah. Hunter called her, a 15-year-old boy called her and asked if she wanted to come over and hang out.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, yeah,
For a
minute.
For a minute.
So,
or something.
right? And so she's like, you have to ask your mom. Mom said fine for a minute, not that long. She goes over there, supposedly takes Summer with her. Mom calls and says, hey, you need to come get me. She goes back to the hospital to get Mom, to Walgreens to drop off a prescription, and then swimming. And then after that, to a grocery store, drops Hunter off, and goes home.
Whoa.
I
don't know.
Or is it she dropped Hunter off, then went to the grocery store and went home?
She goes to the hospital with the baby, goes over to Hunter's house, goes back to the hospital, goes to the smoke shop, goes to
oh yeah, I forgot about the smoke shop.
Sonic, then goes to the swimming hole, then goes to the grocery store, Walgreens to get the script, then goes to the grocery store. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's what she says. He says they went to the same places, but his order is a little different. Which is weird to me. But maybe a 15-year-old's watching TikTok, he's not fucking paying attention. I don't know.
Yeah.
But she bought everyone slushies. She bought him like a Mountain Dew. She said she got 3 Skittles vape sticks. She recalls like the flavor she got for her and everybody. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So weird. What about the dealer? Says Christy. I
read D-dealer and it took me a solid 10 seconds to go, what's a dick dealer?
What's a dick dealer? That's
damn it.
Hunter's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, the drug dealer called and said it's all set. And then she deleted his number out of the phone or something. I don't know how he can see all that from the passenger seat. But
well, they might have a shit-ass phone, or he's doing it from a company phone, or he's doing it from a phone they haven't looked at yet. I think it's weird that the authorities haven't allowed them to even go look or do anything other than do cocaine in the pret. Like, it's like they're giving him rope to hang themselves with.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think Jameson would have great insight on that, but...
Yeah, I just find that detail kind of weird. Like, you'd think you'd let these weirdos just go wander around in fields screaming, acting, trying to garner sympathy. And let them...
He claims that the cops let him... He was like, oh, do I have to stay on the property, or can I go ask the drug dealer some questions? And he claims they let Don go to talk to them. But
I highly doubt police let somebody go talk to somebody that he just admitted was a drug dealer.
Yeah.
That's what he said. He's like, oh no, they said I was free to go, and I went and asked the drug dealer, and I was like, what?
What? Dude, yeah. Yeah. I got a feeling you're right about that. It's like what in the right fuck? I got it. Yeah, that probably didn't happen that way. If he did end up going somewhere after talking to the police, it was because he definitely told them they weren't selling drugs.
Yeah, it's definitely not because he said, hey, is it okay if I go talk to my dealer?
Yeah. You know what would really hit the spot right now, cop? Some blow. Like, what the fuck? You don't say that to a cop. Like, so hard to find a druid priest. They've gone underground, says Danny.
I know 3. Do you need one?
You need a druid priest? Hop in the spirituality forum in Discord. We can find your druid.
I know 3 in town.
Yeah, sure we find your druid. Yeah. Tempt me when I'm younger, I'd probably try to become one just to fucking hook you up, homie.
He's like, so did you ask Chris McDonough goes, did you ask the drug dealer about it? Like, if he's seen Summer and all that? And he's like, yeah. He's like, he's not a bad guy. Like, yeah, I know he, like, does bad stuff, but he would never cross that line. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I haven't.
Are you fucking...
See...
It's like...
just the things this motherfucker says. Sorry, that's an old fucking clip of him. I thought I'd pull up him describing the evening of the disappearance again, because I might watch some of these clips ad nauseum. Just a fair warning, gang. But again, I try to look for little subtleties and try to figure out someone's character when I'm honestly this mad at them.
Seriously, like, to me, when, like, drug dealers used to be like, oh, like, when people that, I used to use with or whatever, like, they would play dumb. Like, Don was like, oh, I wonder how much you could get from a dealer for a kid. Like, to me, it was him playing dumb, like, terribly.
Yeah. It's like a little kid that lies.
Yeah.
Hey, did you eat the last of the cookies? No, I don't even know what a chocolate chip cookie tastes like. I wonder what it tastes like.
Cookies? I didn't know we had cookies.
I didn't even know we had cookies. What is that?
Me, Donald the Pious, I would never stoop so low as to eat sugar. I would. I forever have been tempted by sugar. This triggers me. I have no sympathy in this room.
Like all that bullshit from all those types of people. Like I learned so much shit.
Yeah.
So don't even fucking get me. Ooh, who's that?
Let's click on this fool. Oh,
so when her mother come in, she said,
"Oh, what up? Oh, it's F-Graph. What up, F-Graph? Looks like we got a chaos magician in the house."
She was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked, and we haven't seen her since.
This morning, Donald Wells spoke on camera for the first time since his daughter disappeared.
And every time I see him, he looks worse and worse and worse.
Please come home.
He says it's unlikely Summer would leave the
well,
house
that
on
liver
her
can't be
own.
doing too
Wells
good.
says the last time anyone in the family saw Summer was when she entered the house to play in the basement after gardening with her mother and grandmother. Wells also spoke about his gut feeling about Summer's whereabouts.
Some bad person grabbed her, but we have no idea.
Wells says law enforcement have covered leads on area sex offenders and drug addicts.
Voluminous.
We're trying to think, beat her brains out.
I hear it. That's weird.
Yeah, be sure.
Really? I hear it all the way up.
You might have to click into it.
Investigators say they have followed up on 85 tips so far. Wells says he is overwhelmed by the massive numbers of personnel on site.
We just really appreciate everybody trying to help because they have law enforcement and all these.
Justin to the rescue again.
This kid inherited every bit of this dude's brow.
Look at how uncomfortable that poor child looks,
shared by
though.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, who said he has never seen a show of public support like this in his 4 decades of law enforcement.
Yeah, today the TBI and Sheriff Lawson.
Again, I'm kind of cramming details, so I'm going to go to some of the footage that happened when this shit popped off live, like some of the shots over of like the road that they're talking about. Because again, I'm trying to get a good visualization in my head of the type of like topography we're dealing with here. Look at this situation.
Yeah, I had a ton of pictures, but I didn't, me and Alley Cats didn't know if you could show them, like if you get a strike or whatever, so.
Oh yeah, see, sometimes it depends on from who. We'll see what Court TV says about this, but normally Court TV is pretty good because they fall under the fair use news situation. But I played another content creator's interview earlier, so we'll see how today goes. We'll just see. It's no tattered map. The Pablo Escobar. Speaking of cursed episodes, that should hopefully be viewable today. We have a whole new episode of the Tattered Map that if you were there for it, fuck yeah. If you weren't, I'm sorry it hasn't been available. We did do one last week, and yeah, there's kind of an addendum episode. It's about a bear that ate a bunch of cocaine. The story has everything. Anyway.
It was quite good, if I do say so myself.
Oh, thank you. Special guest is every time he's got a good topic, it feels like, or when he comes in hot with a topic, he'll shoot me a message. It's like this, and I'm like, oh yeah, hell yeah. Look, they got it tarped up. They got an RV they do stuff in. Yeah.
No, that's Grandma's house, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's Grandma's house right there.
My family had a grandma living in an RV. No worries. Word happens. Okay, so see, another weird thing. We gotta get Jameson's opinion on this. What the fuck is up with a search party on the ground, but them not allowing the parents to participate in any way? Does that imply that they're fucking suspects?
No, they usually don't, because if there's a dead body, they don't want them to
see
be
it.
Traumatized.
Yeah. Okay.
But I've never known anyone personally, so
Okay. It's like this far after not being allowed to is weird to me. Like,
I don't know.
It's weird to me. Like, it feels like maybe they're like, you just keep doing you in that apartment. They're like, but you don't know what's going on, what it's like for us. They're like, we know exactly what it's like for you. You won't stay off
Do you want to
camera."
deal with fucking Don?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, shenanigans? No thanks.
This is
No thanks.
Moon Utah Wells. Her middle name is Moon-Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, guys. See, even illogical people in the midst of a drug binge probably will have the sense to make the man confine his nonsense to the middle name. Look at that.
He's from Utah.
Yeah, it's why I know it's Don's doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's why I know that's Don's doing.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, maybe if her name was Janus Moon Utah Wells, like Janus spelled Janus, you know, I'd be like, all right, well, they both should be stopped. At least that happened, yeah. Oh, you have a good one, Danny. Oh. Just.
Bye, Danny. Love you.
We give a little. Lol, you have any more shots over this fucking house? Here we go. This is the kind of juice. This RV. Quit zooming in on the grandma's RV, dude. It's this
Yeah, we
shit.
didn't get to see the inside of there because she's in Wisconsin.
It could be a really pretty spot, and you can tell everywhere there's shade, like off on the streets, they've kind of junked up and shit. Like, it kind of has all the hallmarks of. Like, Arianthe, do you feel as illuminated as I do?
Yeah.
In the middle of that tree right there has a summer swing on it. So sweet.
Oh. See.
Mm-hmm.
And.
But, like, that back right there, you see the back of the house?
Yeah.
That's the door that you can just come out. That's Summer's room, that bottom little gray area.
No one pulls up in this circle without everybody in the fucking house knowing who showed up. Like, there's just no fucking way. House full of fucking big-headed blonde kids, too, dude. It's Southern kids. Like, no, you better believe the moment a car pulls up, it's like, kids are running to the door. It's for me! It's like, bitch, no,
Chris
it's not.
McDonough, when he rolled up, like, and she unlocked the gate, like, 10 or 15 dogs immediately ran out of the woods and approached his truck.
See, there's no fucking way.
He has a locked gate at the end of the driveway.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I'm telling you, man, these two are in fucking cahoots. That's why they
Although
want
there is a street right over there, see, like, near the fields, the cornfields, all the way to the left?
Yeah.
If they just went through the woods, they could have just grabbed her and walked away, but they had to walk right by Grandma.
Yeah, but
well, not only right by Grandma, but isn't there dogs out there?
Yeah, he has 15 dogs.
Yes, you know, those dogs would have lost shit.
Well, the cop dogs followed it all the way to the end of that particular street, implying a vehicle, meaning she didn't go through the bramble.
Uh-huh.
So.
I thought they followed the dog trail. John claims there's like a dog trail.
Oh, Wendy says that CPS was supposed to be coming that day.
Yes!
Yeah, that's what I've heard a couple of times, is that CPS was, like, about to take all the kids.
Yep.
Damn.
Which, man, this spot could be nice if they would just if they just weren't fucking the worst.
You know.
They sold her, and then they were gonna, like, get her back once they fix up the house, or, like, I don't know what the fuck. So many theories.
Yeah.
But they needed money to fix the house, bottom line.
Yeah. You know that underneath all those trees is like old milk crates, pallets, cars.
Oh yeah, there's like junk. I saw all of
A
it.
fucking washing machine, a dryer that hasn't worked, but they're gonna put it back together because it just needs a new, heating element.
A 1998 Nickelodeon magazine.
Yeah.
Like, the fuck?
Random action figures.
Yeah. Is this the January issue of the 1998 Nickelodeon magazine?
Is this the one with Jonathan Taylor Thomas?
The fuck?
Or is this the one with Leonardo DiCaprio?
Both.
It wasn't like quarter-ish though. That's the weird thing. Like, it's just disorganized, but it's not like you could walk around in there well. Like it just like kitchen table just full of things.
It's just it's not even trash. I hate saying that it's dirty because it's not dirty, but it's cluttered as fuck.
It falls under what I categorize as tweaker nonsense. This is just small tweaker nonsense. This is you get geetered and I'm gonna move the old rusted out Buick. Like the fuck for?
Yeah, I totally get it. Like I didn't live with my.
Oh, cut out on us.
I didn't live with my mom that much when I was younger, but every time I went over to her house, it was just tweaker nonsense. Yeah. Just like my mom at one point had a whole stack of model cars sitting on her kitchen counter that just was in the way of everything and couldn't even make a sandwich on the counter. And I'm like, Mom, I've never seen you put together a model car. And she's like, yeah, but they're worth $10 a piece. And I'm like, then go get rid of them.
Yeah, then stop hoarding them and sell them for $10 a pop.
Why do we have 70 of them? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Or like when she did have a job, it was always at some rando fucking place. Like at one time it was at Dollar General. So she'd get all the mark-off stuff that was $1 and she's like, I can sell these for $5. Like she's that kind of just tweaker Ramble.
She would deal with like that. Like she would like sell her stuff, get money, go buy things off of like Marketplace, try to resell it for double the price. She was just always bringing things in and bringing things out. And I'm like, what are you fucking doing?
Right.
Yeah, what is this for?
For no reason. Like, I'm like, you could like save your money. Like, I don't even understand. It was the weirdest behavior I've ever seen.
Yeah, what is this actually for?
Drugs do weird shit to people, and like that's one of them, you know?
I don't know if it's like they want to accumulate stuff, they want to buy stuff, they like selling stuff. I don't know what the fuck it is.
For my mom, it was, I can get this knowing that it's worth more, so I can get more money, so I can go buy my next hit.
Yep.
That's probably what it is.
Yep, or hey, maybe my dealer will give me credit on this is another one. Like a sentiment I've seen thrown around, like, hey, so-and-so's looking for this kind of thing. Can you find it?
Whatever, if you go drop this off. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of it. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to like talk about their lifestyle.
Oh, yeah. My driver people up hard. Because you know your boy over here. I've never been caught. I always use different license plates. I'll pay that driver well, baby. Whatever you want. I'm
not proud of this shit that I did, but
I mean, you don't have to be proud of it to talk about it. I'm proud of you for talking about it.
Yeah. The point is we understand how that world kind of works, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know, again, like this particular area, obviously it's stooped so low as to bartering for fucking human life.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a lot.
Hassan said, find the news clips from the night where the news quotes the police saying they saw her leave the property. Ooh.
Oh.
Find that. Let me see.
Yeah, if I can find that. Yeah, somebody shoot me a link. I'm not sure which news source or which outlet or who talking about that, but yeah. Are you gonna buy that old magazine? You gonna buy that old?
Right.
These kids right in the
hold on.
Hey, you have a good one, Rock. But
sorry, I'm looking for the news clip. I don't see it.
Well, you're good. I spaced off on this property for a second. Again, I'm kind of just a little shocked. You don't pull up to that house without 3 kids and 10 dogs greeting you. There's just no way. There's just no way.
Cassandra, are you talking about when Candus is wearing the blue tank top and she's in front of her house?
Ooh, blue tank top.
I think that's like early days, like 2 or 3 days after.
Yeah.
It's only 12 minutes long, but You gotta go back to like June.
Aw. Thank you, Rock.
Yeah, Christy, those dogs would have freaked out. I only have 2 dogs, and my dogs freak out anytime somebody drives through, so...
I feel like it's like I've pulled up to 1,000 of these fucking properties. Like, there's just no way. Like, even if you're a service dude, like, you pull up knowing, like, you're about to do cable on a place with 3 kids and you know what I mean? You have 3 kids come out like, what are you doing? Like, what you doing? What you working on?
A place where you get greeted with a shotgun.
Yeah. Yeah.
A shotgun and all 15 dogs.
Yeah. You just hop out and you say, I brought Mountain Dew, and they're like, you want a bump? Drop shotgun. You want, like, but you're gonna see again a whole bunch of kids, dogs. Like, how the fuck a girl could go missing out of this situation is. I'm still trying to wrap my head around even how you leave with the kid out the back without anyone noticing, because you know, like, at least one of the kids would be like, they left with Summer. Where's Diane going? I want to go too. Why she get to go and I don't get to go? You know, there'd be some shit like that.
Right, Christy said I have 6 dogs and you can't even sneak out. Yeah, no.
That's kind of my thought. Like, how do you even sneak? What?
You're killing me with that voice.
Oh, with the being well, everyone's heard that shit. You know, if you haven't been that sibling, I know I've been that sibling. Why'd she get to go and I don't get to go? I want to go. What's she getting? I don't get. It's bullshit. Fuck the man. You get
I
real.
finally grew up and grew out of it, but I used to have this awful, awful, awful Southern accent, and it wasn't until I got a dialect coach that I finally, like, fully got rid of it. But every once in a while, I still pop one of those. What are you doing?
What the hell? Yeah, every time I see these fucking just beautiful, jagged, super tall mountains here in Arizona, I'm like, wonder what's up there.
Yep.
I bet you there's goats up there, or lizards, or nothing. I don't know.
Or snakes.
I don't know. I wonder what's up there. There'd be trees back home. There'd
be cows.
There'd be cows and shit. There'd be, yeah, like, I'm like, yeah, I get real country when I see stuff that's just not from home. I'm like, oh well, hell, look at that yonder. Like, what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah.
But you know, this property in particular, Tennessee, you're not pulling up on this bitch until yeah.
Until the dogs decide that they've sniffed your tires enough. They have 15 dogs.
Yeah. Hit last 24 hours and found it. It's from the night.
A lot of tire sniffing time.
Oh, okay, let me try that.
Yeah. Cassandra, drop a link in the chat. I can drag and drop a link.
Sorry, I found it.
Okay, cool. So I can drag and drop a link from the text chat and put that sucker up.
All right, hold on. It's from Facebook though, so I don't know.
Oh man, I had to put the real quick, Lex. I did have to put the noise gate on because this Golden Girls theme is just, it's too much of a bop. Even with noise suppression on, my microphone's like, ooh, we hear that bitch. And we went into
I keep catching every once in a while. I'm like, thank you for being.
Yeah, you guys are hearing that right. There's Golden Girls in the background, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't at me. You know it's the shit.
Golden Girls is great.
Everybody, I don't met a fucking person doesn't think that show's fucking great.
I think you can drop the link in the YouTube chat, Cassandra.
Yeah, just drop it in the YouTube. I can.
Oh, I put it in Town Hall.
Oh, word. It's actually, the way I have things set up right now, easier for me to just copy and paste from the text chat. I don't actually have text capability, but I can highlight the text from a chat and copy that shit. I what an unfortunate middle name, man. Kind of cool, but Moon and Utah at the same time, dude.
Whoops. Sorry.
Summer Moon Utah Wells.
Like that doesn't even.
There you go.
Hyphenated.
Doesn't even fucking flow.
Way to go.
Summer Moon would have been fine.
Yeah.
Summer Utah, not really.
Exactly. All right, let's see here. Let's turn this
Mic check,
business
1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mic check, mic check.
Syllabus. He comes up and he's just like, I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. All right, I think we're good to go.
Girl walks in. Sorry.
He hits a whistle. He's like, like the fuck, man. He's like, oh, this is how we press conference in Tennessee. What? No, I'm not logging in to continue. Fuck you, Facebook.
Damn. All right, well, now you can see it. So maybe you can just Google WCVB on YouTube or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me watch more than a few minutes in on Facebook.
I'm not electronically savvy, but...
Yeah, well, we have parted ways with Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook.
I'm done with that Zuckerberg garbage. Try to cancel.
Oh, Cassandra said Google YouTube search Summer Wells seen walking away from property. And then she put fire. Doo-doo.
I'm hoping I can build a culture of like treating Facebook like it's fucking... You know, here's the problem with every time I search something, I have a dramatically different algorithm. Okay, here's the press conference.
County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson.
Because those are the same microphones, because I'm a sound man. Hold
Rescue
on.
Squad.
This bitch
Summer is still missing, and we are more concerned than ever and desperate to find her. TBI agents continue to work with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the FBI in an effort to determine what happened to Summer. We are utilizing all available resources, to include the FBI's Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. We want to reiterate that the circumstances leading to Summer's disappearance remain unclear, which is why we've been exploring all
this isn't it?
possibilities.
Yeah, I gotta get a
Agents
link
and
then, not
detectives
from
have followed up on a
Facebook,
number
though.
of leads, to include residential surveillance video and photos from around the area of Summer's home. Drivers seen in the area at the time of her disappearance have been identified and interviewed. While we've not ruled out an abduction, we simply do not have any evidence at this point to confirm that's what occurred. For that reason, the ground search for Summer continues. It's possible that she wandered off and is lost and afraid. Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is going to talk more about what we need from property owners at this point. Sheriff?
Oh, shit.
Thank you. First of all,
This is the sheriff.
Let everyone know that what a big asset.
I think he grew
that Mount
up
Carmel
with Donnie?
Baptist Church
Ronnie
has
and
been to
Donnie?
us.
I mean,
They've
they're
opened
related.
their doors, their church,
Maybe.
their fellowship hall, their land.
Oh, Cassandra
Y'all
has
see,
like
this is a very remote area.
Okay, and it's not from this
we would
press
be in
conference?
desperate trouble if we didn't have that place to set up our command.
I mean, this article clearly
That
says she's
said,
seen walking
we
away.
use every available resource that we have. And today I want to use you all. I want the word to get out to all the residents in the Upper Beach Creek community, Hawkins County and Sullivan County. We need the residents to go back today, tonight.
I kind of just want to hear a
tomorrow,
little bit of this one
as
while
soon
I
as
have it pulled
possible,
up,
and go
though,
back
gang,
and check
just to
their
hear
entire
the sheriff's
property,
response.
any outbuildings, any barns, any place a child could hide.
Yeah, you
We
can
desperately need you to do that for us. It's easier for you to check your own property than it is to send officers there. We have not stopped. As the captain will tell you, we've been 24/7 for 6 days now. So we desperately need help from the community now searching their own property. Any question? Okay, Captain.
Thank you, Sheriff. As both of them have stated, we will continue to search for Summer Wells until we locate Summer Wells. As of June 21st, 2021, search and rescue efforts for missing 5-year-old Summer Wells will continue throughout the day and also the night. At this point, we have utilized 72 agencies from Tennessee, Ohio, Virginia, Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina assisting in these search efforts. Numerous specialized search and rescue groups and canine teams have been represented from these multiple different agencies. To date, we have estimated approximately 2,400 acres have been searched since Tuesday night when she was reported missing. The rugged mountainous terrain continues to cause problems and slow the search operations at times. The search will continue Tuesday morning into Wednesday morning. An updated release will be issued as new information becomes available. And as stated before, if anyone has any information on the disappearance of Summer Wells, please contact Hawkins County Sheriff's Department and our 1-800-TBA fine. Thank you.
In there.
We'll open it up for a few questions.
I do it on the show all the time.
Just wondering, has Summer ever wandered off before?
According to family members, it's not common for her to wander off.
Saturday, there was a pretty extensive search into the evening. Can you elaborate on what that tip was and why there was such a large presence for crews to come back out?
Anytime we have information,
She's still hitting that dark shade lipstick, boy. She's still kind of rocking that angry 2007.
Crews were in the area following up on a lead. Unfortunately, Summer's still missing.
I kind of got a smoky eye thing going on.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Like she's going to dinner, but it's kind of casual.
So the projected forecast here for the next 24 to 48 hours will
You have a press conference at 7, but you have a hot date at 8.
Yeah.
Get her lashes ready. Homeboy looks like he could be cast by what's his name from My Name Is Earl. You know what I'm saying? The big dude from My Name Is Earl.
change our
He looks like that guy.
approach. It will not change our aggressive approach. The only thing that this will change, it will change maybe what terrain we approach at this time. Due to severe thunderstorms, we can't put our teams in danger to turn around and maximize the situation. We are monitoring weather 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with live weather
with
updates.
the weather,
We're
man.
also
We know
utilizing
how you're
National
doing
Weather
it with your
Service,
phone,
who calls us on a routine basis if there's
your
any type of
iPhone,
weather that's
yeah.
approaching our immediate area. They have been more than helpful with notifying
This boy was
us in
not
a very
prepared
timely
for the
manner
day.
to allow us to know to we can plan on how
National
we're going
Weather
to approach these
Service.
areas.
Like, yeah, we all have that too. We
concerned about some of these crews from other areas having
Tried to make it sound like it was fancy.
yeah.
to respond to storms there.
I'm checking my app and then we're rolling out when it's
Speaking with some of
sunshine,
these
baby.
teams, especially the teams that have been coming out of state, traveling 4+ hours, they also have had to do what we've had to do is utilize as much resources as we can to find Summer Wells, but we still have to be able to cover our areas. So a lot of these people they're still allowing people to stay back. When these crews from out of town then return, they'll swap out. Those crews will then monitor their areas and send us fresh crews, and we are doing the same thing for our resources here locally.
Do we know when the active search will potentially turn into a recovery mode instead of a potential rescue mode?
Let's elaborate on that.
We will address that at some point, but right now our focus remains on finding Summer. We're using all resources as of today, and we want that to be the focus right now.
This is a question more for maybe Leslie and Sheriff Lawson. You just mentioned that you have used some surveillance video, things that you had asked for earlier in the week. Can you elaborate what you saw in that surveillance video and how that might have helped you?
Well, as you know, and you guys helped us get the word out, we asked residents to let us know if they had surveillance cameras around their home, trail cameras. Residents have reached out. We've reviewed those photos and video, and if we identified a vehicle in the video, we would identify the driver and then speak with the driver to interview them to see if they had any information.
How long, when someone typically goes missing, how long does it take to find? Like, is this exceptionally long?
Every case is different. It's a case-by-case situation.
On day 6 now, for maybe the folks that are out there in the field, how are you keeping, I guess, morale and spirits? How are, I'm sure folks are tired, they've been out here tirelessly for days on end now. How are you kind of keeping folks engaged and the spirits up?
Ultimately, the people that's involved with the search operations, we all have the same outlook. We will not quit until we find Summer Wells.
Unless it's raining.
So these guys have spent countless hours, day in, day out, nighttime, the thing that I stress with my guys is if you're getting to the point that you're getting tired, please take a break, get rest, rehab, recover. That way you can come back and continue to go stronger. It
sounds like they did confirm what everybody's kind of want me to see in the links, though, is that she was seen leaving. Allegedly, like there was somebody who said, you know, we saw her leave and it's on our fucking camera. And they took it, and it's apparently spicy enough they're not going to say shit about it. So, I wonder if that's why Dawn's throwing that information out there so fucking quick. You know what I mean? Dawn's like constantly like, you know, I saw her this and that, you know what I mean? Like, or like if it is this black truck, blah blah. He's giving specifics on a vehicle, and it's like, where are you getting these specifics on a vehicle from? Because I haven't heard him yet, and maybe he did get specific. Maybe they did see something on a camera, but I still feel like this piece of shit's involved. Maybe they know. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Like, what does that change for you, Arianthe?
I don't think it really changes much for me. I think they both still know what happened to her.
Yeah, and we know the police kind of know how she left.
Yeah.
Now, when did the searches stop? The ground searches, and when did they stop? Is a question I kind of have for anybody who's been following it a little harder than I have. Because 6 days in, they were still out searching. TBI was still on it, and I don't think they're actively searching right now. Like not on the ground like they were, not covering square feet. You know, but if anybody knows that, let me know. I'm gonna hit play on the rest of this real quick, just because again, here I just little pieces to this investigation that, you know, you never know what you might hear. Well, I think Cassandra. I think the police think she left in a vehicle, and they have a photo of the vehicle. That's like my assumption. That's kind of what I got off of her being so vague like that. Like, cops are normally specifically vague like that when you're chomping too close to their meal. So, yeah, that's what I think. That's why I think Dawn's going around saying, if I catch someone in a black truck with their hair new, I'm gonna do her new and suck my dick all over the place. So, like, you know, well, see.
It is a large family with law enforcement involved. We keep each other's spirits up. It's all a team effort. And to elaborate on it, a lot of times you guys being up here, you start seeing a lot of people leave at the evening time. At the evening time, it is too treacherous and too dangerous unless TBI or Sheriff's Department gets a lead that they need us to go help assist on. Too dangerous for us to keep our guys up in these mountains in this treacherous terrain.
God forbid it starts raining.
But I want you guys to know and rest assured, along with the community, that search efforts do not stop when it gets dark. We have been utilizing fixed wing and aerial aviation to literally scan this area from the time it gets dark to the time that we return in the morning. It does not quit. They utilize multiple resources, FLIR, and other things to continually map this area and to continue the search for summer.
Well, just at me for talking shit about you stopping during the rain then, Bubba. Maybe lead with that.
I know we've talked a lot about there's 2 different operations going on, Find Summer as well as the investigation. Is there more on the investigation?
I don't trust him. It might be his haircut or lack thereof.
Family members or anyone who last saw her since we last spoke on Friday.
Hey,
we've interviewed
Ronnie,
so
I
many
like
people
your haircut.
in the community on the
Thanks,
road.
I got them all cut.
Even the brows.
Working with TBI.
Let me see.
He went full Whoopi Goldberg with it.
Everything is really going real well. We cover each other's tracks, go back and re-interview, and like Captain said, and Leslie, we're not going to stop till we find something.
This is his first time on camera since his original, since his SAG card earning role as Donatello in the original live-action Ninja Turtles.
I love you so much.
We've spoken with her parents. I can't speak for them. They spoke with you. They're being cooperative. Of course, they're upset. So
Cassandra, I think if she just walked off and she was lost in the woods, they definitely would have found her.
Yeah, I think they would have found her, or at least remains or the evidence of concentrated wildlife to insinuate a
Or
place
shoes,
to search.
or socks, or clothes, or something, you know?
This far in, I think she gone. Like, I don't know why they're talking in past tense though. The parents, like, if you put her somewhere, fucking tell us.
1-800-TBI find and submit tips through that avenue.
You piece of shit.
We find that we're receiving a lot of tips that is a screenshot from Facebook. It's an
Donnie ain't going
or
back to
speculation.
jail.
That's not a credible tip.
That
and it just bogs down the system,
feels
as
like
I've
some
mentioned before.
Donnie
So please only
vibes.
share
Like he ain't going back.
information, someone's opinion.
You are on a
or
comedy roll, my
idea on
friend.
Facebook
Oh,
is not
thank
a
you.
credible
Welcome, John. I was about to ask where the hell's you was.
Yeah, I had to do some stuff today, but yeah, I tuned right in as you're saying, I saw a black truck and sucked my dick. And I don't know.
Suck my own dick. Yeah, no, I can't. I hate this Don Wells guy so much. He's such a fucking idiot. Like,
Yeah, even if he didn't do anything, he's still a douche.
even if he's, super fucking innocent, I'm gonna tell him just like I'd tell the dude from the West Memphis 3, the stepdad that didn't do anything, that they proved didn't do anything, but was out in the woods fucking doing some fucking witchcraft and shit. Like doing some church shit. Oh, what was that?
I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I would just tell that dude that he's you're an idiot. You shouldn't do that shit. This fucking that does nothing but bring unwanted attention to the pride, man. You're being the epitome of male lion acting that way. If you didn't do anything.
I'm sorry, I missed out on the good. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying he's done plenty in his past that I already hate him.
Exactly.
I'm trying to behave myself about Godzilla in my way in. I'm sorry. This delay thing though fucks me up. I'm sorry I missed the good majority of this particular day because I did want to talk some crime with you guys. And, because a few things occasionally go through my head and I'm just obligated to share them, and I was thinking about all the things that have become part of our culture from the OJ trial. For example, the expression sidebar. Okay, that's something people didn't start using that term until the public until 1995. Yeah. Okay, and it's been used ever since. And for a while, it was being used all the time.
Built an industry out of court TV. I mean, we wouldn't have things like court TV if it weren't for that trial.
Oh, I know. And I'm not even talking about if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. But I'm talking about real legal terms, right?
Yeah.
And then that made me I started thinking about the original episodes of The Apprentice back when they just picked regular people. Okay. And there was actually a point that you would get a chance to work for the Trump organization if you won. And so they'd be in the boardroom at the end. And this became part of the lexicon in the world too, was they'd always say something about, and at the end of the day, Mr. Trump, I feel that blah, blah, blah. Okay. And everybody started talking, at the end of the day, and it got annoying after a while. Just like when the computers started coming into it, we started getting on the internet. We had terms like interface, and it's like I don't know, the World Wide Web. It was what the computer superhighway or whatever, and things like that, and it just amazes me how pop culture stuff comes from these real life tragedies or whatever, and you mentioned to me last week, and I wanted to bring this to your attention and get some answers. I had mentioned that Wade Williams. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There was a show on HBO. I don't know if it was originally a network show or it was made for HBO. I mean, not HBO, Netflix. And my son turned me on to it. And what it was a semi-biographical drama.
Oh, okay? Mindhunter, season 2.
Oh, okay, yeah. And they go and interview like real life criminals being played by actors and stuff. And digress a second. One interesting thing I found out was, the whole series was they really wanted to get a hold because they were developing criminal profiling. And this was sort of like the evolution of it, I guess.
Yes.
And they kept wanting to get their hands on Charles Manson. when they finally did, unfortunately, it was towards like the last episodes, and they promised they were going to make a third season, but it never materialized. But anyway,
it's apparently been greenlit. They canceled it. It's apparently been brought back. I'm hoping it's fucking true. I hope they get Jonathan Graff, the guy who plays the main young detective in it. Again, I love that show too. It's loosely based off of, I forget their names, but the two people that brought us the term serial killer. It is based off of their work and their life, and it's dramatized, and they use fictional names for the characters in some instances, but they're covering real serial killers, and it's pretty true to what they actually found out about humans. You know.
Well, the interesting thing I thought was to find out that the guy playing Manson also played him in the Tarantino movie.
Yeah.
So I guess he's got a career playing Manson. But besides from that, so you know how it's set up that they're going to the prison like Clarice Starling all the time, talking to these criminals, trying to get some perspective on how they think, you know.
Yep.
And there was that one particular big kingpin looking guy. They'd go visit him a lot.
Edmund Kemper.
Kemper, yeah. And they would talk to him and get their ideas. But, you know, the whole time they're secretly really wanting to get a hold of Manson and all that. Okay, that was like the A story and the B story. And one of the interesting things I noticed in like the C story even was the young guy was meeting with the mothers in Georgia who were pissed because nobody was really paying him any attention, probably because they were black, nobody cared. And they met with this guy and said, you know, we just want our babies back. Okay. And they said, you got to promise us you'll look into this. And he goes, I promise you, you know, we'll get on it. And then meanwhile, of course, you know, the stinger in every episode was we're watching the evolution of the BTK guy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that never got a chance to really marinate either.
No.
But what my attention, I guess because I was a kid. I mean, I told you I always liked the Patty Hearst story, and that's probably weird in itself, but at least she's a chick. You can understand how I might have a crush on her.
Hey,
but I don't know.
I know. I like an aggressive woman. So
yeah, exactly. So, but the Wayne Williams story of the Georgia guy, you laid something on me the other day where you said, well, you know, he was never really convicted for those crimes. And I didn't go research it like behind your back and go like, I don't believe this motherfucker. I was wanting to know if you could give me any more perspective on that, because I never knew that. I thought they got him because somebody testified that they saw him throwing a rolled up carpet off a bridge.
They did, and that body was an adult man.
Really? See,
yes, I will at some point do a full episode on this to give you the full details. Here's let me break it down for you just real quick, just in the list that I kind of have it, because there's two big things that everybody likes to point out. Number one is he was convicted of murder, but it was for two separate adults. There was an adult disposed of off of this bridge, and they found a body disposed of in a similar way. They tied to it. They tied Wayne Williams to these crimes. Their big piece of evidence was green carpet fibers.
I remember.
Let me tell you something about that river. And let me tell you what independent forensic analysts have found out about that river. No matter what you dunk in that water, you get green carpet fibers on it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, did they have very specific from a specific factory green carpet fibers on shit? Yeah. But his shit could have ended like there was a lot of junk evidence used to convict him in the first place, and they never. Again, we had I think 13 young boys that they just closed the cases. They've just gone cold.
Now, see, fibers, I learned a lot about watching the Casey Anthony deal.
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk in that shit, you know, about the trunk of the car and all that shit. You know, that is fascinating, man.
Yeah.
You know,
I'll try to find the series and link it, where there's a really powerful episode of this series where you see the survivors, the victims' mothers, the people who never got, you know, justice for their losing a loved one. And a pastor asked the crowd, he says, how many of you think Wayne Williams killed your child? One man raises his hand. And then he says, how many of you think Wayne Williams is innocent? And the rest of the crowd raises their hands. And it's all survivors. And it's all,
yeah, see,
you know.
And I hadn't even thought about it again until that Mindhunter show, and that how that was the subtext in the story was that they were looking into that because these ladies were begging them to, and it makes what you're saying make absolute positive sense,
You know
and
what? You know what they never stopped, but they alluded to in that show was the fact that they found actual evidence of and never prosecuted the distribution and potential underground selling of fucking naked photos of some of those boys.
No shit.
They found that. And they never did anything about it.
So that's like one of the earliest cases of trafficking, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Now that is mind blowing. See, I mean, I don't know how you get this stuff, but I hadn't looked into it any closer. But I did want to tell you, and I put a link in there somewhere in one of the Discord, that I stumbled upon a lady who's watching the HBO special about that lady who was married to a cut rate Tarzan, and he thought he was a pilot, but he was doing so much blow that he crashed the plane, and she had this religion called the way down, right? And the way down was simply you would eat whatever you wanted, but when you started feeling like you were full, you drop to your knees and pray, and God would take pounds away from you. Take those pounds away from you, right? And you'd be healed, okay? But she also had some beliefs like take some glue sticks and beat the shit out of your kid with glue sticks because they won't leave a mark, okay? And she was very much about you got to break that kid, okay? You can't put up with anything. And apparently some parents that were part of the congregation went home, shoved their kid into a wooden box. The kid would pop his head out and say, hey, how long I got to stay in here? Yeah. So they pop him back in. They put a bungee cord around it. He suffocated. Okay. So then another set of parents starved their kid to death at her, at her urging. Okay. At this lady, gave them the tips on how to do it. So the kid starves to death and dies. They're getting arrested and they're screaming, but this is what they told us to do, and then this, and so it was going to shit. Okay. Her remnant church. And then she marries this washed up Tarzan guy, Joe Lara or something. And he crashes a fucking plane. They say he was, on coke.
Yeah.
Okay. And so,
I got to interrupt you before I let this thought go. Because I gotta move back into Summer Wells and Don Wells because the chat's telling me to pull up a specific article here and play a certain video, so I gotta play this for him. But one thing you noticed about that Wayne Williams case, like I had just said, was that there was evidence of human sex trafficking going on that nobody ever followed up on. Now, what's one thing we know we have in Atlanta that might be relevant to the realm of smuggling humans? They have a massive airport. Now, I have a question for any of you sleuthy murkies out there. How close is the town that Wells was in to an international airport? Because that airport in Atlanta is massive, and when a child goes missing out of Atlanta, it seems like they just fucking go missing.
Beautiful segue, brother.
Yeah, they I can't let that thought go because I wonder how close they are to an airport or to,
Isn't Nashville an international airport?
Hey, Ari.
I think so.
So I'm sorry. What city was that, or what state is that summer stuff in?
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Tennessee. Yeah, I thought it was some like hee-haw hell.
Yeah.
Like out
it is.
Cotton County.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Again, it's got to be yeehaw as hell, and most likely again smuggled through highway. But I can't get over the potentiality of there being an airport nearby. Because it's just something, it's a commonality I've noticed in a lot of these human trafficking things. When there's something I'm following and human trafficking's involved, it's always near one of two things. A massive airport or a fucking Air Force base.
And you add to that the fact that you're dealing with, now that you tell me, you're dealing with that Memphis mafia mentality, okay? And every little Butcher Holler and Rusty Butt, town called Rusty Butt, they all had their group, I guess, like that movie about the gangs of New York.
Yeah.
You know? So,
well, and you kind of miss it. I was kind of speculating about this area in Tennessee they're in. Here, I still have the article pulled up. Check this out, John.
So Nashville International Airport.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nashville's
261 miles from Hawkins County.
Yeah, it's just about 4 hours.
They do have a little local one, but not international one right in Hawkins County.
Gotcha, but you could hop. You could hop to one to the other even. But okay, that's okay. Okay, that's most likely highway still is what I'm thinking. But I wanted to show John this because I don't think he was on the stream when we first pulled this up. But in this area in Tennessee, we can't give up. 150 missing children recovered in Tennessee by TBI.
Wow, what's TPI? I'm sorry.
TBI is Tennessee's Task Force for Missing and Endangered Children. They go and recover children. So here's
it's bad enough. So it's bad enough that they need an entire task force.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
It's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, kind of like the FBI, but not federal.
Yeah. But again, like there's enough potential interstate nonsense. They have their own branch of investigative everything. The TBI has more than just missing and endangered children stuff going on. You know what I mean? Like they're also dealing with like big drug crime stuff like that.
I just dropped a link for you. This is Don after he got arrested for his latest DUI.
No, I've got that pulled up. I've had that pulled up for probably 15, 20 minutes. I got this. I'm rolling it.
Yeah,
I'm rolling it.
And how about that, okay? How about that fact, okay? The stuff you were spewing yesterday maybe even, okay? Yeah, and I don't mean spewing in a bad way. I mean in a wonderful way. The information you were breaking down to us, okay, was the fact that there was testimony, or maybe it was to Aunt, what's her name, Aunt Molly, but they were saying that he told that story about, I saw a 5-year-old on the corner and I tried to get him, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now let me tell you, the wife and I were on the internet back in 2002, let's say, okay, something like that. And
hold on, before we get into this story, John, I gotta press play on this video before the chat raises torches at me.
Okay,
we're ready.
I've had this link sent at me 8 times now. I gotta hit play. Hit play.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Our top-rated mobile app lets you deposit checks.
Play away.
It's got ads. Hold up.
Sorry.
You're good.
No, I just was going to say while you're waiting, I was on the computer with the wife, and a kid approached us about sex or something. Don't know if it was a setup or not, but the wife wrote down a bunch of stuff and said, "You must stop doing this. You're going to get hurt." Blah, blah, blah.
DUI arrest last week.
So it's kind of like the story he was telling, except it really did happen, and we tried to help.
Yeah. Oh shit. Weird. All right, I'm hitting play on this, guys. I promise.
Timing.
He told us he has obtained a lawyer since Donald Wells was rearrested in court following his DUI arrest last weekend. Today he spoke with News Channel 11 for the first time since. He told us he has obtained a lawyer and he could not speak about what happened. And although the family's website, findsummerwells.com, was created in conjunction with the Wells family official YouTube channel, he addressed the negativity surrounding other YouTube content creators and some of his appearances on different videos.
It's actually the first video I saw of Don Wells.
I have to stay off the YouTube thing, or be very careful about if I do anything on YouTube from now on, because I have lost control. I've done stupid things, and for that I apologize. I'm just trying to be right, trying to focus on our church and the things that our family, that we so much enjoyed together.
This Thursday, we'll have in-depth coverage.
Rare seeing him sober.
Yeah.
Weird. Hold on, I gotta rewind that just a second. I'm still a little
on YouTube from now on, because I have lost control. I've done stupid things, and for that I apologize. I'm just trying to be right, trying to focus on our church and the things.
There's almost a slip in his speech here, where he says, "I'm trying to be right." He's still doing overcorrective things, but he's obviously been coached by somebody like, "Hey, dude, fucking stop." Like, the fuck is your problem?
It just occurred to me that I was watching him sitting with the dudes in person. They went to a prison or something, and those behavioral guys, they talked to him in jail, like the Mindhunter dudes, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't even have results to it. it's like that's coming in another episode where they're going to go back over it all and give you the rundown on the body language and shit. But they were that's the guy they were talking to. I didn't even realize, and he was sitting in a chair, and he's apparently he was already incarcerated for something at the time. And this is just a few weeks ago, and they haven't even put the new part yet.
He's this cat here.
He's a piece of work.
Yeah, this is rare. This is him in rare form as far as I've seen. Normally, he's disheveled, hunched over in a chair, fucking snorting cocaine. Now, is this before the Molly Golightly interview? Wasn't that shit like last night?
Yeah, I think so.
It's from like the last 2 nights. Like, hasn't he already relapsed and was on Molly? Like, did Molly Golightly's interview happen after this?
Yeah, this was.
Yeah, he did it willingly. He did all of this willingly. Like, he fucking.
Molly Golightly was Friday at like midnight till 3 a.m.
Oh.
This looks like he's in jail also in this one.
He was. This is him fresh out of jail. Yeah. This is him fresh out of jail. He's in a court. He's in a court button down.
That's probably why he seems a little more together, because he hadn't had a chance to get fucked up yet.
Exactly.
Just saying.
No, exactly why. That's exactly why. That's the only reason why I'm almost guaranteed it. Again, I don't have too many kind words for Don Wells after some of the shit I've heard and his record, quite frankly. Like, I don't understand how he's even sitting out here talking to these fucking... Why a judge even let this shit go down?
I would love to hear Az's take on this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you blew my mind when you said there was another kid in the family that the same shit happened.
Oh, it wasn't a kid.
It was actually an adult. Yeah, it turns out it was a younger sister. Yeah. That's 9. See, now I'll address it, Debbie Moore. 9:53. Hazel, it's 9:53 p.m. in England. Sorry, I don't do metric time, bitches. My clocks go to 12. And they do it twice. So.
And my mouth doesn't have any time limit, so. Sorry.
You're good. I gotta cut you off if the chat's fucking exclamation marks hard. If they're like, hey, if they're like, hey, do it. Oh no,
I'll sit here and do fucking Goldblum all night with you and say,
it was me, John. I'm sorry. I was like, Mark, play the video.
I did. I kept flashing it over on Discord every now and then too. Just like, boop. Oh, nope. Boop. And then I had probably 3 stories before while I had this link pulled up. But man, yeah, rare form. Do you guys think, okay, so surely we have confirmation he's relapsed.
Oh yeah, well, I mean by Friday. By this Friday, last Friday.
Okay, so wait, this did happen before that Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, this is 2 weeks ago. That's right. Okay, good. Fucking wild. That's
about the same time that those guys got with him too, the behavior guys.
Yeah.
So he was pretty dried out by the time all this has been done. Now he's fucked up again, probably.
Hard.
That is so wild.
Well, keep in mind this is him 2 weeks ago, and then Molly Golightly was like, what?
No, wait, no, wait. This was posted yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, but
where I saw this video of him from
the father of missing Hawkins County 5-year-old Summer Wells spoke with News Channel 11 Monday. So this is 2 days ago.
Okay.
Or yesterday.
Okay.
What day am I living in?
I don't know which one I'm in.
He did not look like that on TV the other night, so I don't know what the hell's going on.
But he was arrested for being under the influence.
Twice.
You know what? I have a little complaint about I'm not complaining about the YT there. I don't want them to get mad at you. But some of these channels, okay, it pisses me off, and it's sort of a side note, but it is to do with this too. That some guys I like, okay, let's just say movie reviews, right? They are, especially news, let's say the Young Turks, right? They'll have some items, a whole hour show, but then they will cut that show into little pieces and, give you playback, and they'll pop up like today, and I'll fall for it. I'll go, I hadn't heard this story. And it'll turn out, yes, I did. It was from the other night when they did the whole show, and this is just a piece of it, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know, I feel kind of cheated, right? And that's the same thing that happens with this true crime stuff. I'm hearing information again, but you guys were the first ones to give me any idea about the whole sex trafficking and, trading for drugs, that blows my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad enough if he's just a redneck and he's a pervert. Okay, that's bad enough.
But actually fucking trade a child to either clear out a drug debt or to get more drugs is just fucking despicable.
Well, he already tried once or twice.
Yeah, we know it's not below him. And then the way he talks about it, he joked about it when asked about it. They're like, what about like child trafficking? He's like, how much do you think you could get for a kid? He said some shit like that on an interview. And it's like, the fuck, dude? You're making...
Isn't that crazy, Cassandra? Cassandra said he went on the behavior panel on his own accord. Isn't that the level of fucking...
Yeah. Sandra,
the arrogance.
They said at the beginning, they said he requested us to come visit him, and we did. And we'll let you know what we thought next week. But they played that whole interview. He begged for them to come because he says he watches that show all the time. So I was like, I didn't know he had enough intelligence to enjoy that show, but okay. Or maybe he's just trying to learn how. He's getting pointers.
Yeah. You'll see people of low IQ emulate television and stuff, and that's where a lot of that censorship tries to come from, where it's like the illusion that kids are getting ideas from things. It's like, nah. Twisted people are learning techniques from things in an unhealthy way through obsession, and that's going to happen no matter what. And he might be doing shit like that with some of the programs he watches. He obviously has this bloated thinks he's a fucking important something. You know what I mean? He thinks he's an important. Everything he does, he thinks he's important in. I guarantee it.
I mean, he's getting what he wants right now, I guess.
That's true.
He's on everything, and fuck, everybody's talking about him.
That's true. That's true.
What I'm curious about, okay, to tell you about something I did when you get to your 9th step fifth step in AA, right? That part is the part about where you take a personal inventory, okay, and you begin to make amends, okay. So if I ripped off this shop by giving them a bad check, I got to give them a call and say, look, I did this, even if it's 20 years ago. When at all possible, you're supposed to go and make amends unless it would harm you or others. Well, when I got ready to sit down with my sponsor and do this step, he told me before I said anything, and he was serious, he said, if there's anything you did that could possibly be law breaking or something severe that you've never gotten busted for, I got a lawyer you can tell this part to, okay, just to protect yourself, right? And I was like, damn, I mean, people actually have heavy confessions like that? He goes, oh yeah, it happens all the time. Mm-hmm. So that being said, I can't picture this dude, Don, if he ever decided to get sober and he gets to this step work where you're basically confessing everything. My God, I don't see how anybody could continue with something that serious in your past, right? Because you're supposed to talk about all the times you fucked up and screwed up and did other people wrong. How would you possibly even reconcile this? I don't know.
That's why I'm gambling on a relapse.
Yeah,
it's because I can tell by his rhetoric. There's no will to change. There is only the will to build a wall in front of his fucking yard full of rocks, and he's never gonna make a Zen garden out of that shit and make amends and reconcile. And because the things he's done, I think, are so truly fucking heinous that he fucking kill himself.
Well, he told the behavioral guys not in so many words, he basically tried to pass it off on, I don't know anything about this. I had nothing to do with it. I think that the people who might have the answers for you is whoever his wife is. Okay.
Yeah.
Short-haired lady, like a troll. And he kind of made it look like she would have any insight that he doesn't have a clue. Okay. And that's the way he explained it to him. And I'm dying to know what they're going to come back and say when they have their reveal episode, because I want to see if he was lying or not. I tried to use every technique that they've said to try to figure it out. But this guy, you can't really read. I'm sure they can, but I couldn't, man. He just sat there enjoying it.
Yeah.
Really.
That's what's weird about it, is he seems to like the attention really hard. And like Chief said, like it is, he's getting what he wants. Like the press is, and again, I kind of have a feeling that once I saw he was putting himself out there like that, I kind of have this karmic belief and optimism that something's going to be found out and he's going to be implicated in it, because this has become a lot bigger than he probably can actually fucking fathom. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I like one of you ladies made a point yesterday about how, or maybe you, Murk, how that cocaine he was doing on camera cost money. Where did he get that?
Exactly. How to get the cocaine. And that's when we kind of, I think, led into a familial trafficking, which is like, I think that's one of the biggest possibilities, in my opinion. Like, we know he's not above it. We know he'll joke about it even with a daughter missing. We know a lot about this guy. Like, and boy, do a lot of fingers point at him. And if he is found to be fucking innocent again, I still think the crimes of his past are enough that I'll never like this fucking dude. You know what I mean? Like, it's beyond being an addict. He was a shitheel well before he put chemicals in his body to further derange any kind of behavior. Because, you know, John, you and I both, Erica, we've been down the road and we've probably never done anything this dude's been fucking guilty of, on paper guilty of. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what's funny, man? Just today, I'm at my morning meeting, okay? And our head dude there was, you know, he gives us a lecture, but it's not in the negative sense. It's great. But every day, and it's like a different theme. Okay. And he was just saying today, because we're always talking about resentments. Okay. And just real quickly, I had a guy ask me how much my Starship Enterprise model I was doing cost. Okay. And I said $15. And he said, man, you could have bought 3 packs of cigarettes for that. And I was like, yeah, whatever. And I just ignored it. I got to work. Okay. And I'm sitting there thinking about it, you know, and I'm thinking about it. And I'm getting pumped up, getting angrier. I couldn't wait to get back here so that when I saw him again, I planned to tell him, well, how about that time you bought that Prada bag because you were trying to get laid? Okay. You could have bought 3 cartons of cigarettes for the price of that bag. Right. Yeah. And it never worked for him. Yeah. And so that's resentments I had. Okay.
Well, see, really, this is also just the echoes of a conscience. I guarantee this dude, if he has that kind of shit, he's suppressing it hard with drugs. I got to address Sunbeam real quick. Sunbeam asks in the chat, she just says, you're preaching to the choir, Bubs. That guy is beyond help. We were trying to pin down what we know factually, which we find isn't much, with the goal of finding Summer, right? Yes. Again, like I was kind of disclaimering yesterday, like I got a feeling what we'll end up finding and how this will turn out is going to be kind of grim, and I just have an ominous feeling, and I think it's because of the way these parents are fucking talking about their kid in past tense and kind of being flippant with a life, you know.
Well, I just want to give you this to think about, okay? I'm serious. So what the guy said this morning was, he used the example. He didn't know about any of this shit, okay? He didn't know about your station, but whatever. But he just happened to say, okay, suppose you were molested, okay? He said, here's where you become, you know, you're in recovery. You actually have to get to a point where you could feel sorry for the person who molested that, yourself or whoever else. Mm-hmm. Okay. And if you can get to that point, then you've truly, you know, gotten this program. All right. Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's a tall order though. In other words, you got to feel sorry for some guy like this Don guy. Mm-hmm. You got to find it in your heart to feel sorry for whatever it was that caused him to be like this.
Yeah. They're teaching you empathy in the hardest way possible with that step, in my opinion, and that's the tool they're giving you there, is the ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes, or to be able to fathom or conceptualize, or at least comparatively look at someone else's experiences, like compared to yours. Like, it's but
that's a tough one when it comes to that Don guy.
That's a tough one. Even Jameson was like, fuck this guy. That's a professional who defends sex criminals. Was like, fuck this guy.
You know, where do you stand? Where do you stand, Mark, and everybody? Where do you stand on capital punishment?
I've always been against it. I don't. I've, been pretty open too about, I believe all life is infinite potential, and even if you just end up making simple greeting cards that make me tear up, which is something that's happened to me. I read greeting cards from death row inmates one time, and it changed my perspective. And I'll always vote against the death penalty if given the option.
Well, I'm against it because of all the times that you find out they've wrongly accused people. And sometimes it comes out before they die, but sometimes, unfortunately, it doesn't. Like that Central Park 6 or 7, those kids were, accused of raping this lady. Okay. And it comes out they didn't,
So, yeah, I agree also. I've never been pro death penalty. What were you saying, Arianthe?
Huh?
What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that I agree. However, I think people that could, commit atrocities against children and admit it, fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I would say too. I didn't hear about this till this morning, where you got to try walking in that guy's moccasins, and I don't want to walk in his moccasins, frankly. Okay.
No. Yeah, it would definitely, again, realistically, judge me. I'm not sentencing him to death, but I'm never letting him around anybody ever. And he's probably, if he's going to be around people, it's going to be general pop of a male penitentiary.
They'll take care of him for you. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna let nature, because again, if everybody on the street knows he's a piece of shit and he's it's dangerous for him to be on the street, then you get general population if I'm the judge, probably. You can get AdSeg and earn it through ass whoopings. You know what I'm saying? Like that's on you, man.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, adapt, grow some fucking nuts, learn to fight, be nice, or earn AdSeg through ass whoopings. Gavel, gavel.
Hey, one other criminal thing, and I promise I'm on my way. I was looking at a Rittenhouse thing today, okay, and just when I broke off from it, okay, they were interviewing, a middle-aged woman who was there with this kid, okay, and she was had a piece strapped on as well, right? And this woman just reeks of racism, man. Just reeks of it, okay? And she was testifying, okay, to how things went down from her perspective. Mm-hmm. And she actually, I don't know if you've had a chance to have it on today, but she's sitting there telling, the attorney, okay, prosecution attorney, that, this guy walked past us and he was saying all kinds of things. And they said, can you repeat what he said? And she actually, well, I'm sorry, but yes, and goes on to sound like a sailor, right? Dude. Fuck you, and this and that, and they said, and were you fearful at this time? And she goes, no, I wasn't fearful. I got my gun with me, and I mean, just a piece of this seems like a hard drinking school bus driver of a woman. You know what I mean?
Old tough Brenda type.
Well, like Homer Simpson's sisters, Yeah. Hey, hey, Homer, I need something to drink, and give me a cigarette. But she was up there, and I don't see how she was any help at all, really, because she got, did you interact with Mr. Rittenhouse? And well, yes, he seemed upset, and we were going to go take care of whoever upset him. I mean, just not helping his cause at all. No, but everybody I'm hearing saying he's probably going to walk.
That's what I've been. A lot of YouTubers I know are saying that. We'll see. Maybe look, man. I know
sometimes they'll put people like that on the stand to show you the type of people that Kyle was hanging out with, that had his back. It'll show you the type of people that it's like a character witness almost.
Yeah.
There's another word for it. Jameson.
The guy that got shot.
The real witness that boned him is the dude who got shot in the arm. Who said that he pointed his fucking gun at him first.
That's what a lot of people are saying.
That's a bad moment. But even then, the thing I don't get is okay, so dude that just chased down two dudes who just shot two people, pointed his gun at him. I don't see how that makes the first two things that happened okay, right? That's the third dude.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, asked this woman, they said, why were you there in Kenosha, okay, at this time? And she said, we came to help. Okay. And they asked her if she was aware there was a curfew. And she said no. But then the prosecuting attorney got up and said, well, you must have been aware there was a curfew because you even went to the trouble of arriving with the carload of people you had. You came down early so you could, avoid that curfew. Okay, because they had roped off the interstate ramp apparently to get there, but after a certain time. So she made sure they got there ahead of time. And then they said, "Well, what did you plan to do once you got here?" And she goes, "Just show our support." Right.
What?
And then then they asked her, "Well, how did you end up at the car lot where, this stuff went down?" And she said, "Well, I met a guy there named such and such, and he said, you can keep your eye on this position, and you over there can, and he was pretty much ordering people around and putting them where he wanted." And they said, "And you never met this man before, but you went ahead and did as he told you." And she goes, "Yeah, because I thought it was going to help." And then they said, "Okay." And it just, why were you there? Okay.
So something really interesting about that car lot, the owner of the car lot came out and said that he never asked anybody to protect anything.
Oh.
And so the fact that they just kind of like self-appointed is really telling.
Just hopped in there. That's vigilantism.
Really stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't even hit the bat signal for you bitches.
Them? You can't be a vigilante. That's against the law. That's fucking dumb.
Right.
Speaking of fucking dumb, this Don Wells motherfucker. I want to know what the chat thinks. There's 17 people in chat, and I want to know what every one of you thinks happened to Summer.
Yeah.
Did I fucking drop off again?
No, a couple of people dropped out.
That lady lied in court.
It's
That
giving
lady
us all
in court-
different numbers.
That lady
lied
is
in court.
she said she met with the guy, the owner of that car lot, twice. Okay, she told me
Debbie.
She said she met with him twice, and that he was going to give them a couple of $100 to look after them.
That's weird.
That's a lie. Holy shit. And the lawyer asked her a few different ways, and all three times she answered, "Yes, I met with him." Okay, his name was Scott or something, and I met with him twice. And then Mr. Rittenhouse was with me, and he offered to give us $100 or so if we would watch the perimeter.
And I'm guessing the guy who owns the car lot hasn't taken the stand yet?
No. I don't know if they're getting him. But that is wild, man.
Well, they better get him. Fuck.
Yeah, they better fuck.
That motherfucker better be there tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a prize fucking witness right there.
Yeah.
It's like, we need your testimony, bitch. Bad.
If I were the defense attorney, that's the first person I would go find is like, please tell us that she talked to you. Because he did come out and say that he never talked to anyone.
Yeah.
So Debbie said, "I'm not sure, but something's telling me the mother is guilty." I think so too.
I can't shake. Okay, again, like just to run down anybody who wasn't in here at the top of the stream. Candus's history: raised in Wisconsin, bailed out of Wisconsin to join
the last driveway. You go back to that little office building. All right, sir. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, you're good.
I was like, what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, what?
The guy who the mail off. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Candus, raised in Wisconsin, bailed out of her family home, ran away, joined the circus. Not a fucking joke. This is not a false alarm. She joined a fucking circus. Became a full-on carny. Ends up meeting Don by way of what? In Tennessee, right? But he's coming from Arkansas?
Arkansas. No, they met in Arkansas.
No.
They met in Arkadelphia.
So they met in Arkadelphia. So the swampy part of Arkansas, gang. I want you to let you know. It's like it's real
you
northern.
Be careful now. I'm part carny too.
It's hey.
You are.
Look, nothing wrong with most carnies.
Yeah, my great grandpa ran off to hide from the law at the carnival once upon a time.
Oh well, that's more badass than anything. Yeah,
It's a
that's
good place to hide.
Yeah, that's different.
Never in the same place for long, right?
Yeah, that's one of those respect the game kind of moves. That's
Well,
like
that was also back when carnivals traveled in like covered wagons and shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like the dope era.
Yeah.
One year I worked for the local state fair in my town. Okay, and I got a gig with this place basically so I could get my friends into the fair for free. So I worked there, and it was a company called Daygler Amusements. Now, this is a state fair. It's pretty big, okay? And they're putting together the rides and shit. And after they're done putting together all the rides, they've got like a box full of extra nuts and bolts. Yeah. And they're like, oh, that's just spare parts. And I was like, okay, all right. They're putting these things together with chewing gum.
No.
I ran I ran that machine where you sit in the middle and people are spinning around and then they get held to the wall until you feel like throwing. And they told me, whatever you do while you're running it, do not look at the people going around you or you'll get dizzy too, right?
You will throw the fuck up. I know I've been there doing it.
Yeah.
Well, of course, I had some really attractive young lady come in, so I'm keeping my eye on her. And they're against the wall and they're spinning around. By the time they all come out, I come out behind them and I'm just like, I'm gonna be sick. Yeah, I just couldn't do it, right? But yeah, they're an interesting breed of people. Some of them were traveling with these fair people all over the country. And
Exactly.
I'm like, wow, that's
so you know what we're talking about with this Candus type. Like, we're talking no top teeth, high cheekbones. High cheekbones.
Mm-hmm.
High
Spraying Pam
cheekbones.
on the plates so you can't get the ring toss.
Yeah, and then one day in Arkadelphia, Don Wells goes to the fair and hits that ring toss game with the Pam, loses, but leaves with a mistress, Candus. Right?
But what does the high cheekbones mean?
No clue. No clue. It's just something that's a very interesting detail to me about that whole family. Their cheekbones are high as fuck. I just find it striking.
It's because they're all related.
Yeah, I just find it striking. Well, you know,
listen,
I was waiting for someone to go there, and then I was like, I'm so proud of my Murkies they didn't go there.
I definitely went there. I'm sorry.
Well,
I don't care.
I'll say Don Wells looks straight
Somewhere to go,
Danish.
I'm on my way.
Like, he looks Danish and bloated. But the other side of that family, whatever her fucking surname is, I'm
looking right now.
Yeah, they look motherfucking. Their cheekbones are high as shit. Again, it's nothing. I'm not saying anything. I'm just pointing it out because it's a detail that I cannot let go.
Yeah, they really are like abnormally high.
Yeah, like even
maybe it's not.
And quite prominent.
Oh, well, we know it's Bly, B-L-Y, so what's that?
Oh, that's right, Bly. That's right. Why am I fucking tripping? It's Bly.
I don't think their cheekbones are that high, guys. I think the problem is they're so sunken in, that it makes them look like they're higher. You know that alcohol.
Oh, yeah, maybe some liver bloat going on too in some of her fatty areas. Yeah.
All of them? Yeah, when you do a lot of meth.
Well, Erica's right. All of them, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
hey, any new viewers out there, let us know in the chat what you think maybe happened to Summer Wells, what your opinion is.
So Debbie said, I think he would have been arrested and jailed with his nature if he didn't have a solid alibi. I don't know if Mother hurt her on accident or even just lost her. I have no idea, but watching her, she just knows. She senses guilt.
Yep. Wendy says, did they both pass a lie detector test? They say they did and passed. And yeah, Wendy, yes, that's what they say. I haven't seen it. I've heard that there was going to be confirmation of it soon, but I haven't heard the confirmation
yet. Tests are pretty much garbage, though.
It's junk science that you can kind of pay to get for like $10. It's yeah.
From what Candus said, Dawn took one. She went to go take one, but she was hysterical, so she couldn't finish it, and then waited 3 days and went back and took another one, and they both passed. But that's not public record. Like, I haven't been able to find that. But as soon as it comes up, I'll send it in the Discord.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see. However, I don't trust lie detector tests very much.
Well, keep in mind, when we're talking about people who sit around watching TV doing blow all day, what do we know about the lies they've told since Summers left? That at one point Dawn was being held captive by federal authorities or by a cartel and she needs $80,000.
Or else he's gonna get shipped away.
Yeah.
They did that shit to what John Benet Ramsey's parents, and the father passed, and the mother they said was inconclusive. Then they tried handwriting analysis, and everybody in the family passed the handwriting, to see if it matched that ransom note supposedly. And they said Patty Ramsey was the only one who was inconclusive again. Isn't that strange?
Yeah. Well, they said it was mostly because of her medication, but
never know.
I don't know, man. This does feel kind of John Benet-ish.
Yeah, it really does.
Really purposefully take too much medication too.
Yes, it is.
That's something. You could dampen your shit. She could have just blowed a bunch of methadone and gone and taken that fucking lie detector test and probably aced it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Eric.
Just a little. a little artistic trivia for you. Okay, speaking of comic books, okay, do you know who William Marsden Martin or William Martin Marsden? Do you know who that is?
Yes, he was a doctor actually. Dr. William. He invented he created Wonder Woman. He's well, 1/3 of the creator of Wonder Woman. His wife and mistress are also very responsible for the creation of Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I love that movie, man, called Dr. Marsden and the Women. But yeah,
he
also
has
something. Oh, it's fantastic.
Is that good? Okay, hell yeah, I'll check that out.
Well, I fell in love with this actress who was in Iron Man 3 playing one of Tony's ex-girlfriends, and she was in that dreadful Sherlock Holmes movie with Will Ferrell and
yeah.
She was the female lead in there. And so now she's in this movie playing the wife, and then some unknown playing the mistress. And yeah, they tie each other up and dress up in the leopard suit, and he came up with Wonder Woman, but he also is known for creating the lie detector. And I don't understand why some places don't take it as valid evidence and some places will. I don't know. But it's weird.
It's pseudoscience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
Oh, D-Ray just says in the chat real quick, if they passed and were innocent, wouldn't this or Ronnie Lawson says the parents are cleared? Yeah, see, all Ronnie has said is everyone is still a person of interest. I think
there's several reasons to that, D-Ray. I think that the lie detector is inadmissible in court, and so they kind of ignore it. And B, Lawson's related.
Yeah, Lawson is related to the Wells clan and does not like the Wells clan tarnishing the Lawson clan's image, is what we have found through our research.
Keeping it all in the family.
Yes, thank you, Erica and Allie Cattails. That really does seem to be what's going on.
Who is this you're speaking of, this Larson?
The sheriff.
Ronnie Lawson is the sheriff, the homeboy that looks like the Ninja Turtle. Got the shaved eyebrows or alopecia or something. He got something going on.
That's one of the other things I heard you say when I first turned you on this afternoon.
Yeah.
Was that you were just finishing about, I saw a black truck. And then you said, oh, and there's Donatello, the original.
Yeah, that's the OG Donatello. Like Ronnie Lawson looks like he waxes that shit.
He really does.
Gold, my friend. Yeah. You are a comedy gold.
Oh, thank you. So that's Ronnie Lawson, but apparently he's actually related to this clan. There's a split in the family tree. There's the Wells clan, there's the Lawson clan. They're related. I forget how. But yeah.
I'm telling you, Memphis Mafia, man.
Yeah, see, there's something going on, and it's weird that, and then we kind of have Bubba from TBI coming out, like, we have nonstop thermal imaging. We're searching the ground like it's a ground search, unless it rains,
Right.
Oh, you thought he cleared the area and said he wasn't related? This is so much misinformation out there. So sad, says D-Ray. I'm sure he said he is not related, but again, just through our research, they're related. They're related.
Yeah, Alley Cat's dug really deep on that.
Yeah, they are indeed related. And it's.
I learned another term that I had never heard of just today. The Rittenhouse trial. They actually have something called, I didn't know this, a forensic photographer. Okay. Yes. And this guy was showing stills that he was able to take, like he could even take one of those grainy, terrible fucking security cameras where they'll catch a guy robbing a store and you'll see it and it's always shit.
He can take that. He can take that photo of Thick Biggie and show us full crack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Show us right down them cheeks.
This guy took the home video off somebody's phone, was able to enhance it and Photoshop it basically, and give you the ability to see a photograph-like image that he got from a frame of this video, right?
Yeah.
And then they did another thing. They showed an aerial view of the crime scene. Okay, and they were able to go in like a drone or something and show you details. So the whole crime, you see a puff of smoke, you see somebody go down, you see another puff of smoke, somebody else goes down. It was mind blowing, man. Mm-hmm. I mean, I didn't know they could do this. Like when you see in Star Trek, they'll go magnify, augment, and you go, man, there is no way that a security cam can take a picture and magnify it for you and augment and catch the license plate number like that. They can do that now. That blew my mind. You know?
Yeah.
Forensic.
Yeah. Well, and to clarify for anybody out there, just because this is funny to me, this image, like in movies, you'll see somebody say fucking enhance and they do it instantly. But actually what it is there's a forensic photographer and you say enhance. And then an intern grabs the photo, runs it and a digital file to a whole different dude at a whole different office. And is like, hey, enhance this right
and
here.
And it takes like weeks. Or at least day.
It takes like weeks or days, and then he runs back. Shit, enhanced. It's like even like there's a certain level of movie magic that some people have come to think like is, but it's just like you're explaining, John. Like there's a whole other dude. There's a whole other person and job.
Well, they showed some reviewer was making fun of a movie, and I like the ones where they do that, right, giving it shit. And it was funny because somebody was holding their phone, using it as a camera in the movie, okay, and meanwhile you're supposed to be watching the results in another location, okay, but yet they're showing camera editing, because it's a motion picture. You're seeing the people walk around and they're doing like 360 cam, and it looked like they had one of those what do you call that, the smooth mo camera, the ones that'll travel and not be bumpy. And they're going, okay, are we supposed to be in this scene watching this? Or, and every time they'll say in a movie, magnify and augment or enhance, and it's done instantly. Yeah, I know there's probably 10 processes in between each one of those moves, but it just blows my mind that they can bring out such rich detail now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now there's a especially with these iPhones and things that have multiple cameras in them, like that have like the quad cam fucking, type of I forget the actual pixel range, but the pixel range on photos is incredible. I never thought
this says you can film a whole movie on a phone if you needed to.
Oh, you absolutely can. There's been a few that have, and there's been I've released a record I've done on my phone, things like that. Like there's a lot of people out there that.
Erica says that Bly is from Germany.
Okay, Bly's German. Isn't it the Wells that are connected to the Lawsons? Or is it the Blys?
Yeah, it's the Wells.
Okay.
The Wells are
No, because you were talking about the cheekbones. So I was trying to figure out
where those cheekbones are from. Well, it could just be from any. I could be from any. Well, with Americans, if they're German immigrant, right? So they could be like my German immigrant family and got here in the 1800s, like pre or during Louisiana Purchase, and just moved out. So there could be so much genetically going on there, but that does kind of make sense that northern, maybe they got some of that Siberian shit.
Oh, you have high cheekbones, blah blah blah. You must be European, and I'm Swedish and Norwegian, so I just wanted to look. I'm just nosy like that.
Yeah, you probably got a little bit of that Siberian in there. You know what I'm saying? Them cold weather people migrate north, get them cheekbones popping. Again, just one of the striking features about a face I normally just like kind of file. When I brought it up earlier, I'm like they all seem to have. That's what I remember them as. That's what I remember Rosemary Bly for, is like her cheekbones. So if I was to see her in the wild, I'd be like, "Yep, nope, gotcha." I got that big German fucking head.
I want to know what the fuck Clint Howard is, man. Here's a weird looking dude for you, Clint Howard, Ron Howard's brother.
Oh, Ron Howard's brother is a funky looking dude, man. He got buck teeth, like reddish hair, and he's bald.
It's just weird. He reminds me of a kid on road. Anyway.
Yeah.
I digress.
He does look like you gave a kid the opposite of what you'd give Burt Ward. You know what I'm saying? Like you give him like grow up juice. You gave him Tom Hanks Big in a jar. Like here, drink this. Why? We're experimenting, man.
Okay. One last thing. Okay, you're talking about I brought it up, but anyway, kid actors, right? I read something recently where the kid who played Will Robinson, Bill Mummy, and the kid who played Eddie Munster, okay, don't remember his name, but anyway, he said they worked together on something, and Bill Mummy said that kid was the most rotten little fucker I've ever dealt with. We were like, he said he was Butch Patrick.
Butch Patrick was a little shit heel, I heard.
He said he was a dick, man. I think Mummy was on a Munsters episode or some shit, but he said he was a complete asshole.
Yeah. Hey, what up, Happy Days in the chat? And yeah, Erica brought up that quote. I have 7 alibis. Candace has none. She's going down. Everyone, fucking crickets.
Everyone's just like, why the fuck did you say that?
I don't even understand.
And
where the hell did that even come from? Also, hello, Happy Days.
And what do you mean by that? That's a convoluted amount of alibis, man. You should have 1 alibi, bitch. What are you talking about? You got 7.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, why do we have 7?
Why do you have alibis like fucking, P. Diddy has chains? What the fuck are you talking about? That's fucking crazy. We have 7 alibis. That's not suspicious at all.
So D-Ray in the chat, I forgot all about this. Like, originally when Candace called 911, she said that she went for a walk and then came back and the baby was gone.
What the hell?
Yeah, I remember. Mm-hmm.
Now, the way they narrated it, the narrative originally that I heard was she's in the kitchen. They went to the garden, then she's in the kitchen doing something. Kid goes down to the basement. Next person who goes down to the basement to look for her, she's gone. That's the way I always understood it.
Well, that's her news story.
Yeah, well, dispatch isn't gonna lie because that shit's recorded.
Yeah.
True. I wonder.
I mean, you can try and lie, but
yeah, it's only good. Yeah, that lie's only good.
I just was condensing it to make it faster so I could shut up for you. But yeah, the way the narrative was painted before, she was in the kitchen doing something and needed the kid, and somebody yelled down for her, didn't hear her, and she went down there to play all the time. But now one of you guys was telling me yesterday that was a nasty freaking basement. It wasn't the kind you picture with the paneled walls and, carpeting or something like that. It was supposed to be pretty much looking like a dungeon down there.
yeah, Dawn at one point had said that he told her not to go down there. He told her not to let the kids go down there. Like, it was on... Oh, shit, I'd have to find that interview. He's done so many.
That's right. He did say that shit. And Happy Days said, never heard that myself. Are you saying you've never heard me respond to you in a live chat? I'm glad you're here live with us. I feel like I've talked to you before, Happy Days. Or are you talking about some of the juicy Wells case deeds? Either way.
Ooh, I found the transcript if anybody wants to see it.
Yes.
Yeah, let's look at that transcript.
If anybody wants to read it aloud, please. The mic is yours. Does anybody need any reading time? My throat's a little ick, but I will read it.
Hold on, give me a minute.
I vote Erica reads it because I love her accent.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are like one of my favorite voices. It's
majority rules.
You make me dip into an East Coast, and it's my I love East Coast people. It makes me.
I love East Coast accents. They're so cute.
Sometimes it brings out
my wife's from the Bronx, and I love the way she sounds perfectly normal. You don't detect any accent from her until she says certain words. Like she'll go, "I got to get some coffee."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's so hot.
Yeah. Erica's is very subtle, but sometimes she says stuff and I just smile. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. It's not until Erica and I are both heated that I realize like we're both very much dipping into East Coast accents. Like I'm just like sympathetically joined the fucking like, yeah. And when she says too, motherfuckers, like
right.
I love
for some
Rosie
reason, I always
Perez.
take it. I always take East Coast accents and I'm like, this is serious.
Yeah. We're from the South. We hear that shit and we're like, tell us.
My best friend is from Boston, and so it's like a comfort food for me.
Yeah. Whoa. In the first interview, according to Wendy, Candus retracted that. Like, she contradicted that by saying that she never goes on walks because she's scared of bears, snakes, and bobcats. Number one.
Especially coyotes. She said she was especially afraid of the coyotes, and I'm like, during the day?
Sorry. Look, I said that out loud. I said bears, snakes, bobcats, and Lux went, "Oh my,
oh my,
damn it!" It's an Appalachian nightmare. It's a
look at a coyote run, it's gonna wrong. You look at a coyote wrong, it's gonna run.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. Everything around that. I mean, well, and they've got a very lived-in spot. She's going and walks. She should go on a walk around that circle. How about that?
I mean, nothing's gonna come up there in the daytime because it's lived in, you know.
Yeah.
Hold on, I posted something in chat.
Well, I worked a construction site in Florida, and I get there in the morning. When we got there in the morning, the ground was a little wet. There was panther tracks all over the fucking place, but you never saw them. But then the next morning, they've been there again, right? Because panthers got loose. Panthers got loose in Florida from a train derailment. Okay, and they started their own empire, and now they're there. You know, they're running.
Shit, Erica.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Call
That's the dish patch.
I like the mad abbrev for it though. This the diss, yo.
Oh man.
Fuck yeah. Okay, so yeah, she straight up reported to dispatch. That was the initial call. Was went for a walk, came back, kid was gone. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
She never said anything about her kid being in the basement, so her story has changed.
Yeah, and then the interview, she says, "I'd never go on walks. I'm scared of bears, bobcats, snakes, lions,
Coyote, and especially the coyote.
Alligator. Anything could be out there." Wow. Merc and Zimmy with a spear. They're out. It's crazy out there. Thick Biggie could be out there. Twerking.
They didn't even know how old their fucking kid was.
They didn't know her birthday.
They said she was 4 years old and missing, but she's 5.
She's 5. Oh.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm looking at.
Fucking junk ass trash people.
This is from like the
They
very
didn't know her birthday.
Man, you guys will rarely hear me go this hard on some true crime individuals, but man, these are some turds, boy. They need flushed. Good lord. Good lord.
Are you kidding? They're trailer trash royalty.
Now they're going to be. Now that everyone's going to want to be on their goddamn streams or hitting them up on FaceTime and
Okay, but honestly, I gotta ask you guys, honestly, what is gonna happen? I mean, why aren't they already bringing these people in for questioning and shit?
Right now, they're spending a hell of a lot of time on TV burying themselves. And Jameson's here. Hello, Jameson.
Hey, good evening,
And,
Jameson.
I got excited.
Hell yeah, me too.
And I don't think, John, they have anything to bring them in on.
Okay.
That's true.
Hello, counselor. Yeah. I'm really curious because, you know, of all those behavioral panels I've watched and all the movies like Gone Girl, okay, and you know, and if you've seen that movie, you know the twist is that she made it all happen herself and manipulated the things to get Affleck in trouble, okay.
Yeah.
But you do see what the real deal is when people have a real press conference, you know, and how people really think. You know, as soon as a husband comes out missing his wife, they usually say, "Oh, he probably did it," and 9 out of 10 times, apparently, he did. Okay, there's always going to be that one though that maybe he didn't really do it. Okay, now these people, they're
That
going
person
around.
is Jameson.
Yes, it sure the fuck is.
Well, according to what you guys are saying, these people, I haven't seen all this, but I believe you. And you're saying this Don guy is on videos snorting coke, and giving these like abstract fucking interviews where he's like, it sounds like the Linda Carter doing the interview for Wonder Woman when she was kind of drunk, like you tell me about. Okay.
It's not energy. It's some serious like hillbilly nonsense.
All right, so another fun fact is like, so Candus and Grandma were there when she went missing, right? She called Don, and then she hung up with him, and Don called 911, and he was an hour away from home working, but he beat the police there.
Wouldn't it be funny if he really was telling the truth?
Like, I'm just saying.
This chick did it all, actually. And something about it, I'm sorry, I don't mean to make judgments on people or take people's inventory because that's what we're taught not to do in here. But it just seems to me she looks a little weird. I don't know if it's mental retardation weird or it's just she looks like the ultra Karen. But something about her looks a little off, especially after they cut their hair off. You know?
Well, they're planting flowers, or now mom's going for a walk, and then now mom's inside the trailer fixing grandma's knee brace. What was it?
Right.
I mean, you're not going to forget what you were doing when your kid fucking disappeared. I'm sorry.
So something that one of Dawn's sisters brought up in the phone interview was that Dawn had a red truck, or he has a red truck. And she said in the picture of Summer in the backseat of the car asleep on the milk, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You can see the red truck behind them.
Right, and that picture was supposedly taken at Allie's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I think... to bring up... I think Candus and that family might have an issue with fetal alcohol syndrome, by the way.
That would explain a lot. Yeah.
Just
that would account for some of the looks.
A commonality in the appearance that I think you might be noticing. There is actually an explanation to that. I think it kind of goes to Candus and what her lifestyle.
But what I'm saying is, like, if I'm calling, okay, my kid goes missing, I call my husband, I panic. He's going to tell me to call 911.
Sure.
So I don't understand why he called. And there's not an additional call by her either. Like, maybe she didn't know I don't know. Is that weird, or am I just, like, way overthinking that?
No, not weird at all. I don't think you're overthinking it. I want to address D-Ray, who brings up a similar sentiment, because I want to pull it up again.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't.
Oh, no, you're fine. That damn aerial footage of their property. Like, there's no way motherfuckers came in and out of there without fucking 3 kids and 15 dogs on their ass, up their ass. Sorry. Just wanted to agree with D-Ray. First time I think I've seen him in the chat and shut him out. Anyway, sorry. Didn't mean to derail. Continue.
Oh, no. No.
Hey.
I was wondering what everyone's thoughts on that was, but Jameson seems to be answering.
Oh, word.
Let's see.
That's awesome.
Ironically, he says, it's easier to get guilty people off than innocent people. Law enforcement makes mistakes when they are dealing with cases where there's overwhelming guilt.
Right.
Looks like you could see all around and down the hill almost. Yeah, well, and
you know what? It fascinates me that, and I think I mentioned in one of my long, drawn-out stories once, but when in a nutshell, my kid had gone over to another kid's house without telling us after they got off the bus. So we started calling, the cops immediately after we made a few calls, like to the school, and said, "Did you keep her after for some reason?" And I'm just going to do a little armchair quarterbacking. I'm looking back on it. Okay. I think we did the procedure that any real parents who didn't have anything to do with it would have probably done, which was I called the school first. Okay. The wife was there too. Called the school. They didn't know about her. Called everybody we could think of. And as it turns out, like I said, the cops got there. Okay. And I have to admit, this was in Naples, Florida. I have to admit that never did I get the vibe, and we were joking about it after it was all over, but we never got the vibe that they were looking at us. Okay, now maybe that would have happened eventually if the kid was really lost. Okay, but it all was done within 10 minutes. Okay, after they got there, they started knocking on doors, and there was my kid in the other friend's apartment. I mean, I thought about it, and I said, maybe she's there. And, that's the way it went down. But I got to say, nobody ever seemed to be suspicious of us in the least. Okay. And I was looking at it analytically because of all the crime shows I had been seeing up till then. And, after we got her, I was panicked just like any other parent. I was freaking. The wife was freaking. We're like, oh, my God, and they even got to report the cops that they found a kid on a park bench. But it wasn't her, okay? But somebody's kid they found on their park bench, and they thought for a minute maybe it was her. When they described it, we said, no, that's not her. And it was terrifying. But I have to say, because we knew we weren't guilty of anything. But these people, the way they're coming off, okay, all you can think is that they're guilty. I'm sorry. I've had no other thought in my mind. They say innocent till proven guilty, but I'm sorry. These people seem guilty as shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they really do. Oh, you want to hear what Candus is saying in this video? This 1 minute video?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, hold on. Let me rewind.
She still got her arm up?
No.
Oh, that's what I was trying to catch. She still got her arm up?
No.
Oh, that's what I was trying to catch.
She still got her arm up?
Still got
No?
her arm up?
That's what I was trying to catch.
Oh, that's what I was trying to catch.
Yeah, what I was pointing out though by sending this video in is the red behind the vehicle. She claims it's a red tote. What do you guys think?
There is still a shot of it. I can send in Discord real quick if you want.
Say a red tote?
Yeah.
She still got her arm
She
up?
says it's a red tote. His sister seems
I'm
to
looking
think
at
it's
this
a
on my
truck.
phone. I can't really see what's going on, unfortunately. I see a kid in the car, kid in the back of the car seat, right?
Yeah, I don't clock it. I did see a wider out photo of this where there could have been, I want to say I remember a red tote being in it, but I don't see one in this video.
Also, do you guys want to talk about why she's wearing a damn sweater?
Yeah, it is fucking, what is
So-
it, June?
Candus says that that's all she had to change her into, that she had the outfit in the car and it was for her first day of school.
Whoa.
Which would make sense because
Yeah.
Wow.
But,
Oh shit, fucking Unmasked obtained this video of Summer directly from Candace Bly with permission to share. Wild.
That sounds like damage control.
It really does. It really fucking does.
Yeah.
Let's
Let's send this tape out to show what a happy family we are.
Yeah, it sounds suspect as fuck to me. Yeah.
Mhm.
Jameson says, you have to honor our constitutional right to the presumption of innocence, but anyone is free to have a personal belief that Mr. Wells is guilty. Nothing wrong with that. At John. Very rare word, Jameson. I do my best normally to try to draw the line and say my personal opinion is this guy's a piece of shit.
looks like
Even if his daughter hadn't gone missing, okay?
Yeah.
I still think this guy's a piece of shit.
If he was just someone we were covering for 10 minutes on the old way we used to cover morning news, then it would be like, you know what I mean? I'd still say, oh, look at this piece of shit.
Now he's an alleged piece of shit. In other words.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's a confirmed piece of
really
shit.
a piece of shit.
No, he's like theft, sexual assault, domestic abuse.
I know. I was just being a lawyer for a second.
Oh yeah. He's not like
oh shit.
He hasn't outright disappeared a child on the books. Just had it happen to him while being married to somebody who it happened to her sister. I don't know. There's just weird shit in this story.
So clear this up for me, okay? The not Candace, that's the mother, but the sister of Candus, I guess, who got kidnapped before, was that before or after Dawn was in the picture?
Now, Rose didn't get kidnapped. Rose went missing.
She did. She went missing. I did misspeak on that.
Oh,
she did,
yeah.
So
Okay,
she just disappeared.
Okay, well, did she disappear when Dawn was already in the family or before?
Good question.
No fucking clue. I do know that it kind of like happened on a highway. Like she left with like almost no money.
Because
remember, I'm the guy who told you to watch the car.
Yeah.
Follow the car.
Candace was pregnant with her second son.
Oh.
It was definitely before Fuckface entered the picture.
Okay.
Fuckface.
I like that as a name for him.
That theory.
Yeah.
I had a theory, but it doesn't work now. Oh well.
Yeah, Merc, look at that. Erica, did you send Merc the still shot?
Yeah, if you click on it close up, you can totally see the cooler.
Oh shit! Word.
Now, what is it about the cooler we're supposed to notice?
Capri Suns, baby.
His sister seems to think that his sister seems to think that it's Dawn's truck behind her, and she's like, no, it's a tote, it's a cooler, it's whatever, you know.
Ah, okay, all right. I'm sure we could distinguish between a truck and a cooler, don't we?
Till my thing went out. Did it boil over? Oh, I burned some tea, gang. Sorry.
Nice.
Started a pitcher of tea, but you know.
So apparently
it's a good
we can't.
thing Lux is there.
Yeah,
We
don't
can't.
want to be teabagging her.
That's the only reason I did that, was like, well, just in case it gets too hot, I've got Lux here. And yeah.
Wicked sense of humor, Erica.
Wicked.
Jameson drops kind of an interesting sentiment. I really don't think it's necessary for the public to approach cases with due process. I would definitely prefer it, though. Media, sealed jurors, prosecutors, law enforcement, etc., have a ethical obligation to honor due process. Yeah, it's the public's job to speculate and Nancy Grace their balls off, you know.
I love doing that.
Yeah, it's the.
I can't stand that pig-nosed bitch. I'm sorry.
Hey, you're good. That's I say that on purpose. It's because
Hey, John, I really feel.
Right.
Well, when we were watching fucking Casey Anthony, okay, just hanging on every word like the OJ thing, right? And she'd come on, and the wife said, well, maybe she's having a baby because sometimes body parts like your nostrils and shit will flare when you're about to give birth, you know? And I don't know where that comes from, but she said it's possible. But this woman has always and still has fucking ape nose. She looks like a Planet of the Apes makeup. I can't stand her. But I do know that when following the OJ trial, okay, I'm not saying public opinion really can change anything in that case, because in the OJ thing, every regular person like you and I and everybody here, okay, everybody, I was there, man. They're all saying that motherfucker's guilty. He's guilty. And the funniest thing I'll never forget, and you guys can go look at it right now, the day the verdict is reached, okay, he stands up. He's got the Kardashians' dad standing next to him, okay, and I've played this millions of times over again and rewound it just to see if I'm right. And he's standing there when they say not guilty, you know, OJ like lets out a sigh, oh, thank God. And Kardashian is standing there looking like he rolls his eyes, looks around to each side of himself, and it's like, are you kidding me? They're letting him off? He couldn't even believe it. Okay?
Jameson?
He lost a lot of faith in the system at that point. Yeah, he also I really like how the show The People vs. O.J. Simpson depicted how he kind of distanced himself from O.J. after that, you know? He really did.
Jameson said that Nancy Grace is pushing innocent people to suicide, but for the record, he did not say that.
That's true. That's true. Nancy Grace is one of those. I'll tell you right now before I lose the thought. She does, just to kind of side with John. She does look like if Dr. Zaius had David Bowie from Labyrinth's hair. If he had the Goblin King's hair.
Don't Planet of the Apes reference. Thank you so much.
Yeah, she does kind of look. You know, she got that vibe where you're like, wow, Dr. Goblin King.
And she comes up. She comes up with those catchy little nicknames for the cases. Like with Casey, it was Tot Mom. Tot Mom was in court again today, and Tot Mom this and Tot Mom that.
Yeah.
She had her being guilty right from the get go. Okay,
she used her own spin terms, dude. That was.
Oh yeah, Nancy Grace is somebody you watch whenever you just want to pitchfork it. Like, if you just want to pitchfork and torches it, you watch Nancy Grace.
Yeah, you want to watch somebody like she does torch people who turned out to be fucking innocent all the time with no retraction.
Well, I watched a guy named Jim. I can't remember his name, but he's a sick little comedian. He's funny as shit. Okay, and he has some really dirty bits, but he does a radio show. Jim Norton, I think his name is. He does a radio show like one of those morning zoos.
Oh yeah,
and there's a clip on YouTube.
Jim and Sam.
He had her. Yeah, and he had her, Nancy Grace, in their studio, and they just gave her some shit. But it was like, you know, it was kind of friendly. But she was on there to promote a book, okay, that she had written. And they fucked with her so hard, at least in her opinion, that she got up and walked out. And I mean, they weren't doing anything. They said, well, if you're truly a reporter, a correspondent, why do you come up with these stupid names and just all this stuff? And she got up and split, took off the microphone and said, fuck you, you know, and I couldn't believe it, you know, so she seems to be a piece of work too. I don't like her. I'm sorry. You know, does not do it for me.
Word.
But everybody swore that Casey Anthony was guilty. Everybody swore OJ was guilty. And the court of public opinion, I'm sorry, did not change anything at all. Because
Hey,
both
John,
of those people.
put Nancy Grace on your fluff step.
All right, fair enough. But no, but I mean, talking about the court of
John
public
to call
opinion.
fucking Nancy Grace and be like, "I'm sorry, I called you a pig-nosed bitch on air."
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, whenever necessary, okay, unless when to do so would injure them or others, okay, and but yeah, you're talking about the court of public opinion. I'm sure Jameson knows more about it than I possibly do, but going by the two cases I'm just talking about, OJ and Casey, everybody who thinks she was guilty did not sway the jury at all, did not sway, and I know the jury's not supposed to be keeping up with what the public opinion is. Every day now, they tell them, you go to lunch and they say, and don't discuss this case with anybody and blah, 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 but really, I've never seen public opinion like I have these days. I guess because we have the internet now and everything is even more used, even more, that, people form these opinions, like laundry. Okay. Yeah. Everybody's got their idea about him, and, assholes like that Signor guy. Okay. I don't know. It's almost a curse, really. It seems like.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Michael Keaton was talking about when he played Batman, okay? 1989. They announced that they've casted him for Batman. Now, that's Mr. Mom and that's Beetlejuice, but nobody would consider him as Batman. And he talks in an interview about it. He said, I didn't care what people thought. They didn't think I could do it. It wasn't until they started burning me in effigy, that I got a little worried. But think about now, when they announced Ben Affleck was going to play Batman, people were taken to the fucking computers. Now we have
they did the same thing with Robert Pattinson. Have you ever seen the documentary? Mm-hmm. I think it's on Netflix. It's called A New George Clooney.
No.
Oh, you should watch it. You guys should watch it. It's really good.
Well, I love documentaries and I love bios too.
I know.
Where did he go? Why isn't he doing shit?
It's not actually about George Clooney.
Oh. Well, where's George Clooney?
It's about the jury of the court of public opinion and how it kind of changed the world.
Okay, so it's more like a doc in the vein of like The People versus George Lucas.
I was just going to say, people want to crucify George Lucas. Okay, I don't really have a horse in that race, but I will say I don't like how he edited so that Han Solo didn't shoot first. Yeah. Okay, and it really looks even worse the way he had to do it. Or the time that Steven Spielberg took all the guns out of the hands of the FBI and ET and replaced them with walkie-talkies because everybody was on a gun kick. Yeah. I mean, that's going to an extreme. Okay, and you cannot find a copy of that corrected movie anywhere. If you do, it's worth a fortune. Okay, but he did that for and I mean, it's just the court of public opinion. Now we have so many different platforms now to get up there and rant and rave. I guess it's like we're doing here.
I'm on I'm on both sides of that fence, man. Like as a creator and a consumer, like I consider myself a creator first normally. So like I can kind of see things from a logistical standpoint. Like I try to look at things from an industry perspective a lot of the time. And you guys will hear me kind of say that sentiment before I hop into oh yeah, I'm pissed that movie sucked. But like, I don't know. Like, it's like if I was George Lucas, I'll do whatever the fuck I want with the thing I have my name on. But if I'm the fan, I'm like, quit finger banging my childhood, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, being in the entertainment industry, I do it's one of the reasons why I'm terrified to have a role that is higher up in ranks. It's why I'm afraid to have my name on the front of something because, man, the court of public opinion scares me.
Mm-hmm. So you're careful about what you attach your name to, in other words.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I really didn't want to do the Disney thing just because Disney in and of itself is a strange entity. But I did.
Okay, listen, I'm a celebrity whore, okay? So I have a friend of mine, we were in high school, okay? Didn't see her again until I got on Facebook and I found her because I wanted to tell her I'm just going to go off for a second. I wanted to tell her that, you know, when we were back there in high school, you know, everybody's goal is to look cool and be the coolest you can be and be good with the girls or good with the guys. And this chick had enough self-confidence, and she was also the student director of a lot of plays I was in. Okay. And she would always say, and she was very voluptuous. Okay. And she would always say, I always wanted to be a ballerina, but I got these. And she pointed to her boobs. And I reminded her of saying that. And the reason it always stuck with me is not because I'm kinky, well, that too, but because it stuck with me because it was only years later that I start listening to stand-up performers who talk about themselves like that. And she was a trailblazer, right? Well, this chick ended up becoming a casting director for a lot of different movies. Okay, and she cast a lot of different films. Yeah, and now she's a baker. Okay, she has a bakery. But anyway, she took all her money from casting. But she cast a bunch of movies. All right, and I was just fascinated by, you know, I don't know, just the outgoingness of it, right? And she, you know, so because of that, I would always beg her. I say, look, I'm a celebrity whore. Okay, can you tell me anything about your, you know, like, did you ever meet anybody you didn't like? And I know you can't tell me privately, right? Yeah. But I'm asking you now because I'm fascinated. What did you do with Disney?
I did a sing along.
Really?
Yeah,
that
I
is.
did a sing along.
Oh, so you're a god to me now. I worship at the altar, voiceover people, man.
That's what my kids said too.
You guys are the sweetest.
I mean, I could sit here for a name off all the different voice actors that are just that I love. Okay,
Yeah,
love
I've
them.
met some really incredible people. I will say, be careful meeting your heroes.
That's always a scary one. Meeting your heroes
one of
sucks.
my heroes called me a wannabe voice actress one time.
Yep.
Oh my!
And it broke my heart.
Exhibit A. Meeting your heroes.
I'm boycotting whoever that is.
Yeah.
It hurt so bad, and to this day, I'm like, but I loved you.
It is no fun.
Yeah,
meeting your heroes.
So now I just have to separate the art from the artist because he's an asshole. Like after that, I was like, "Fuck you." But I have met some really incredible people. Sean Schimmel, Goku, he's incredible. I love him.
Boys heard he's a really cool dude.
He's a little bit of a diva, but he's a Scorpio.
Well, that's just he gotta be in control.
Is so sweet. He's the sweetest, and he really has a lot of love and care for the people within his community.
Yeah, just from a production perspective, something I've. What was that?
Huh?
Oh, I was going to ask if Ari was familiar with Lori Lowenthal.
That name sounds familiar as shit. What have I heard?
He did Spider-Man in most of the video games. I want to say he's done some of the animated Spider-Man stuff.
No,
but he was also in the Old Gods of Appalachia podcast in the most recent.
Oh
season.
shit!
But you know what's
I've watched some interviews with him. He seems really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
You know how all you people like you, Ari, you know, you got, or you'll get possibly to get a break, okay, and you get to do something like a video game, let's say, and your big break, you might get to do an animated feature, okay, and I've heard more of these guys and gals, like Billy West is one of my favorites, okay, and he was did some voices in Futurama and all this stuff, and he's just fantastic, okay, and he's talking about how you're getting shut out of it because now we talked about the other day, so they're getting real big, huge stars to do like these Disney films, okay, like The Rock or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's even happening in video games from what I've seen.
Yeah.
You know that movie Juno? Okay, that I can't remember her name or his name, whatever. But
Elliot Page.
They got
Elliot, yeah.
Well, they got him when he was still she, and she did a video game called like The Last of Us or something. Okay. And so now they're getting these high dollar people like Kevin Spacey to do video games.
Homeboy from The Walking Dead, Normanius Dromedius, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that happens a lot, and it's just so they can sell better. That's all.
Yeah, but you can't catch a break. I understand.
Yeah.
You know, if you're kind of new on the scene or, you know, not as established as some of these people, they're even giving the video games to the celebrities.
Yeah.
And that just really seems unfair.
Yeah. So I do a lot of pickups for people, which I'm totally fine with because then my name just goes in additional voices and I don't have to get judged for anything. Uh, but I don't know. It's very strange and kind of scary to be working your way into a community that's already really oversaturated. There's a lot of voice actors, but not a lot of working voice actors, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there's a lot of women that sound just like me, you know?
Yeah, in the music game, I've been able to come in clutch with a few people I just know through the gram, through Instagram, where it's like functionally pickup work. You know what I mean? Like you're ghosting. You know what I mean? Like you're doing a little mix work or some engineering, some ghosting. Like you're not gonna get that credit, but you know they slid you some shit in your PayPal maybe, and it's a fucking good time.
Yeah.
Like it's like
Something I did.
You get more out of that in this industry sometimes than you do actual like sometimes your actual credits. It's like, man, I made 2 cents off of that shit.
Right.
But
I look at my IMDb and I have a laundry list of really, really incredible productions and I'm like, I made shit.
Yeah.
You know, I knew a guy who did a bunch of TV series in the 70s and 80s.
Oh shit! Hell yeah!
Met him in Georgia actually, and he was running a car lot. But his name is in the movies is Curtis Friedel, right? And his big thing to me, what got me interested and what had me, I was just like, oh, I worship you. He was in the movie Firestarter with Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's one of the FBI agents that shows up, and he was telling me a funny story that he was pissed because George C. Scott liked the line that this guy had and just took it from him. Okay, so he was like, fuck, but he shows up at the house with the FBI, and Drew Barrymore proceeds to set him on fire. So I'm like, oh man, I love you. And he was telling me that there's a restaurant in LA, okay, that if you can bring in the cheapest residual check, they give you a free steak dinner. And on the wall, they have all these checks by these people where, because you were on an episode of like Seinfeld, okay, every time it gets rerun, you might get, 10 cents. And you take it to this restaurant, they give you a meal for it. It's kind of an in joke between the actors.
Yeah,
just
residuals. Yeah, give us your shitty residual check for a meal. That's a good ass deal too. I get shitty residual checks to this day. I just recently normally it's when I first started getting royalties, I think I would get like 10 cents a month back. I felt fucking like hot shit too. And then it grows to 25 cents, and now I'm at like fucking still just like a hella humble $15 a month, where it's like, like
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but you do get royalties and entertainment too. Like especially if you are involved in the copyright or if it's part of your deal, part of your contract, that you get a residual payout.
Right.
Or if you worked on scale. Like if you're working for a small production, sometimes you'll work for scale, which is like, bitch, we're gonna pay you in residuals and a certain amount if it's successful. Like we'll give you a piece of the success and residuals, but that's all we can do.
I got a SAG, but it only lasted 1 year because I never kept paying the dues. It was just cool to be able to say I got it, and you had to, in order to get it when I was doing it, you had to have a speaking part. So I had one in Doc Hollywood, even though it got cut out. Okay, I actually.
Oh no!
I'm actually waiting on Woody Harrelson in the store, and I say, "Thank you, come again." And I stood in front of a mirror for like a week before that scene, and I'm like, "Thank you, come again." No, thank you, come again. Thank you, come again. I'm trying to practice. That's all I had to say. And then I get there, and they said that I resembled, and I'm not trying to be conceited, but they said I resembled Michael J. Fox to the point where it was distracting. So they cut my scene. I turn up in some other scenes, but it still qualified me to get the SAG card, so it did. And then it was going to be $350 annually, and I was like, never mind. At least I got it. I can say I got it.
Yeah.
Hey, D. Ray brought up a really interesting point.
So that was my question too. This is June, and she's in a sweater.
Is it is it a year-round school? Yeah, again, it must have been the cleanest thing available, which is good God. Good God. Like this
that speaks volumes.
Yeah, this dude needs to quit speaking up for his abilities as a parent. He does suck his own dick about being a great parent all the fucking time. It's like
Candus said that she wasn't expecting to bring her swimming. So it's the only dry clothes she had in there. And it was
That's bullshit.
a back to school outfit that she had bought her. But remember,
this is September in Tennessee. It's not cold enough for a fucking sweater.
She put the bathing suit on at the house. Then she says, oh, we weren't going to go swimming. We didn't know we were going to have to wait for the script, so it was a last minute thing. And then if you see the video on TikTok, she's in a sundress. She's not in a bathing suit.
Yeah.
That's all.
Do what?
But yeah,
so
this is
it's all a lie.
So even if it was I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt and say it was a back to school outfit. Why are you sending your child back to school in August, September in Tennessee in a sweater?
To cover your kid's fucking arms.
It is November 9th, right? Today it is 74.
Yeah. Let's be real here. Probably to cover that kid's arms. I'm going to say it. I'll say it.
Yeah, because, they probably didn't know about the glue stick you're supposed to use.
Yeah.
Don't fucking tell them.
Phone books or soap.
I don't know. My kids are still wearing shorts, so.
Yeah, man.
Mine are too.
Kids don't want to wear shit, in my experience, especially country ass kids. You barely get shoes on those fucking kids.
Oh, I know.
Right.
I'm in North Kakalaki right now, okay? And by nighttime, it's going down to maybe 40 some degrees, okay? But I'm sitting outside here right now in a t-shirt, okay? And it goes up to 65 or 70 in the day, and here it is November, okay? And it only gets chilly in the evening, okay? Real chilly, all right? And I wouldn't be putting a sweater on my kid at this time,
No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're in that fucking part of the country, really. I mean, hell no.
It might be cold stuff, though.
Might be, what was that?
Oh, sorry. I was washing the table.
Oh, no,
it might be cold stop, though, because my kids they are cold in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not down here, it's not.
It still looks weird.
Okay, now, you know what? I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say, hypothetically, she had purchased back-to-school clothes, okay? Didn't necessarily mean that was what they were going to put her in on the first day of school. Maybe they looked at it like, it's going to get colder as school goes on, and we'll put this on her sometime when it starts getting colder, and maybe they had something else at home that they were going to, use for the first day of school now, okay? And then she happened to have it with her, and she slipped it on. I mean, there's always a possibility to play devil's advocate,
I will say there were mornings even in Arkansas midsummer where I as a young kid I had kind of poor health, bad diet, and I suffered from some pretty bad anemia.
Yeah.
And so I was cold in the morning. I had that low iron situation going on where it's I'm fucking cold. It would be in fucking 90-degree weather, be cold. Also the autoimmune disease, but I get these flu-like symptoms. So I mean, maybe. I feel like maybe I was a weird ass kid though that also just liked wearing the same. You guys see me wear the same fucking hippie sweater probably every day for a while.
my ex had that weight loss surgery, the bariatric gastric bypass surgery, back in 2001, and all the way to 2010. Finally, she started feeling kind of rough. Okay, this is years later, and she went to the doctors. They found that anemia you're talking about, right? And apparently, I don't know exactly, but let's just say you're supposed to be functioning normally. Your blood level, whatever it is that shows you anemia, the blood level is supposed to be at least 22 or 18 or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the ex turned out to have her anemia level was down at 3 or 4. And the doctor said, when we went to the emergency room, they said, we are amazed that you could walk in here on your own. Okay. We've never seen it this low. And they had to actually give her a transfusion. And so I'll never forget that. And then you brought up anemia, right?
Yeah.
And she has to do all kinds of vitamins and shit. And they blame it on the gastric bypass.
Yeah. Hey, if I really wanted to freak out some new doctors in this new town I'm in, I could walk in there, dude. I'll tell you right now, every urine sample I give has fucking blood in it. Every they always have, they always will. Even when I've done a spectral analysis, they're like, you got blood in here, right? And it's like, yeah, thanks for the call.
What's that from?
I got kidney issues. I always had to explain it too, but like the like I could fucking get some really weird medical care if I wanted to. Just walk in and be like, everything's on fire. They're like, what's wrong? Piss blood. And yeah, sometimes your body, like with what you excrete, they can know an awful lot about what's going on inside of you. One of the reasons I always advocate against pissing in a cup for any fucking reason. There's no reason. That's a HIPAA violation as far as I'm concerned. An employer asking you to piss in a cup.
We have to do it here.
Yeah,
it's mandatory, you know.
Well, that's
to make
also,
sure we're not getting.
It's also something you want to do. That's different. It's not to get a job. This is you're doing that for you, and that's good. That's different. You know what I mean? Like that's a situation where you need that net, and you know it about yourself, and I'm proud that you're there doing. That's a different situation. I mean, more like employers or like. You know, again, if you fucked up enough or you have a probation officer, that's on, you know.
Yeah, but dude, check this out, man. I got here in at the end of February, okay? And they were doing the two times a week test, right? Which they've narrowed down to one now because they're having a hard time stocking the cups. I've told you about that. They have to conserve. So we're down to just doing it on Sundays, okay? But either way, so I get here and I'm doing the twice a week urinalysis. And I'm not hearing anything, so I'm good, right? And now, of course, they expect that when you first get here, especially if you're coming right off from the street, that, you know, you might show dirty for something for a while because you've been out there doing stuff. So I'd come out of a 28-day program, okay? And my thing was alcohol and weed, okay? I come out of a 28-day program, I get in here, and for the first 3 fucking months, I'm still showing dirty for THC every week, okay? Every test, right? And it got to the point where one time I took a test in the middle of that and it came up, I was clean. Okay. Then the next test said I was dirty again. So that made everybody's eyebrows go up, right? So they sent me to the doctor to get a full lab work. You know, they check blood and everything, not just the urine. And that came back dirty, right? And the doctor said, don't worry though, because depending on how much shit you smoked and all, it could be in your system for up to 6 months. So I come back and they actually had to have a council meeting one night. They were talking about throwing me out. And the thing that made them so suspicious of me was the fact that I passed a test one week and then failed it the next week and then kept on failing. And I don't understand to this day how that happened. But a guy here told me sometimes your fat deposits in your body will store the THC, and somehow, to put it in layman's terms, a piece of them could break loose and the THC and come out in your system. And meanwhile, you haven't done anything. They were swearing that I was still smoking or doing edibles or something. And I had to beg them. I said, please, you know, I'm telling you, I haven't done anything since I've been in this town. And and finally, thank God, about a month after that, it started getting better. You know, the levels of whatever I was showing have gone straight down. And it just is how it depends on how your
metabolism,
what do you call it?
Your metabolism works.
Yeah.
It's all about what you do with you. Yeah, that is one thing that I have heard from a doctor, a pot doctor, that, you know, it bonds to fat. THC in particular bonds to fat in a certain way that it can stash on you, and it can take a long time to get clean for a pee test. But, you know, Erica says ... I've actually got to round down the show. I've got to the hair test is better. Oh no, you're good. You're good. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant I gotta start out. We're in the 6th hour, baby. So that was more of a cautionary. We're in the last half hour kind of situation.
Yeah, I gotta take off and make dinner for my kids. It's 5:30 here.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Wait.
Huh?
I said we have to feed them. Damn.
Damn it. Yeah, look.
I mean, their dad's home. Technically, he could fucking feed them, but
that's funny.
They'd be yelling for me. They'd be like, "Mom, we want something that's not a peanut butter and jelly."
You better hose his ass off first.
Right. He took a shower and he changed and he came in.
He's a career man.
I said, "Why is there smoke coming from the kitchen?"
He's, you know what though? I'm gonna brag on him for a second because he's not in here. He's actually a pretty fucking good cook.
I believe that.
He really is. And every once in a while I'll like come home from work or something and he's like, I made dinner, and I'm like, did you make a fucking stroganoff? And he's like, yeah, I found the recipe on Pinterest. So like, I'm gonna totally tell on him for a second. I picked up his phone one day and he got a Pinterest notification and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, oh, I'm definitely gonna look at your notifications. And he was like, okay, whatever. He didn't realize that I was gonna look at his Pinterest notifications. He's got a whole board on Pinterest that's like recipes good for kids, and it's so cute.
Yep, being a house husband ain't no joke, dude. It's
It's
serious
really
business.
I'm gonna take off on you guys, but since you brought it up, Ari, I want to just ask you. You know what you call a field full of cows masturbating, right? Beef stroganoff.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I'll be here all week.
I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, John B. That's gonna do a full.
Hey man, laughter is the best medicine. You can't OD and the refills are free.
Damn straight.
I love you so much, John. I'm so glad you're here.
Hey, we need a little unwind after the. We did it. We did our Summer Wells episode.
We did it, and I didn't cry.
Yes, same. I did yesterday.
There were a few times while researching this morning that I just sobbed like the most ugliest of cries.
Yeah, Astro World and Summer Wells both made me tear up. But
yeah,
I hope Allie
Always-
is okay.
Before I go, always remember what Confucius say. Confucius say, "Man who masturbate over cash register come into money."
Very true.
Down he goes. Sorry. I just wanted to bring up the mood after all that depressing shit we've been talking about.
Yeah, it's been rough, man.
Yeah.
True crime is interesting, but it's rough.
Yeah.
Heavy.
And boy, does it weigh on your fucking psyche. Brian Laundrie fucked me up. Like, I had to take a hell of a mental break.
That one was tough.
I like watching those two clowns on BuzzFeed because they make you feel a little better about a story like Laundrie. You know, they haven't done them yet, but I'm sure if they ever did, you know, they make it humorous.
It's too early.
Know?
Yeah, Shane and Ryan they're the fucking shit.
I love them. I do love them a lot.
They would beat off, you know.
Yeah, shout out my homie Sean who used to work for them. Used to work at BuzzFeed Unsolved. That's also seems like a really cool culture behind the scenes. By the way.
You know, I've actually heard from a lot of people that working for BuzzFeed sucks.
Budgetarily and production wise, yeah, I would imagine that's why Sean left. Was to actually, you know, I mean,
that's unfortunate.
Was like layoffs, you know what I mean? Like they'll lay off, and they're budget strict. You can actually watch in BuzzFeed Unsolved the budget for that show go all over the place. Like it's like sometimes they have more, sometimes they have less, sometimes they don't have any, sometimes they're just sitting down. It's like motherfucker.
I love this background information you guys are able to provide.
Okay, I got all the behind the scenes. I used to do traveling Broadway, so I got all the behind the scenes for that.
Yeah.
I'm a voice actress. I got all your entertainment once. I also used to do set design, so I used to do all kinds of fun stuff. Mark was there for a lot of that.
Yeah.
I did. Yeah, I did traveling Broadway. Just fresh. I'm not even out of high school yet. I was 17 when I started doing it.
Young.
Yeah.
Me, I just make beats and I'm cute. So,
yeah, he is cute.
I was telling you guys the other day, you know, Ari, my son turned me on to Broadway, you know, and like I said, automatically, if you're gay, I guess you got to get into Broadway. No, but he showed me around, and there was this dude who I said, man, if I was gay, I'd be all over him. And he was doing Jesus Christ Superstar, and then he did a version of a Dr. Jekyll song called "Bring On the Men," because, like I said, it's called Broadway Upside Down, so they give these traditionally women songs to guys and vice versa, you know. So it was wild hearing him sing about bringing on the men. Okay, and then Chicago has that song called the Cell Block Tango, and they did that.
Chicago,
Well, they did men doing all the part instead of the ladies, right? Just interesting shit. So but you're amazing. You're on Broadway. Oh my god, yeah. My favorite show.
I've been around, man.
Man, I got to sit up with you sometime, and at least get your offer.
I went to the feed store a few weeks ago to get dog food, and the guy that works there is like, "Can you just sign the back of the receipt, just in case?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure."
Awesome.
It was really cute.
It's always a fun, man. That Arianthe's one that you want. I promise. I fucking promise.
Aww.
Wonderful, but it makes me think of John Lithgow. Great guy. He seems like a really hell of a nice guy. But he's done all this stuff, and he was in a movie called All That Jazz back in '79, and he was a lot younger, and he played one of these Broadway directors. It's about Bob Fosse, but he played one of these Broadway director types. Okay, and he's got the scarf around his neck. His glasses are up on top of his head, and he's at a restaurant. And to show what a dick he's supposed to be, it's time to leave the waitress a tip. He just signs the receipt, the bill. It signs the back of it and autographs it for her, and he goes, "You don't need a tip. This is all you need."
Yeah.
And it just plays it schmuck, right?
Yeah.
So you made me think. That's to him. That's giving you a real big reward.
Oh,
Great
jeez.
stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Good night. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right, we love you, John. Bye.
Hey, love you, John. You have a good
You
one.
too. Always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure.
Hell yeah, man. You have a good one, man. And again, just going back, rewinding back to a sentiment we were talking about. You're pissing in that cup for you, and keep doing it. And keep making us proud, brother.
I am really proud of him.
Me too. That's a situation that again, sometimes verbally it'll seem like I'm pissed out about a vague concept that maybe applies to you in a way that can be different. And yeah, I like that you're doing that for yourself and for your kids and for everyone that loves you and for us. So,
Yeah.
That's it makes me really happy.
That was a good runaway from this case. This case is really rough. She's so I have a child that's not much older.
It's a really
Or not even much older. He's younger. He's almost 5, and so this is
Yeah. Oh, A.T. Garden says he was good in Dexter's Scare. You talking about John Lithgow? I want to tell you right now, John Lithgow is one of my favorite Winston Churchills to have ever Churchilled a Winston.
Dexter, there's a new season of Dexter on Netflix, y'all. No, Hulu.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep.
See, I never got into it.
What?
Yeah, never got into it.
I need to leave.
She sounded so offended.
Yeah, I'm not the target audience. I'm just not. That's not made for me. It's kind of like a Kings of Leon song. Like, respect seems quality. Not your target demographic. Don't take it personally. It's
one of those you understand the appeal, but you just don't get it.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, just not for me. I get it. I would absolutely, if I was to have heard it in a bar and saw the ladies shaking their ass to it, which is who likes Kings of Leon, I would sign them to a record deal, like post haste. But
well, yeah, that's just smart money.
Yeah, again, respect the game, but just I also recognize I'm not the target demographic. Dexter's one of those things where it's like it has to be fucking good. I don't think I know a person who really hates it in its entirety. Everyone I know that has a beef with it is like, yeah, toward the end or blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like there's always a something like there's a rough patch or some shit. But it seems like one of those shows that's like long running and pretty quality. So
yeah,
I really like it, but it's all good.
It's that's one of the yeah. I tried to give the Hannibal series a go, but I just can't. It just led to me rereading, like Red Dragon and fucking, I think I watched Manhunter, the 80s version, the OG, like the pre-Anthony Hopkins Hannibal movie. It's like 80s as fuck. Go check out Manhunter. You can find the trailer on YouTube.
Man.
Will do. Will do.
Yeah.
All right, I think I'm gonna hop off too.
Hey, you have a good one, Eggy. You enjoy dinner too.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
AT Garden says, yeah, he was a great Churchill. He was a damn fine Churchill. Lithgow. Lithgow, again, is I brought it up on the tattered map, which should be hopefully actually posting tonight. He was in a film called Ricochet. I can barely fucking say it. I get so excited about this film. Ricochet is Denzel Washington and John Lithgow, and it's a paralleling story. Denzel's at like the bottom of his career, and he's at the beginning of his career, I should say. He's at the bottom of the rung of police work, right? He's a street cop, and John Lithgow's about to make the move that makes him the kingpin of the city, right? Denzel ends up taking him in, right? I'm not going to spoil how, because it's a really cool moment in the fucking movie. And it's a very old movie, so you're probably like, bitch, I've seen Ricochet. Anyway. Just in case you haven't, you gotta check out Ricochet. Ice-T's in it, which is always a fucking delight. Anyway, cut to years later, John Lithgow has now worked his way up from the bottom of the rung in prison, right? All the way up to fucking escaping from prison. As motherfucking Denzel Washington has made it to assistant DA. John Lithgow gets up and fucks Denzel's life up, man. Like, the climax of the film is great. The way it's shot's great. It's in that era of like early 90s, late 80s action flick. So it has this almost like bloated kind of, it's perfect action flick in my opinion. Fucking perfect. Ice-T's selling crack, which, you know, in the era where most of the time we see Ice-T as a cop, it's an interesting juxtaposition for everybody. John Lithgow's the villain.
Before SVU?
Hella before, yeah. I think it's before New Jack City.
Man, I gotta be careful saying that fucking fandom is crazy.
SVU's crazy, man. They get I don't understand the people that don't like Stabler.
I don't know shit about that show.
Like,
right? I've never watched that show.
I don't know.
I've never watched it before in my life, but if you get on Twitter and people are like, so are you an auntie? And you're like, what's that? And they're like, oh, you're an auntie. And I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Oh,
I have no idea what that means, but holy shit, like a whole horde of people will just come try and mass report you, and it's weird.
That's so weird. They're a weird closed down community.
They are so. I have a friend who is within that community, and she's like, these bitches are nuts.
Yeah. Sunbeam, so what's the plan to get Donnie Wells for an interview with Murk so we can get a live confession? Man,
dude, that would be so rad. Let's do it.
I don't know. Yeah, y'all have to fucking sneak him in. I ain't inviting him. I'll tell you that. I'm not inviting that.
We're gonna have to bring him in through the back.
Yeah, I've spent too long, you know, not allowing people like that in my life. But you know, again, if he was to show up, I'd probably give him 2 minutes before I fucking booted his ass. And then called the cops like I was fucking Karen, asking for receipts. He was in my fucking Discord with no receipt.
I really feel like the only thing I want to ask is like, you tell me what you did that day and see how it differs from anything else.
Yeah. Yeah. I am. You know what? I'm going to try to, this evening, try to find some time to reach out to Aunt Molly and see if we can't.
Yeah.
Maybe have a chit chat on air about, you know, be on each other's shows, talk about. I just want to hear her side of the story, what she thinks. I want to hear her theories and opinions. I don't really watch.
Yeah, I do too.
You know, too many other streams. So. Dummy Jelly, Erica Law. Yeah. Yeah, he's hungry for it. Wouldn't be hard. Yeah, I know Don is. That's why I'm like, I know I could angle it and get him on, but I don't want to. I have no urge particularly. I've already heard everything. What questions would I ask him? He hasn't already answered in different ways. You know what I mean? Or we're just going to get a new roll of the die with that dude. He's one of those that's like, yeah, you're a piece of shit. That's why the cops probably don't even give him too much time. Which they should, but probably why. So like, yeah, if he even lives to fucking catch another DUI.
Right.
You know?
How come every time I see Lux in the background, she's wearing different clothes?
She costume changes. Lux, we're calling you out on costume changes.
I've seen her in like 5 different outfits today. Your fucking laundry bill is terrible.
She'll have more costume changes than a Cher concert on an average day at work. I think her coworkers are onto it too. They're like, "What the hell?"
But I just keep looking up, and I'm like, "Oh, she's cute." And every single time I see her, I'm like, "Wait, now she looks right. She looks different."
It gives me a bunch of opportunities through the day to not just hype her up, but go, "Oh, hey, oh, that's cute."
Yeah.
You know, I'm liking. I think she's also adjusting to a new schedule where she's kind of around the corner, so she's, you know. It's
she
like,
looks
well,
like she's digging it.
now I'm home for realsies. I'm not casual at home for realsies.
Yeah.
Nah, you know what I mean? This is my Google blazer.
I've seen like 4 outfits today, and I'm like, dang.
These are my YouTube pajamas, you know, like everyone has.
I love it.
My YouTube pajamas.
Oh.
That's I loved Parks and Rec. I think that was fucking Tommy on fucking Parks and Rec. Talked about all the different outfits he has for. Oh, he doesn't like to dip sauces either. He's like, fucking, what am I, your slave? Drizzle that shit on. Paid to be here. Well, I say we wind it on down.
Let's do, yeah.
Go ahead and kick on back. I want a shower. I'm gonna take a shower, gang. How about that?
I'm gonna go make some dinner. My kids want cheese dip. I said, "What do you want for dinner?" And they said cheese dip. They're fucking lactose intolerant.
We wanted cheese dip the other night too, and dairy fucks me up, and she's allergic to casein. So
what the?
We went on the hunt for some Velveeta, couldn't find it.
Yeah, my kids are like, "We want cheese dip." You're lactose intolerant.
Yeah. We went looking for cheese dip right after a college ball game in town.
Oh, yep, nope.
And yeah, there's none. There's none. There's like a thing of Tostinos. We grabbed that. And I think we did a good job pretending it was good cheese dip.
I think, yeah, if you just don't look at it, it's fine.
But
it's fine.
I'll hop on out of Discord.
My kids are silly. Oh, Sunbeam said lots of people, lots of people, they showed up. People were pissed that Molly didn't call, but she knew someone else. Yeah, someone's going to call 911. They always do.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm glad somebody did.
Yeah, I agree with Erica, too, being a little irked that her sentiment at the end of that was don't call 911 so we can keep them talking. But I think she just meant in that instance. And maybe
she's like, shut up right now, but call later and show him this video.
Keep in mind that Molly's a straight gangster. She's kind of like cross the arms. Well, ain't nobody dead yet. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, nobody died. Calm down. Like,
kind of fucking scares me a little bit.
I fucks with it. That fucking.
I like it.
Molly. She's one of my favorite humans, I think. But yeah, I'm gonna hop up out of Discord. I love you guys.
Yep, me too. I love you guys.
Later,
bye.
Fellas.
Later.
Bye.
Oh, and all of you out there in YouTube land, thank you for lurking and murking and hanging out. And see you guys around the corner. Be sure to hit that like button. Be sure to share this on social media. I'm not on Facebook anymore, so if you don't mind, share it on your Facebook if you have one. Share it on your Twitter. Share it on your Instagram. It would mean the world to me. I love you guys.